All right, everybody, welcome to the Daily Gallop Live. We are for our season 2 premiere for the first week of the Daily Gallop tournament. My guest today, we have Ashley Mayu from um, Fort Erie as a paddock analyst. Welcome, Ashley. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
I'm good, good, thank you. And next, I want to introduce the other host of the show, the master behind the Daily Gallop, Spencer Luganbeal. Spencer, how are you doing today?
Doing really well, Marshall. Excited. This is a big undertaking for most of us who are doing it. We're about to do the first race. Super excited for this season.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You know, we expanded the season now to people, and it should be interesting to see how it all shakes out. Looking at this first race, I picked the 6 as my multiplier pick of the day. Saint Station, back class, closed into slow paces, looks to improve. Goes from Tyler Bays to Rafael Bejarano, whom I like a lot better. Looks good. Ashley, who was your pick in the tournament for the first race?
Unfortunately, I have the current 7-5 favorite, the horse on the outside, our secret agent, the 7 for Mark Cassidy. It kind of came down to 2 horses. I was a toss up between this one and the 5 Brittle and You, but I went with the Gary Barber horse. I think this horse should be tough to beat. Has had a bit of a layoff compared to someone such as the 5, but I thought this horse second, third time out, I should say, but finished second last time, maybe the class of the field.
And Spencer, who did you choose for?
I ended up on number 5, Brittle and You. I just think second improvement will have a better number than the rest of the horses in this race. Sad to see a tweet earlier today where I think it's Castellano, Talamo, and someone else are 2 for 107 to start the meet. So it's a little rough and icky in that area.
Yeah, they've definitely been struggling with the meet so far. It will be interesting to see moving forward, especially once we get into the real heavy stakes laden cards, to see if some of those jockeys who are traditionally on better horses in the stakes races improve. But ultimately, it's always interesting to see how jockey trends at different tracks. How do you think about jockeys when it comes to looking at the races in general? Do you look at them and base opinions, not solely off of, but how do you use jockeys in your handicapping?
I think a lot of the time when I look at them, I especially look at a jockey at the meet. I understand at a meet like this, I'm not taking it too much to heart, knowing that this is a very competitive meet. When it was announced that Churchill was going to open, it wasn't just the trainers that were coming in that were going to be super competitive. All the riders were going there. And you do see some decided not to because of this exact reason. Louis Saez, he's staying in a Gulfstream, and I can understand this is what you face with on a regular basis. You have all the top riders that are usually there, and even more with New York on the delay. But for me, something I look at more is jockey trainer at the combination, how well they do. Now you're seeing at this meet, some riders that normally don't ride for certain trainers are picking up mounts just due to, kind of other riders having to probably make the decision of what they think is the best horse. And you see them kind of straying away from maybe their go-to, trainer. So it is a little bit competitive this meet, but I try not to, Javier Castellano, he hasn't won at the meet, right? I see in here the DRF when this was, this early version, he didn't have a win. I don't read into that. I mean, we all know Javier is a very capable rider. So I think, I kind of err on the side of caution with that.
Now, you may start an argument with a guest of ours that we've had on a few times, Benny Southstreet. He is not, and he's not a Javier Castellano fan in the least bit. I tend to agree with you. I think he's a smart rider, and he does get the best out of horses for the most part. So, Spencer, how do you think about jockeys when it comes to your handicapping?
It's funny. The reason I kind of stayed away from the 7, our secret agent, is because Mark Cassie's had such a slow start to the meet. And for me, I think having a slow barn is worse than having a rider get off to a slow start, because Javier is always, it doesn't matter if he's 0 for the first 50, he's still going to end up getting Chad and Todd when they come into Churchill or whenever those guys come in.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to keep riding, maybe he's having trouble with the track bias right now, but I still want to try and find, am I upset that the horse right now is 8-5? Yeah, I was hoping for more like 2-1. I just think that when you look at this race overall, I think that when it comes down to maidens, the jockeys aren't as big of a thing as it is the class levels and the speed figures.
I completely agree. Now with the seven, you mentioned our secret agent, Florent Giroux being a jockey that rides for Cassie fairly often, especially in Kentucky. Do you take that into account at all with this horse? Him going to Florent
I
for the mount.
mean, everyone who is on the bet squad with me at Saratoga knows my disdain for Dylan Davis. His nickname for me is Chili Dilly. I mean, it's pretty much the biggest jock upgrade you could think of at this point.
Sure, 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 sure. Now, looking ahead, Spencer, what race did you put your multiplier on?
I am in race 4 on the number 2.
And why did you come up with that?
For me, I just was looking for a price that I could kind of find that I thought would be not a big, huge long shot, but someone that I thought would have a decent, 4-1 to 9-1 value feel. This horse is a maiden jumping up in class, which I think a lot of people will go away from. So I'm expecting the morning line to go up.
Mhm.
And if he runs second for me due to the multiplier, it's going to feel just like a win.
Sure, sure, sure. That's a very good point. Looks like we're getting horses going into the gate right now. Um, Again, we got Ashley's top pick of the seven. She went chalky with the favorite. Spencer, your pick was
Number 5.
the second choice five. Come on with the six for
Longest shot on
my
the board.
multiplier, the longest shot, second board. I also saw that Kristen Corey, who's watching the stream right now too, she also picked the number six in this race. Let's go.
It was mostly a lot of 5, 7s, and 3s, correct? When we were looking through the board, that just
Yeah, lots of sevens and lots of fives. There were some threes sprinkled in there. All right, we just broke out of the gate, and the four went straight out to the lead and absolutely caught a flyer coming out of that gate. Um, Interesting to see that. Not all that surprising considering that Santana is riding for Anthony Cordarolo here. Um, you got the five sitting in the pocket just behind, and the seven, the favorite. Actually, the seven and the five both went off at 3-2, so the five took some late money. Um, Here we see the seven kind of coming up on the four. Look at this six. Let's go on the outside. Come on, baby.
the 5 just kind of has nowhere to go at this point.
Yeah. The five is in deep water, but is rebreaking on the rail. The seven threw in the absolute anchor. The two is closing in. Oh man, the five runs away with it. Brittle and Yo winning by what 6, 7, 8 in the end. Um, Interesting to see. Once the seven kind of ranged up, the five was absolutely gone. Ashley, what did you see with that race, if anything in particular?
The seven had no excuses. I mean, got kind of a similar rating trip that the five did, the winner. But I think there the main thing is while the five Javier kind of had the horse on the rail, didn't have anywhere to go the entire time he was holding this horse. I mean, it was never asking, even when they entered the turn, because you're wondering, does he not have anything? But you could just tell he was really just holding on the horse. So much the best there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had an interesting note on that last race, which was clearly not super correct, where I wasn't very impressed with that last group that Brittle and Yo faced. But along with that, you're getting Brad Cox second time out, and dropping into this maiden claiming. Although to be fair, this race in general, class-wise, is basically a maiden special weight. There was not a single horse in here that was not dropping out of a maiden special weight. So I think this will prove to be a pretty strong group. Even the field is fairly strung out. Spencer, what did you see overall?
Javier broke his goose egg finally. Thank you for that. Just and this is something I always find so interesting. When they came off the turn, I was like, oh, the 5 might be in a little bit of trouble. How they don't just stick to the rail there and keep him pinned in behind just shocked me. How he could just get up the rail like that. If he doesn't get up the rail, he never wins the race because he's going to have to go 3 or 4 wide. So the fact that they let this horse just kind of scramble up the rail and blast off like that just seemed very surprising. Whoever has, if anybody had the 2 in the tournament, that's a good little place price there. 16 to
Yeah.
1.
Yeah. Hands up gets the place money. Let me see. There is one. Ed Peluso did. Oh man, these Twitter handles are all funny. Pem
Oh, Gino.
Pemulic.
It's Gino.
Oh yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Gino. They both had the 2 on top. So interesting to see that. Let's see. Anyone else? Nope. And for the 5, the 5 was dang close to coming off as the favorite, but ended up just being slightly behind the 7 when it came down to the end. So good pick and good start for the not the champion, but the runner-up and the man, Spencer Luganbuehl. So moving ahead, we're going to go on to race 2. But before then, Ashley, I want you to talk about how you got into horse racing in general, and specifically, you're to becoming the paddock analyst at Fort Erie.
Yeah, so as a kid, I just went to tracks with my dad and my mom. On the weekends, we'd go, or if she was working, my dad would take me to the track, and probably started going when I was about 2 years old. So Fort Erie is where we'd usually go up to Woodbine as well, especially back then, the way the dollar was. It was really cheap to travel to Canada. But anytime we'd take like a family trip, say there was, we're going to Florida, we'd make mom happy, go to the beach for 6 days, go to the track for 2, and call it a trip for everyone. So slowly we just kept on, going to more tracks. We actually go to standardbred tracks as well, but thoroughbreds are probably my main passion, I would say. And then I went to college in Lexington. I went to Transylvania University for mathematics. I always kind of entertained the idea of the idea of doing something with horse racing, but it just never ended up being the right move. But I'd help out in the mornings with some trainers that would ship in from Woodbine for Keeneland and things like that, or even Churchill. I'd drive over to Louisville. And then I went to grad school, and I didn't do anything really with horse racing. I went to the University of Dayton in Ohio. I did work at a harness track though for fun. And then I had a job offer in Florida that I accepted originally. And then 3 weeks before I had to move to Florida, I started interviewing with a job in my hometown of Buffalo. So I take that job. Made a lot more sense just for a bunch of reasons. And an owner at Fort Erie, I always knew that I kind of like to blog, kind of like what you guys do, except for wasn't really doing it on Twitter at the time, but I had a blog, and I'd always talk about Fort Erie because I knew a lot of people that went there, and we just talked about horses. So we kind of told some people in the race office, and it trickled into the media and communications office. Asked if I wanted to write a tip sheet. And I said, sure, that sounds great. Like, it's kind of what I do already, but I'll format it. So that was in 2018. And I think it was maybe like opening day. They're like, hey, do you want to come on TV for a race? Because no one had been doing it there for a couple of years. I said, sure. So afterwards, it was kind of like, you seem like you're fine behind a camera. Do you want to maybe do this in your free time? And that's the big thing. I work a full-time job out of racing. So it was nice with Fort Erie because they run on Sundays. And then for about 75% of the season on Tuesdays, the first post is at 4:20. What I could do is I could head up after work when I get off at 4:30, maybe miss the first 2, and then just cover the last 6 races. So that's what I started doing in my free time. And then it was, I guess, that winter, so like 2019, I ended up getting an email from someone at the Maryland Jockey Club in Gulfstream and asked if I'd want to come in for a weekend. And I said, sure, like I can only do weekend work, like I have a full-time job. And they're like, okay. So I went down, it would have been now just over a year ago, to the Winter Carnival, and I got to work with Richard Migliori. And then from there, I got to go to more events for them. I actually got to work the Preakness last year, and then started dabbling with radio work, thoroughbred and harness. So that was kind of awesome. I got to go to the Meadowlands last fall. Hopefully, once this kind of the pandemic slows a bit more. Hopefully, I'll maybe get back out there, but it was never like a plan. I never said I was going to go to school for communications and never thought I'd ever go on TV to talk about horses or anything like that. It's just a passion of mine and it's always kind of been like that. So I really enjoy that. I still have it as a passion. I still get to be involved, but I also, have something else going on too. Keeps me very busy, I'd say.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. And that's
Sure.
kind of the beauty of the horse racing community in general is you can start out small and start out with with a little idea and go, well, yeah, this might be fun, and then you go a year later, a couple years later, and I mean, just like that, you're the sky's the limit as far as what you're able to do within the industry. That's awesome. Now, um, do you like standard breds better than thoroughbreds, or is the handicapping style different? Now, to be fair, I have never once looked at a standard bred set of PPs, I'm curious to hear if how you handicap is different, or if it's similar, or what the process is like between the two.
I definitely think it's very different. Post positions to me, yes, they matter in thoroughbreds, especially if you have a speed horse and they draw the rail or they're going to the outside. And we even know, depending on the track too, like in the distance, you might not want to be in the 12 or 13 hole. But I find that it's even more important in just about every single harness race, especially depending on the layout of the track, how they start, if they start in a second tier, depending on how many horses they have. That's always a crazy aspect of it. Like a lot of the times, I think about Buffalo Raceway is the closest harness track. A lot of the times, the horses that are in 7 or 8 on the gate, I probably stay away from. Doesn't matter if they're 2-to-1 morning line. It's just, good. I'll endorse them. But if they're just a 4-to-1 shot, probably sticking away from them just because it's just a bad spot to be on the gate. It's a little different. You're not moving just a horse. Now you got a horse length and you have a sulky behind it. It's a
Mhm.
very different game. I think drivers are really important. I think something that's really cool with harness racing is a lot of tracks you'll see in their past performances when a driver had an option of are they going to pick between, here you don't see like in that last race. Did Florent Giroux get kicked off of Brittle and you, or did, he decide to go to the Mark Casse horse? They actually tell you this stuff in harness racing, which I think gives you a little bit more information that you have to, kind of toss into it. So it's very
If only
different.
they did that for thoroughbreds. I mean, holy buckets, would there be some major controversies surrounding that? Just because, I mean, the amount of personalities when it comes to that is pretty wild.
Right.
So it's interesting.
I
Um,
enjoy it, but it's for me. I love thoroughbreds. I've been to more thoroughbred tracks, and I feel like my knowledge base is stronger. But I've always had kind of a soft spot for harness horses, I should say. My aunt used to be a groom, and she groomed pretty big time. She had the big thing we think about is the Breeders' Cup or the Derby and things like that. They're big races that you think of for older horses or even younger horses is the Breeders' Crown. It's the equivalent to the Breeders' Cup. She groomed a horse that won the Breeders' Crown. So she was really, really into it and got to work her way up. And she's no longer with us, but I always felt like, I should always like harness racing a little bit. And I wish I would have learned more from her about it for sure.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. So I've been just reading the chat from you kind of talking about your background and especially, and there's quite a few people that have mentioned, including Benny Southstreet, who said that he's definitely going to check out moving forward. So let's go with these racing fans for Fort Erie. Let's go. I love it. I love it.
Well, the
Uh,
good thing is we're going to run Monday, Tuesdays. So there's not much thoroughbred action. We saw that work at some of the other small tracks. So that's kind of the thought process. So fingers crossed it works.
Well, and especially too, if you can, if you're only competing against some of the smaller tracks, it definitely lends itself to being able to produce a product that people are going to watch ultimately, and especially considering the amount of handle that places like Will Rogers Downs it has seen because of the pandemic and how they time their racing has been really kind of refreshing to see. I'm born and raised in Minnesota. The track that I grew up with was Canterbury Park, which is another smaller track. I know that they've been trying to change how they do racing and riding conditions and trying to fluctuate things with betters too, just to try to drive some of that product. So, being able to be flexible because it's a smaller track is huge when it comes to trying to um, take your part of the market basically when it comes to that. Now, What age would you say that you know really started to dig into horse racing, and what was that one moment where it just like all of a sudden was like click? I love racing, and I just this is for me.
I don't know if I honestly have like this one moment that sticks out as like this is my thing, but kind of the background, like you asked when I go to the racetrack, how this all started. Like my dad, I'd go with him, be the little girl looking through the little slits on the fence and just looking at the horses, right? And I had a budget. I had $2 a race. Then I got a little older, and I'd say about 8 years old, I got up to $6 a race, and then probably about 10 or 12, it was still six. But if it was the Derby or Saratoga, it was more. And then about 16, I started to get like a flat day rate. Like, here's your spending money. I'll make your bets for you, which I probably shouldn't say, but that's fine. But like I can remember vividly like my first trip to the winter circle. I was at Calder when it was still Calder. And I was just speaking to my dad about the horses, and I was about 7 years old. And this older gentleman came up and said, "Who do you like in this race?" And I said, Precious Stone. And he goes, "Oh, that's my horse. Do you want to come in the paddock?" So I went in the paddock with him. This guy's probably like 7 years old. My dad's like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." And it started downpouring, and the horse wins. And this guy, Charlie Mickelson was his name, said, "You're my good luck charm." And he threw me on his shoulders and took me into the winter circle. And he said, "When you get home from your family trip in Florida, there'll be a win photo in your mailbox." And he didn't let me down. I came back about a week and a half later, and it was there. And so I think those kind of stories, like those are things that I think of. I even think about probably maybe a year after that, we had gone to Delaware Park. And so at that point, I can kind of look at a form, but I don't know everything. And so I'm still kind of thinking, oh, I like the name of this one. And I'm going to use the favorite because the horse just won. And that's what I did one race. I played a horse, Ashley something, and I played a 7-2 shot. And the 50-some-to-1 shot named Ashley something led until about two strides before the wire. And I caught the exacta for 500 and some dollars. And then, dad let me keep my bankroll. And it was things like that that kind of get you hooked. I think taking a kid to a racetrack is a great experience. Some people probably disagree with me, but it's more than the gambling. It's I learned how to read the form. I learned what odds are, which is simple math. Like my dad always swears, that's why you're good at math. I took you to the racetrack. But people don't see that, and you get the whole day out of the house. But those are two moments that really stick out for me. I can even remember when I was kind of older, some cool stories at Saratoga and getting to go there and having that experience that also stick out. But for me, I think it's just kind of been year after year, something happens and it builds on it. And I don't think my love has faded. I think it started as a kid, there was an interest, and then I just wanted to learn more each time I went to the track.
I mean, I think that taking kids to the track is a great experience ultimately. It's not about the gambling, right? It's about being up close and seeing the horses and seeing these magnificent animals that are just athletes, and just it's an amazing experience just to see that, and then being around everyone who really enjoys it, and hearing the crowd and hearing the roars, and of course for you being able to get into the paddock. I mean, that was kind of my first experience when the first time I went to Canterbury. My best friend Brett McReevy, he had brought me into the paddock because his grandmother knew the people who owned a horse. So we went into the paddock, and the horse. So I got in the winner's photo, and it was just like that entire experience was just like instant. All right, this has been amazing. I didn't even bet any money. It didn't even matter. It was so much fun to be a part of it. So I can completely relate to your story with all of that for sure. Now, Spencer, how did you get into horse racing in general? Because if I remember correctly, your story is a little bit different than ours as far as how you got into horse racing.
I mean,
So,
it's kind of more like Ashley. It's my dad. My mom's grandfather, big time better from Ireland. So he was always somebody who, when we went into the paddock, he didn't use a form. He just used straight paddock feel and just knew. And I've never seen a guy make more money off just looking in the paddock than he did. It was like incredible. Daily doubles, exactas. Well, maybe not so much daily double, exactas, trifectas. He just throw it in. He knew what horses, 40-to-1 shot. Look at the dimples. He'd say the dimples are gonna. Horse wins by 4. Didn't matter. My dad was working. He was a piano player, but then he was also working as a bartender at the OTB at the hotel. So I would go chat with him. And my the way he taught me bankroll management was pick up all the losers at the end of the day. So I think I picked up like $18,000 worth of losing tickets one day. I'm like, okay, Don't bet a lot of money. Got you, Dad. And yeah, it kind of just spiraled up from there. Obviously, a couple of years ago, John Piasek got a job at Saratoga doing the bet squad. So I said, "Can I still get in there?" He's like, "Yeah, sure. I'll mention your name." They called me. I got in there. I went up to see Justify win the Belmont, and this is a story for Pete and JK. I went out the wrong door, went out the VIP door, and met JK and Pete, and that spiraled into now the podcast that is Redboard Rewind in the moneypodcast.com.
That is awesome. I always love hearing the story about the picking up the losing tickets because it's always something that I think is kind of frowned upon
Mm-hmm.
or something along those lines. But hey, if you drop a ticket,
It wasn't even so much that I was a super. He just wanted me to help clean up the OTB for him.
sure,
So
sure.
it wasn't even like I was looking to see like, oh, is there $100? The most I ever saw a super win was on a pick six ticket. He got back like somebody hit 5 out of 6, didn't realize, and he made like $500. That's
Oh,
the biggest
geez.
super ticket I've ever seen.
That's that ain't too bad for
Yeah.
just picking up a random ticket and shoving it through a machine. That's for darn sure. All right, we got 7 minutes to race 2. Let's dig into the picks for this race. This is a 1.16 mile race on the dirt. There's an open claiming 16,000 for fillies and mares. Spencer, where did you land in this race?
Well, I originally landed on the 6, and that horse had to go and get. So I had to switch around. I ended up on the number 3, Operatic. I'm a fan of Jason Barkley. I just like that even though it was a small improvement first time off the claim, the horse did run second at the level. I think he fits here. I am stunned to see that she is 8-5. The 2 backup horses I had were the 2 Sundress, who, like Ed DeRosa said earlier, looks like to be the lone speed. And then I also had the 4 Lady Cleopatra for David Vance, just second time off the layoff and dropping some dangerous angles.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Ashley, how about you? Who did you have in this race?
Well, I went to the 8 Mongolian Humor, then I went to the 6 Scenes of Time. So yeah, this is not. So I actually also landed on Jason Barkley's the 3. The thing that I still use this horse for third, and now I have to make my top selection. Obviously when you claim for 10, you're going to jump up unless you want to wait the period out. But so I think seeing this horse go to the 6 and just performed much better over the fast track that day, and to have to rally from the clouds in the back of the pack was impressive. So I think the 16 here is fine, especially knowing that probably half the horses coming here are coming from Oakland, like a decent number are. So I think this horse fits the level well. And I'd like to see that Jason, he started the meet off here strong because it is really competitive. And horsemen are dropping their horses into these sorts of races that they typically wouldn't run in elsewhere. And I think he's teaming up with Miguel Mena, who I like as a rider, especially when he's at Churchill, even when he's at Fairgrounds. So I'm not really impressed with the price, though. Again, I'm getting the chalk here. I see that the 4 is obviously taking some play too, but 8-5 is way too short. I personally wouldn't even bet this race with my money or yours.
Yeah. For me, I also landed on the 6. Although I did not have as bad luck as Ashley with picking the 8, but I landed on the number 2 Sundress. I think that the back class was good. The last race, although kind of spit the bit towards the end of the race, it was tougher competition than what she's facing today. And ultimately, I think that she is the speed of the race. The 4 does worry me some with kind of getting that outside stock and pounce trip, and was also facing better last time out. The last time Lady Cleopatra had faced this type of company was 2 back, in which she had ended up winning, setting a fast pace. So I think Lady Cleopatra is very dangerous. The only thing with operatic that worries me is exactly what Ashley mentioned, which is that um, the running type that she has, where she kind of drops out that back and makes the big move on the outside, picks up Miguel Mena, who is a solid jockey. The horse did lose Ricardo Santana. I'm not again. I wish we had the standardbred thought of being able to say, whether Ricardo just said, "Hey, I want to ride the number 1," or whether he was kicked off 3. I'd be shocked if he was actually kicked off. But interesting to see that that Ricardo jumps off of the 3 and jumps onto the 1. Um, Interesting to see the price too. The 4 actually just clicked down to be the favorite at 8 to 5, and your guys' 3 is now 9 to 5. Ashley, you were saying that you wouldn't bet your money or my money or your worst enemy's money at these prices. What price would you need to have on that 3 for you to want to make a wager?
That's also a tough question because now we only have a 6 horse race, right? So for me, probably 3 to 1. It's just that to me, when I looked at these races, like the first 2 races were by far my least favorite on the entire card, just because I didn't see on paper value. I was down to usually 2 horses that were going to be probably first and second choice. And I honestly like to play trifectas. So for me, when I look at a race like this, unless you were to play a heavy try ticket, like a heavy base wager, the 3 and the 4 kind of stand out a bit to me. So if they run 1, 2, and I get, I don't know, the 5 home third, to me it wasn't worth it. I'm trying to go for a bigger price. So I rather just save my money and put it somewhere else later.
Yeah, I mean, this like what we're looking at now, especially with the field size moving down, is that you're going to get kind of spready towards the third place. Um, um, for the ticket, it's going to be way too expensive for what the return is actually going to be. So yeah, I completely agree. Now when it comes to your thought process with tries, what do you focus on when it comes to your trifecta plays?
Typically I try to structure a ticket. I try to get a price either for second or third. I mean, if I really like a horse and he's 12 to 1 and I think he can win, I'm not going to not use him on the top spot. But typically, you'll go through a race and you might see 2 horses that stand out, maybe in some of these like maiden races or these optional claiming races. But maybe I think this horse can get second or third. So I'll put him there in my tickets. I try to structure him usually 2 on top, maybe 3 behind, and 5 or 6 below. Just depends how many horses are in the race. I think that makes a lot of sense, especially, you look at the odds. Churchill lately, they are very spread out in some of those races. So even if you're only playing a 50-cent try, you can still pick up a couple hundred. So
Yeah, absolutely. And too, we see a lot of 12, 13, 14 horse fields at Churchill, which when you're starting to get that many horses, you're really starting to pick up more value on the horses that you really do have opinions on, just because of the amount of horses that are in. So
mhm.
yeah, that's a great point. Now, Spencer, how do you typically play races in general, and would this be a race that you would want to play?
So it's not funny that Ashley's 2 top picks scratched, but I always find it funny that this will happen to certain players, OTBs all around, wherever, and that they'll still look to try and be a favorite. Like if your top 2 picks are out, now it's becoming a position where like your top ideas aren't there anymore. A lot of times I'll pass these races. The 3 at 9 to 5 is probably definitely still too short for me. I and the 4 being at 3 to 2 was a shocker. The play for me in this race would be the 2 if I could go back and change picks if this was a live and not a pick and pray. I just think that you should always be trying to find the value. Obviously, I had the chalk first race, but if you look at it overall, the people who had the 2 would still be beating me now with a horse running second.
Right.
Now, in this race, if you don't like the 3 or the 4, there is some good there on the 2 or the 5 and even the 1. If you're trying to really get ahead of somebody, the 7 is a really juicy 19 to 1. It just depends. Like Andrew Radinsky, who I knocked out in the playoffs, but when he beat me in the regular season, he had 0 winners and just hit every race second or third.
Well, and that's always the interesting thing about a contest like this is what sort of strategy you're going to choose. Are you going to go for longer price horses
Mm-hmm.
and try to get some prices in and try to get if you get 3 winners at longer prices, you're going to be in good shape, or do you just grind out lower price horses throughout the day? It's always an interesting strategy. All right, they broke out of the gate. They're just coming out of the first turn. The 2 is clear, and the 2 actually just dropped down a price too, dropped down to 9 to 2, which is that's a little bit low for me. As
It's that
far
Ed
as
Rosa money.
yeah, it's Ed DeRosa money. Yeah, yeah. So interesting to see that. Looking at the picks, we don't see a whole lot of 2s. Obviously, DeRosa picked the 2. I did as well, but boy, is there a lot of eights and a lot of fives throughout. So we'll see how this thing shakes out. I mean, the four is just in perfect position, stalking just outside. Um, the seven and the five kind of feel like they're in no man's land here.
Same
Um,
with the three. It seems like they're already working on the three, and this horse is yet to get going.
yeah, yeah, and the four just put away the speed. Oh, the seven is starting to re-rally a little bit here. The three is coming on the outside, but boy, this thing is absolutely over with.
Get me that third place money, please.
I am swinging 0 for 2 on my picks hitting the board, including my multiplier, so that's super awesome. Spencer has hit his picks. Uh, Ashley, what did you see when it came to that race in general?
I think everything went the four's way. If you look at from the fractions of the race, they were pretty even. It was just kind of 12 seconds per furlong, basically the entire time. And they went 145 and change at the end. The three, something like that. If you look at the threes races at Oaklawn, they are going just a tad bit quicker in the early, quarter and even at the half mile. So I think this horse also was a little further back than I would have liked, knowing that there was a shorter field. I think sometimes race strategy changes, and I love asking riders this: like, do you change the way you ride a race if there's 12 horses or five? Sometimes they tell you, like, yes, it's more of a strategic thing. I asked that a couple years ago to Johnny V. We had the Prince of Wales, and there was a couple scratches, and it became a shorter field. So it did kind of change the strategy a little bit, knowing the position that he had. So, the three ran fine, but everything went the four's way. I mean, it was just the perfect trip.
I
Yeah,
think that
yeah, absolutely.
I think that's kind of like the perfect race to explain to someone pace of race and how the four and the three. The reason you need a higher price in the three is because 2 to 1 coming out of the back, he has to avoid traffic, the pace. There's so many more obstacles. All Julian had to do was sit on the outside of one horse and then just blow by.
Mhm.
And a horse like the three should be used more of like an underneath horse, really, because she's always either going to need pace help, or she's going to come too late. She'll still hit the board, which looks good to people in the betting public. But if you see a horse with one win and 12 starts and 600 inches, that's the type of horse that you're going to get time in, time out.
Yeah, I mean, and as we discussed prior to the race going off, that was the biggest concern with that four was just sitting the perfect trip, sitting off of the leader, and once the real racing began, it was over with from there. Taking a look at the leaderboard, there were quite a few that had the four. We had thorough picks, Peter Meisberger. With the four, Michael H. Myers, 87 with the four. Anna Cora, Mad Fat Teacher with the four. Stephen Parrott with the four. Cotty Collins with the four. Dennis Trusty. Jason Huck, who had the four. The DeVille, Kentucky?
Gene,
DeVille
Gene, just call him Gene.
Greischeiber?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gene not only has the four, but his multiplier was on the eight in this race. Eight scratches, multiplier goes to the four. Gene gets a big boost in price on that on the four in this race. Cherry Drank with the four. Who else do we have? Barbaro. So Joe Wolf, Nikki, who will be on later today, had the four. So we had a bunch.
Gotta tune in for that. Nikki and Sean, that's gonna be good, clean entertainment there for sure.
Yeah. Later on in the stream, after we let Ashley and Spencer go, we're gonna have Sean Alvarez back. We're gonna have Nikki back, and then we're also going to have Anna Core Amparo, the MatFat teacher, back for her debut on the live stream. So please stick around later for the pick six at the end of the card. They'll be covering those races with me. Hopefully we can get some good trash talking between Sean and Nikki, because we all know that that Nikki was she was on fire with her meme game earlier in the week.
Too
So
good.
oh, it was great. It was great. Also, we had John Piasek and Mike Gorgonzola Cheeseman with the 4 as well. So, probably 35 to 40% of all of the contestants having that 4. Um, so, well done to everyone there. Moving along to race 3, we have a maiden special weight, 79,000 on the turf at a mile and an eighth distance for fillies 8-year-olds and up. This race was interesting from the standpoint that I had a hard time trusting the favorite. Ashley, talk to me about your thoughts on the favorite here, the number 4. I'm gonna butcher it, Ella Masuri.
Close, close. I mean, she smiled, I believe, in French. Um, yeah, you see this horse, right? Is constantly underneath and is just getting beat by like narrow margins. And I didn't think the value was going to be here. And after my first 2 races, I'm glad that I have a horse that might be 2, 3 to 1. I went to the horse to the outside, just for the reason of Al Missouri. This horse, is going to get a little bit more distance today, which could help, but it just seems like this horse, no matter what, just can't get the job done. So I don't have a ton of confidence. You have to like that Tyler Gaffleon, is climbing back aboard this one. 2 starts ago, I would just draw a line through the race. Obviously, lost rider right away pretty much, but last race was good. But just again, this horse does take a lot of money, especially the race 3 back, and that was going a mile and an eighth at Churchill, yielding track. So it's different. So I thought the 5 was going to offer a bit more value. I think second time being seen since that little February break is going to make a difference. And I think something to consider is you're going to stretch out a little bit longer and also toss the blinkers on, which is an interesting move. And Todd and Johnny, they're hard to ignore for me. So I think there's a lot of good positive signs. The horse seems to be, working out well in the morning. I'm very aware that times are misleading. Just because the time looks strong doesn't mean the work was pretty. But I think for me, there was a little bit more value, and a little bit more unknown with Messina. It just seems to me that the 4 has had plenty of tries and is kind of just the runner up all the time.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to ignore the speed figures for El Missouri. They are right at the top. Um, Spencer, can you remember if El Missouri was a blob for you, best last out buyer?
Uh, Definitely one of the two. So a blob for me is a horse that obviously has the best last out buyer. That was a 75. Going through real quick, I don't see anyone even within 3 points. So yeah, this would definitely be the number 10. Daddy made me do it. 71 is close, but yeah, this would be a blob horse. In one of the handicapping books from like early or more late 2000s, they say best last out buyer wins 3 out of 10 races. And at 5 to 2, it's not the absolute worst price. Usually, you'd see these type of horses like 7 to 5 and 6 to 5. But on the turf, I think it's much different too. A lot of horses on the dirt that have best last out buyers do tend to win, I think, more than on the turf, because on the turf you're looking for the late pace, the class, etc.
Now, Sean, Spencer, who did you go with in this race?
I am on the 12. Here's right back on that Javier train. Some people don't like Graham Motion. I tend to like him. 3 to 1. I'm a little bit surprised at the price, but blinkers on for me is usually a negative because they are trying to correct something. But when you see someone correcting something and you see 25% and a big $3 ROI, that's an okay number for me to try and take a chance here. I think getting someone like Javier on instead of Scott Spieth could do the horse some good as well. The the position is going to be interesting going into the first turn for this race. I mean, this horse really seems to want to track the speeds, but could be way out wide in this first turn.
Now, Ashley, when it comes to someone like the 1, who's unfortunately I wanted that 10 to 1. We are looking at 7 to 2 right now, which is that's brutal. Um, when it comes to a first-time starter like this, what were some of the things that you thought of when it came to this horse, and ultimately why you ended up off of the horse?
So I do like that Rosario is going to ride this horse for Bill Mott. The workouts have been quite speedy in the morning, very fast. Especially if you look at the most recent 46 and 3. Second fastest of 63. For me, knowing horses, even like the 4 has performed very well, has those big numbers, or we were just talking about the 12. I use the 12 as and if I were playing a try, I would use the 4, 5, and 12 kind of as my main horses in the top spot because I think these horses have an experience and have the edge. I mean, there's nothing to take on, but I have more confidence knowing personally that we have horses in here that have shown themselves and proven themselves on the turf, and they're coming out of big burns as well. You just kind of said, Spencer, some people like Graham, some don't. I love Graham Ocean as a trainer and as a person. I think he's, one of the smartest people on Twitter with some of the things that he says and shares and isn't afraid to. But I think this horse coming off such a big break and running that well, that to me was a little bit more eye catching than the first. I think, people kind of maybe look at Tampa's maiden special weights and they just see the purse isn't the greatest. But you still have people like Graham there. You still have Christophe Clement. All these big guys still go there, and they have really nice horses. And like I said, main thing with this horse, came off a break, finishes second. I would have to think this one's going to improve second time off the layoff.
Sure, sure. For me, for the one, the workouts were really quite nice. Yes, Bill Mott, first time starters, is not a great statistic. But Bill Mott has a tendency to pop with um, with turf runners specifically. His first time starters on the turf are much better than those on dirt. And we saw what a couple years ago when he brought a string of turfers to Saratoga, how he popped with two of them back to back who were workout mates that were at 20-1 odds. So I really liked that. Obviously getting Joel Rosario on a turfer is never ever a bad thing whatsoever. And ultimately I was hoping a price 5-2, continuing to take money, although that the horse is taking money, that does give me a little more confidence. But holy buckets, is this just taking all of the money right now? Spencer, what were your ultimate thoughts with the one? Is it Bastet? Bastet?
Bastet. We'll do some.
I mean, my French is clearly terrible. um, so, but
not sure, but we'll just go with whatever you guys say it is.
So Ashley, you have to deal with pronouncing horses' names all the time. Without approaching the owner here, obviously. How would you pronounce one?
Well, I'm always confused too. Like I took a couple years of French, so I'm not proficient, but there are no accent marks over the E. So that always confuses me. I would say Bastet, probably.
Yes, there we go. There we go.
Go. Now we just gotta wait for you to miss a scratch later on, right?
Oh boy. I'm ready
I
to
know
go.
you do. So one thing, a myth that you always hear is first time starters on the rail negative. So Barry Meadow, who I know Pete had on a podcast earlier today, he had his newest book come out, and he does races from 2014 to 2017, like 100,000 races, and it literally came up with the fact that it doesn't matter if they're on the rail or not. They win at the same percentage. The ROI is very minuscule. I like Rosario does jump on for Mott. For me though, like I'm a big buyer par guy. If horses are running within the buyer par or close to it, firsters tend to generally have a tougher time against that type of competition.
Now, can you talk to me about buyer pars and how you use that when it comes to your handicapping? Because I know, from our conversations at length about handicapping in general, you're a big buyer par guy. So can you please explain to me and the viewers what your thoughts are on buyer pars and how you use them to your advantage when it comes to handicapping?
For everyone who listens to Redboard Rewind, I apologize because I think I've done this probably out of the 35 episodes, probably 5 or 6 episodes where I have to explain the buyer par. So this buyer par is a 78. It is a route of ground. So in James Quinn's book, he tells you to drop it down 6 points to kind of encapsulate the net to capture the contenders that might be close or might be able to jump up if you don't think that they will, and you kind of miss more winners. That so a horse like the 4 would be a contender in this race. If you look at a horse like the 10 has multiple races close to or around the buyer par. And I picked a horse like the 12 that I think could actually improve second off the layoff, like we've talked, and jump into that spot. If there's no horses that hit the buyer par, then first timers become very good for maiden races. If there's one horse, it's kind of like up in the air. You should try to take a price for the first time starter. Obviously, 5 to 2 not being that price anymore. Uh, and if there's two or more, then they usually are. If the firster wins, he ran a very very strong race, and that's one to look forward to coming up into the next few races.
All right, I like it. I like it. Now, for those who may not know, Spencer, talk about Redboard Rewind, what you do for In the Money podcast.
So Redboard Rewind is pretty much taking a audio handicapping book and having a bunch of different people on, Benny South Street, a bunch of other people. I'm going to have Megan Devine on this upcoming Monday. I had Scott Shapiro on last Monday, so go check out Scott. Should still be up on the website. And it's educational. The whole reason we started the Daily Gallop and these live streams is we want to be educational. We want people to learn. I am, for the people who have pay people for their picks, good for you. It's just not my thing. I would never want to be like, hey, give me $20. Here's my lock of the day. That being Arrogate in his first race at Del Mar and the horse runs fifth. Like, just would make me feel awful. So I just, the more people who can enjoy this game, the more money that will be put through the windows. Like, I don't want the one whale to put $1 million to the window. I want 20 of us to go to the track and have a great day and have a bunch of fun. And, maybe we play a pick six ticket together, or we try to, just have a good time, enjoy, and make some money. This game is tough. This game is, the learning curve for it is excruciatingly difficult because you do have to put money through the window, or you're still buying past performances for, $5 a pop, and then having to play the races without betting. Like, the learning curve is enormous. So hopefully by having Redboard Rewind, people can learn some stuff. They can reach out to me and ask questions. I'm always down. If you want to handicap a card, Zoom calls, whatever, I'll just sit in there and just bullshit. And it's been a good thing that we've had going, like, with the quarantine and stuff. We've been doing that a lot lately.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's kind of the great thing about this game is being able to come together with people who share the same hobby and share their same love for the sport, and not only for the betting side of things, but just for the competition. I mean, that's the whole reason why we have the Daily Gap tournament right now is that competition, but also to build that camaraderie with people that we may have never talked to before. For instance, I've never met Ashley, never talked with her in my life, but thankfully, she's able to come on and join us and give her and be able to provide it as good information and give us some insight as to who she is in general. Ashley, can you tell me where people can reach you on Twitter?
Yeah, my handle I think is Ashley_Mayu. I'm on there a lot. I'll post everything from there. I actually don't run the Fortery account, so that goes through media and communications, but I'm always on there. I do use other social media, but the most public form is obviously going to be Twitter.
Now, do you do podcasts at all, Ashley? Or, obviously you've been on other live streams. Can you talk about that kind of experience?
Yes, I've been going out with the Barstool guys. Blackjack Fletcher and Paula Duca kind of started something, obviously, because of quarantine, and it's actually been really fun. I know Paula the best just from going to the racetrack and mutual friends and things like that. But it's been interesting because they've brought in other people on. Megan's been on, for example, and we all kind of have different betting styles. We have different knowledge, but it's actually nice because we'll sit there and my whole thing is, someone can kind of talk me on a horse, but I'll never let someone talk me off a horse because I don't want to kind of the thing that Spencer was saying. Like, I don't want to say this is my tout and this is my pick. And then someone say, well, you said that horse is going to win. I tossed my horse and they won. I will let people convince me on a horse, but I'll never let them talk me out. So by doing that, we've kind of done that. We've been like, oh, well, maybe like this is how I should structure a pick 3 or pick 4 at some tracks. And you can see when we do kind of the live stream, we all have different tracks that we handicap. There's different, some people want just to make smaller bets and have a little bit of the action at every track at every race. And some of us are more selective. So I think for, quarantine, it's been really nice. I think obviously we all want to go to a track and kind of meet up someday, but I really appreciate it. It's something to look forward to. And it's just fun. I think horse racing is one of those things where it kind of is niche, but we also want to teach a bunch of people, or we get different viewers that come out, are watching all the time and they ask questions, and that's kind of what we're there for. It's just really fun for us.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's the best part about the game in general. Now, when you are trying to integrate other people's picks into your plays, how do you typically go about that? There's certain people that you really trust their opinion, and especially when they're talking about it, you're like, oh man, I didn't even see that. How do you integrate that sort of information into your picks in general?
So, I mean, I kind of try to take what they're saying and try to figure out where it fits in with my pick. So, in this race, if Spencer really likes the 12, and I already liked the 12, but I kind of listened to his reasoning, would that move that horse up higher? Or does that just give me more of a basis for the reason that I like this horse and like strengthen my argument? It really depends. And it also, I think, depends on what sort of wagers you bet. Maybe I'm in a race right now and I'm going to play the pick three here, and I'm debating, do I single and maybe play it for a bigger, maybe I'll go too deep. And maybe from having a conversation, I'll decide, you know what, I'll toss this horse in a price because you or Spencer liked it and I can see it. And then I'll go for that instead. I think it just depends on the structure. I personally play a lot more doubles, exactas, and tries than I do any kind of sequence wager, like a pick four, a pick five. But at certain tracks, I'm all about pick fours and pick five. So just, it really depends.
Now, what would you say that the main circuit that you follow is when it comes to horse racing in general?
Obviously Fort Erie. I mean, I've always been around it. So there I probably play a lot more pick fours and pick fives. And I think the 20 cent minimum really helps that, because you wouldn't believe, people think, at a track of that size and those size fields, if you just beat the favorite twice with a second choice, you're getting pretty big payouts for what they are. I mean, I had a 20 cent pick five at some point pay like 500-600 bucks, and I didn't have like these outrageous prices, and I played a very cheap ticket. I really like Maryland, so I'm roll back today. I'd say the Maryland circuit I follow. In the winter, I actually am a huge Tampa person. I know a lot of eyes are obviously during the championship meet are on Gulfstream, and I still play it, but I do like Tampa, and I think it kind of goes to how the track plays. It kind of reminds me of Fort Erie in some ways. And then, I do follow obviously Naira, but usually when they're at Saratoga the most or at Belmont.
Spencer, talk to me about what circuits you follow mainly. You being a part of the bet squad for Naira. Naira is a big staple when it comes to your handicapping. What do you follow any other circuits, or are you just primarily a Naira guy?
I follow any circuit that has animals with four legs that run around in a circle. That's usually what I like to watch.
Sure, sure.
It's funny. A couple of years ago, like I've always said, people, they follow a lot of the major tracks. So I actually ended up following Fort Erie a bunch last year, and I was like, oh, I can't wait to get to elections. I'm like, wait, what's their schedule like? And I was like, they run 3 days a week. I'm like, this works out so much better than I could have ever thought. The way that they have their schedule for last year, so many people are just, they're Wednesday through Sunday, or they're the weekend warrior types. I love learning about new tracks, and I know that a lot of people say, like, just learn one or two circuits. And I wouldn't say that I play, like, if I open up a forum playing all six tracks for that day. What I tend to do is I'll play like one or maybe two of the tracks for the day. I'll go home for the night, and I'll actually go back in and handicap the other four tracks, because it's the same thing with poker. The more hands you play, the more you'll get better at this. The more races, a maiden claimer at certain tracks is the same at another place. You just kind of have to learn the ins and outs. Like we were talking about when we play Tampa, if we see Gerald Bennett and Daniel Centeno, well, we know from watching for 2 weeks that that's a good combination compared to, Dylan Davis. And I couldn't even tell you a bad Naira trainer at this point, but you kind of just learn the ins and outs. Now, if you just watch one circuit for an entire year, aka Barry Meadows, all these guys who play for a living, you know, the amount of charting they do and that people don't do is a big difference. While people are handicapping other tracks, they're charting.
Mhm.
Uh, Ryan McCarthy, who's in the contest, who does our Sunday Santa Anita, is probably one of the better charters I've ever seen. And I'm actually going to be very interested in trying to get him to do an article with me, or possibly doing something like this where we have him on and talk about his charting, because not many people do it. It's the same thing with the wagering. If we asked 100 people right now in the chat, do you follow your wagers? Nobody does it. Like, somebody could be amazing at pick fours and only play group tickets at that point, when meanwhile they're losing all their money by betting doubles. It
Mhm.
just, you got to find out what you like. And like, I love the Barstool guys. Like, I remember it was kind of like an awe moment. I was on the bet squad. Paul walked in. I'm like, that's Paul LeDuc. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, can I like say hi to him? Like, I'm a diehard Mets fan. Like, they're like, yeah, it's okay. I'm like, okay. Like, seeing stuff like that, it's the game is meant to be taught. And like we said, we want to teach. Sabrina bought me a shirt that said, may start randomly talking about horse racing at any time. And it's just, as soon as I hear somebody say horse racing, I'm 100% in on the conversation.
Sure, sure. Now, Ashley, can you talk about the main things and the main factors that you focus on when it comes to handicapping? And is your process different when it comes to dirt versus turf, or do you follow the same process with a little bit of different changes?
So, I mean, I'll give it to you this way because this is like a very broad question in general. And I think it depends on the sort of race. But first thing I'm always going to do is I'm going to open up, I'm a DRF, I use the DRF PPs. Everyone has their own system, and that's fine. This is just, I'm a buyer person too. So that's what I do. And I'll go through a field and I'll go through the field top to bottom. I won't cross anyone out, right? I'll just get an idea, we kind of talked about like the earlier race. It was a maiden claiming, but it was 75,000. So to me, that's really not different than a special weight. I mean, it's still a lot of money, right? It's not like we're going from a maiden special weight to a 15 claimer or 16 claimer. And then from there, I try to figure out, okay, who has the bigger numbers, who's performed well at this level, who's dropping. And I try to put all those pieces in together. I pay attention a lot to equipment, especially I try to watch replays and see if I think blinkers or LASIKs or whatever you're looking at are going to make the difference. And it's kind of a puzzle. I mean, it just depends. I mean, sometimes I'll go through the forum and a horse will just stick out to me. I also try to always handicap races without the morning line. I think some tracks their morning line stronger than others, and that's not to bash anyone because I would hate that job because that's all people do is criticize.
Hmm.
And that doesn't matter at the track. It doesn't matter if it was Will Rogers, Charlestown, Woodbine. Everyone doesn't like the morning line somewhere. So I think that's probably the best that I do is when I don't look at the morning line because how many times is your eye drawn to a horse that you look at and you're like, oh, 5-2. Like they're all going to bet this horse. Why are they betting it? Where I might not, I might skip over that horse and not see something like that because maybe something else caught my eye. And I just think the morning line is a tool, but you have to know when to use it because how many times you get talked off a horse because wow, this horse is a low price. They're going to bet it down. And that's not necessarily what happens.
Yeah, I was actually just talking with Anna Cora Amparo yesterday about this. That's the exact same thing I do as well as turn off the morning. Want them to sway me. If I like a 20 to 1 shot, I don't want to go back and go, ooh, 20 to 1. Ooh, what did I
Right.
miss? Why? I don't want to be talked off of those sorts of horses because I know, in especially how I handicap, I won't pick those horses more often than not. I won't. My handicapping style just doesn't allow me to see those horses well. So when I am on a higher priced horse, I want to make sure that I'm not talked off of it like that.
Mhm.
Now, Spencer, do you handicap with morning line odds, or do you or do you take them out, similar to Ashley and I?
I'm starting to not really focus on them as much anymore. I build my own morning lines. I do the Barry Meadows thing where I try and figure out, out of 100 races, how many times can this horse win? He's broken it down to percentages and then what the odds should be. So if I think he can win 25, the horse would be 3-1, 33 times out of 100 is 2-1. And then I just kind of build a value line from there with my contenders, which makes betting win bets super easy for me. I just, okay, what was he at? 3-1. He's 2-1. Okay, pass the race.
Hmm.
Or if like second or third choice is triple or quadruple what he's supposed to be, it becomes a much bigger thing. The thing with morning lines too, and just to keep up with Barry's new book, he says the public's going to auto correct anyway because the public's the best handicapper. So
Hmm.
even if it's a wrong morning line, like not to now not bashing Gulfstream, but like we've seen some 20-1 shots win it 5-2.
Yeah.
And people what people don't realize is the morning line maker is also doing stuff around the track that's not just a morning line. Look at someone, for Naira, like now the name's gonna escape me, but
Aragona.
Aragona. He's, a handicapper, but he's also a morning line maker. So I would tend to think that he's also putting more handicapping, like John White out in Southern California as well. Some of these guys, for all we know, are daytime traders and just do this as a side hobby because they
Right, right. Exactly, exactly. All right, we have um, gates have opened. We're midway down the stretch, the front stretch here. The one showing speed, as those gate works and works in general, may have indicated. 5 is sitting just outside of that horse. The pace looks okay. What, 23-4 or 23-3?
oh,
So yeah, a little bit quick. Although it was weird. It looked like they were crawling. So um interesting to definitely see that. Um,
He
that
slowed it down though, quite
yeah,
considerably.
yeah.
Yeah.
What was the second? The second was 48. So or the half. So yeah, they definitely backed it down. Um, w- Ashley, what are your thoughts on your pick and where she said?
I mean, I kind of expected the horse to be forwardly placed. Not, I know I'm a little ahead of you guys on this, so
Yeah.
not too impressed right now. You could see though, even when they went down the stretch for the first time and they went through this by the stands, the one was moving really nicely. But now, where I'm at in the trip, Graham Motion's horse got the perfect trip at that point. Was just stalking around fifth, and now has the lead here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, big move around the turn. Um, I mean, absolute perfect trip for the motion horse with the 12. Your 4 is coming up strong towards the outside of the 12.
Oh, head bob.
Ooh. I I think I think I got the best of the bob there too. That was close. That was
I
real
mean, I'm
close.
still in the stretch, so I'll get to see it now.
Oh
I
my
mean, that's
God.
fair. Oh, this is like just screaming for the wire.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm second. Second at first glance. I mean, just absolute anchor on the 12. But that's such a hard spot too, because I mean, you watched Javier and going into the first turn, he's like 4 wide. He actually ends up tucking in a little bit to get 3 wide, and then gets floated back out a little bit more. So I mean, for him to give that type of effort, I'm really impressed. And he got run down by the horse that was the favorite. So I mean, I'm not when you're playing a contest like this,
Mhm.
you know, people will have the favorite, but I'm not, I've hit all 3 races. So I'm not, I'm going to build up the lead anyway. My goal was to hit 7 out of 11 races to hit the board today. So, that's where we're at for right now. Marshall is gone. Ashley, what did you think?
I'm right here. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
I just didn't see you on the. Okay, he's back.
No,
Okay, Mr. Host,
I
you do
had
your
to
thing.
the my bunny was getting mad because I forgot to let him out this morning, so he was basically shaking the cage. um so yeah, I mean, I think overall you can't really ask for much more from both the 12 for both of your picks from the 12 and the 4. Maybe the pace, that early pace, kind of did the one in. I mean, obviously that first quarter was pretty quick, but really kind of backed it down with the 48 and 113. I think overall, I have no qualms about how Joel rode the one and broke out well and just went go and just kept going. So yeah, that was all right. And the 4 does get the bob. 4, 12, 10, and 9.
I
Woo.
think something here too. Like I'm watching like in our Slack and stuff. Um, just people are saying, "Oh, the 12 had such a terrible trip." Well, the 12's not supposed to get a perfect trip from the 12 hole. You're almost like 50-50 on the horse not getting the. So I mean, when you take a horse at low odds like this at 5-2, sure he would probably was much the best with how his trip ended up. But I mean, he still got run down by a very good horse.
Now, I don't know if I would necessarily say that it was a horrible trip. I mean,
Yeah,
the pace fell apart right in front of him, and so in that respect, say that the trip was good. It just makes me wonder if the horse maybe got lost going down the stretch. I see Benny talking in the chat. He was not impressed with the hand ride from Javier, and said that that if Javier would have hit left-handed, he would win 100% of the time. He just messaged saying textbook on why riders need to be able to use their left hand. He drifts out with the left hand when clear. He wins 1000% of the time. Hashtag useless. So interesting to see Benny bashing his best friend and comrade Javier Castellano. But yeah, good to see Cherie DeVoe get a win. She's actually had a pretty good meet so far. I mean, she's now 3 for 7. That's not too bad for the meet. And it's also good to see someone like her who was an assistant for Chad Brown kind of come into her own. She had a rough go of it right away, but boy, that was it was definitely good to see to see that horse come through. Obviously, the Grand Motion horse. Flying Colors actually really liked the horse too, and definitely I discredited the Tampa effort as you had suggested a lot of people would. And boy, was I wrong. I mean, the horse really came back well and came back strong. Just couldn't get to the wire soon enough. So definitely a horse to look out for moving forward too. That is for sure.
I definitely would add a horse like that to your kind of stable mail. I wasn't honestly paying attention to the whole Javier, with the whip and things like that. But to me, I would also wonder a horse second off a layoff since November 18, stretching out a mile and an eighth. I mean, it's only an extra furlong, but an extra furlong is a lot. And to me, the distance in a race like this is kind of tricky because I know you really like the first time starter. But part of the reason I kind of wonder something like that first time starter going a mile and an eighth on the grass is showed some livelihood in the morning, right? And is fast on the dirt. Is a mile and an eighth too far? And maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe they'll try the horse on dirt next time too. Who knows? It's a tough game. So to me, I just wonder if the 12 also just got a little leg weary in the stretch. I mean, when I saw it, I saw the horse kind of take not like a bad step, but a weird step, as in maybe she was just getting tired. So
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And and that's a great point that that the horse is coming second off of an extremely long layoff. And the comeback race was at a mile. So yeah, an extra furlong is not insignificant in the least bit. Now, when you're looking at the 12, going back to the PPs for Flying Colors, when you take a look at the works coming into that Tampa race, you see a lot of turf works, right? And then Flying Colors runs the maiden special way to Tampa, and then they come back and start doing poly works at Fairhill. Is that something that you take notice of, or I mean, how do you assess that moving forward?
Um, personally, for me, I didn't really look into that just because I know Graham Ocean obviously has a huge string in Maryland, and so he's based out of Fairhill, so that's just how it kind of goes. To me, I mean, typically they tell you Polly, right, is going to play like the turf, and that's what a lot of people do. And you see that a lot, even especially like at tracks like Prescott, right? Some horses that were turf horses will go there, and vice versa. They'll swap them out. The works. I don't think necessarily Graham like pushes his horses that hard in the morning. Like, yes, the top horses, you look at Sharing, she's marvelous in the morning. But I don't think with him, I'm expecting every horse to have these bullet works every time because I just don't think that's how Graham is with his horses. I think you see he kind of gives him some time off, gives him time to develop a little bit. So yeah, the horse had to me fine breezes. Like I said, they're not going super fast. I wouldn't expect anything. But for me specifically, I did not even look at the workouts for this horse. I was looking more at the layoff, the performance at Tampa. Like we'll keep on saying, Tampa kind of gets swept under the rug a little bit just because it's only a $20,000 maiden special weight. I don't think that's true at all. And I think for me, the big thing is off the layoff. The buyer improvement was significant off that length.
I think
Ye-
too, and this is just from someone, our guys who do Laurel, they were telling me Fair Hill can be a deeper surface, so a lot of horses coming out of those kind of workouts do get a little bit more like, I'm trying to think, like Oaklawn was always considered a deep surface, like if they were
Mhm.
shipping out and stuff like that. Looking at Saratoga training track versus Saratoga main track, like sometimes the training track over there was considered deeper, so you'd be looking for those types of workouts. So I do know Fair Hill is considered a deeper track. So like looking at the horse going out extra furlong, I wasn't too worried about that.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and we were talking with Benny last week about works on the poly, and he was saying that it's easier to get horses more fit when
Mhm.
you work on poly versus any other surface. So that's why I wasn't sure if it was something that Ashley had used when it came to the handicapping process. Spencer, was that something that you thought of when it came to the 12?
Yeah, like I said, like when I see Fair Hill and I see Graham, I tend to you know, look at it as the horse will probably be he definitely a horse like that with that many works on the poly is definitely gonna be fit and ready to go for the first time off or
Yeah,
second.
right. Exactly, exactly. Dennis Trusty had a question. He said, "Why is Joel Rosario not riding for Sadler?" I don't have a clue. That was not something that I ever thought of when it came to any of the Hronis Racing horses that are running. Is that anything that you guys have any information on as far as that's concerned, Ashley? Or
That one I don't. I mean, I know agents, when they change, you see a lot of switches. I know sometimes there's falling outs between trainers and riders. I have no clue what the reasoning is for that.
I mean, this is also it too. Sometimes when they're like, "Hey, you want to ride?" Sometimes they don't even know what the date for the horse is coming out of. So they might stack up on 3 horses for that exact race, and then now they have a choice. So the fact that Rosario Sadler, it could be a multitude of things. Usually with that kind of stuff, I try not to get out of the conspiracy theory of, so somebody, especially someone like that who has done well with the barn.
Sure, sure. And Benny just answered as well, saying that Joel doesn't have any alliance to any trainers really. So that's good that's definitely good to know. Looking at the leaderboards, in that last race with the 4 getting the bob, we have another winner for Anakara. We have another winner for CJ Feltz. So they both ended up, since they're going up against each other, they both had that horse. Trackside Mike had the 4. Um, let's see here. Ashley, you had the 5.
Yeah. You didn't have to remind me.
God bless.
uh, Swift Hitter had the 4. EJ XD2 had the 4 and the multiplier. Gene Griesheiber had the 4. Hindsight had the 4. Let's see here. BD Horseplayer. Joe Wolf again had the 4, so he goes back to back winners. Um, and John Piasek had the 4 as well, so he's taken a slight lead against
The cheese man.
Gorgonzola. So yeah, the cheese man. So that's interesting. Now Spencer, you're facing Robin Kentucky. He did not get his picking, so because of that, he gets the favorites for every single one of these races.
But it's the morning line favorite, not who goes off as the favorite. So there is a difference there.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. So because of that, he got the 4 in that race.
So,
Oh, brutal.
actually, I have a question. Ashley, are you looking forward to playing anyone in the tournament or anyone specifically like in your division? Like you're in the division with Ed DeRosa. So obviously, like that's the Titanic matchup everyone's been looking forward to for this part of the schedule.
I don't think I have like a specific person that I'm like
Sure.
ready to match up with. I think it's cool that everyone's got different personalities, different backgrounds, but I think it's going to be interesting since the track rotates that will make a difference. Like I'm just gonna put it out there. Whoever I think Santa Anita's on the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I don't bet Santa Anita really unless I'm there. So congratulations, you already beat me that week. It really does switch it up. We kind of talked about this earlier. Like, are there certain circuits you follow? I mean, I watch racing. I'll turn the channel on if something catches my eye, but my big thing is I'm also super selective personally betting. I've never really followed California since I just don't get out there often. I've only been to Santa Anita twice, but I don't bash it and I don't bash any track just because my firm opinion is that there's money to be made anywhere, whether it's a 5-horse race at
Absolutely.
Charlestown or it's at Golden Gate 40 or you're betting the Dubai World Cup, right? It doesn't really matter to me, whatever you're betting, whatever the circuit and level is, because I think there's always money to be made. So I'll never bash a track. Plus, if a track's nearby, I'm not going to say no. I'll still go to it. So
I think the funniest is when we kind of picked out everything, we're like, well, did anything match up weird? And it was going to be Sean Alvarez versus Jonathan Kinchin, possibly at Delaware Park before Keeneland added their dates in for that same weekend. We're like, can you just imagine those two for that week at that track? It would be a nightmare.
But I think that's fun though too, right?
Absolutely.
Because that's something that they like. A big tournament guy.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think he plays in tournaments on any of those websites that are geared towards these like smaller tracks like Delaware. So I think they might not enjoy it as much, but it'd also be kind of fun for everyone else to see how they stack up on a smaller circuit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's move race number 4, 6 furlongs on the dirt. We're looking at a open claiming 20,000 for 3-year-olds. Spencer, who did you go with in this race?
This is my multiplier race. I am on the number 2, Archability. Something we had talked about yesterday when we were looking through. You said Keith DeSormo not the best maiden next time out. I always give maidens extra credit when they can win on a fast pace, because 9 times out of 10 you'll see the maiden in a maiden special weight that goes up to the allowance ranks with a big gaudy buyer, and the horse was 25 flat to the first quarter. So obviously you'll have to mark that race as a negative. This horse, James Graham gets on. I like the fact that he can also stalk and pounce. I think that this horse has a decent shot. The maiden 20. I don't think it's the biggest, toughest matchup, and it's a very short field as well with a decent amount of horses jumping up in class here.
Yeah, and that was my top pick as well for all of those exact same reasons. The training statistics for Keith DeSormo were a bit disheartening after I put the picks in, but nonetheless, I still like this horse on top for all those reasons. Has increased the buyer speed figures for the last 3 races. With the 1-2 back being on the turf, I can completely cross that one out, even though it was a decent effort. So nice to see him break the maiden last out, and feels poised and ready for a dry track in this race. Ashley, who did you end up going with in this race?
So the backstory on this race is I changed my order 3 times, which tells you I just don't
Ooh.
have a strong opinion on this bunch. It's not a big field by any means. It's 7 horses, but um, I actually changed my mind, and on the final go around, I landed on the horse on the rail. It's my bag baby, the Brad Cox horse and Castellano. I think the reason here obviously was in the 45 going a mile and a 16th at Oaklawn. Now we're going to cut back to 3/4 of a mile, and that's if you look 2 back at the maiden 25 level, was claimed out of that one and just got up there in time. So I'm hoping, looking at some of these horses, I mean, kind of talking about how the 2 kind of benefited from pace, just stalking right behind and then pounced late to get the lead, halfway through the race. I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen, who's going to go to the front in here. To me, it's not very clear. You look at a horse like the 3, who's an outsider, 2 starts back, showed some speed at Belterra. We don't have any of the intermediate fractions for that. But, you keep on going through the field. The 4 and the 5 really don't have a ton of speed. The 6 goes to the front, but it's coming out of those races at Turfway, so different surface. And then you go to the horse like the 7, who's been kind of forwardly placed, but the last 2 has kind of tried to close. Last time showed nothing, and at the maiden level did close. So I couldn't get a good grasp on how I thought this race was going to shake out, which is, I think, kind of why I changed my picks so many times. But for me, the biggest thing was that the one's cutting back and going back to the 6 for long distance and dropping in class.
Yeah, I thought the one was ultra dangerous in this race. Not only the drop in class, but as you said, turning back from route to sprint. The only reason why I didn't have this pick on top was because I figured with Brad Cox and Javier Castellano that the horse was going to take a
Yeah.
bunch of money, and we're looking at 3-2 right now for the horse. And looking at doubles, the horse is going to be pretty short. Um, the double price into It's My Bag Baby is $8.30, with the 5 Creekmore coming in second, and the 4 Johnny Cab coming in third. So that makes me feel just fine about the price I'm going to get on Archability. I do agree that the horse had potentially taken advantage of a hot pace in that last race. Um, but given that it was on the slop and the pedigree doesn't necessarily suggest that the horse should like slop, I liked that. Um, and I think after that maiden special weight on the dirt at Santa Anita, the horse kind of turned a corner, went to the grass and improved the buyer by quite a bit. And then once the horse got back onto dirt, even though it was sloppy, improved again. So it feels like the horse is coming into his own, and hopefully with a dry track, we'll be able um, to hopefully improve those numbers a little bit, because I think it will take somewhere around a 69 buyer to win this race. Spencer, when you were looking at the buyer pars for this field in general, was there anything that really stuck out?
So there is no buyer par for this race. So then what I kind of try to look for would be the last race. Uh, Now what they say is that it doesn't matter the buyer if it's a route or a sprint. I tend to think that's a bunch of baloney, but because certain horses are going to run better at 6 than they will at a mile and 16. I just in this race with it being so short. I mean, the 7 ran a 50 last time, a 56 on the wrong surface for the 6, so you'd have to go back a couple races. I mean, a 33 would be the last fast track, which is not good. The 5 Creekmore had a money race last time. He ran a 66 the time before that. It really just ended up being that this horse was going to have the best last out buyer, even though it wasn't the slop. I tend to think that when I see a 63 back at Santa Anita on a dry track, that Andy Sterling, I think, said it best. If a horse is running 70 on a dry track and a 70 on a wet, he prefers either surface. It's that other horses just might not like the surface as much as he does. And unless if I see in the lifetime PP like 96 on a fast track and 86 for a dry track, I wouldn't really put it that like the 2 can only win on an off track so far. And the price we're getting compared to the 1 is anything over not 4 to 1. I'm fine with. Ashley, were you surprised that the 1 is the favorite?
Well, I did kind of consult this with the morning line when I was done, right?
Yeah.
Not really. I'm surprised when I saw 3-2 in this
Uh-huh.
race. Which, this is also the struggle with contests. I always struggled with this. Someone sent me a DM on Twitter, like, "Oh, do you play contests?" I'm like, "Yeah, how does it go?" Well, there are weeks that you can finish first, and then there's weeks you can finish last, just because in a format like this, you're going with one horse and, hopefully he wins, hopefully he's a price, but you kind of struggle. I really think the favorite's the best horse, and I think, that's the winner. Do I go with that, or do I try to get a price? You have to kind of figure out your strategy. I mean, if I knew this horse was going to be that low, I probably would have went for a different price and hoping that I get a longer price home for second, and I might get a little bit more money back on the place in the show bet. But then, I'm not surprised the horse is the favorite. I'm just surprised that the horse is that low. I mean, if you look at the connections, that doesn't shock me. The cutback, the dropping class, there's a lot of things that point to this horse. I think Johnny Cab, if I'm correct, was low on the morning line. Maybe 9-2, 7-2.
7-2. Yep.
And this is a weird horse because to me, this horse has had some big numbers on synthetic surfaces and still runs okay on the dirt. But, you're in a claiming 20 here. You're coming out of Penn National and Laurel and is only getting minor shares there.
Mm-hmm.
So this was a race that I did think the morning line might not have been perfect by any means. But yeah, it's way too low on the 1 for me to even bet this race. I mean, I think like I mentioned, the first 2 races I didn't really like. This was another one I didn't have a strong opinion on, where I think these maiden races and these turf races today at Churchill, a lot of options there.
Now, if you were going to play your trifectas and your vertical wagers in this race, how would you go about it? Is it something where you would probably key the 1 in second or third, or how would you organize any sort of plays given the price that you see right now at 8-5?
So the horses that I ended up liking here were 1 and 2. If I were to structure a ticket looking at the race more and talking about it, I'd probably use the 1 and 2 on top. I'd use them behind. And then to me, I mean, you'd have to use some prices to make it worthwhile in the third spot in here. I would still use Johnny Cab. I understand, people again might say Penn National, a different circuit than Churchill. You're not wrong, but those are, optional claimer at Parks, the allowance event. I understand, he's not really getting the job done. You have to look at Creekmore. This is obviously a drop-in class. Where do you fit this in? But this goes back to the struggle in a try here. Unless I'm going to play a heavy base wager, I can't see myself using the 3 chalks. The John Sadler horse intrigues me a little bit off the race 2 back. Maybe I think this horse can get a share in there. So I definitely use that horse underneath. The 3 is probably the 1 horse that I just can't really endorse. But, these races are weird. I mean, that was a non-winner to 2 life at Tampa. Know the track very well, but it was 8,000. But one thing that's weird off the layoff, the buyer number on this horse went way up from the race at Belterra in Indiana. And typically, I mean, a lot of the time in those races at Indiana and Belterra, especially Belterra, you're not seeing huge buyer numbers because I don't think they go very fast there. I used to go to Belterra Park all the time. The surface just plays a little bit different. So for me, the logical price horse to use underneath right now would be the 7.
Now, do you ever look at track bias at all, or do you ever use any sort of either rail or outside bias or speed or closing bias or anything along those lines when it comes to handicapping, Ashley?
What I try to do for the most part is, I mean, I do watch races at a lot of tracks. So I kind of try to get a sense of familiarity with the times of races and kind of what they should go for each level. Um, and then I try to kind of stack them up. Even Spencer had said, like, some tracks play very similarly, whether it's the surface or the class level. So I think knowing that is what I do. I mean, some people look at the track bias, they look at the variant, and they take that into high consideration. I don't necessarily do that. Um, I personally try to look at these races and kind of stack them up myself from what I know. And then, sometimes you do use other sources of information. I know some people like Thorograph, they like all different sorts of, additional products you can buy. But for the most part, in a race like this, most of the time you're going to know most of the tracks that they're coming out of. So I feel kind of comfortable handicapping it without stressing on something like the bias or the variant.
Spencer, how do you figure in bias or anything along those lines when it comes to handicapping?
When I talk about bias, I try to ask guys, Pete, Benny, guys like that, Ryan McCarthy for Santania too. Like if he thinks there's been a bias that day. Bias is so overstated now to the point where 2 1-9 shots win the first two races on the lead, and they're speed golden rail, and it's like no, every other horse in those two races runs 40s, and this horse runs a 95. It's like knowing when the 20-1 shot that gives it up at the eighth pole, but still holds on for third. That's when it starts to get interesting. Like, okay, he was part of a fast pace, and he didn't completely blow the anchor out the back, and he ended up third. If I can find a couple more spots like that, or the fact that if I see all 9 winners came 5 wide, out the hot dog stand, well, the rail was probably not the spot to be. Like parks, we always laugh when people watch those for the Derby preps or for the cotillion now. You'll see Javier come across and he's 9 wide on the lead and just like trying to avoid the rail as much as possible. If people watched one track for 30 days and actually fully committed to taking notes on it, I think people would be blown away with how much better they understood the track.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think too a lot of people they try to make excuses for their own poor handicapping by
Mhm.
saying, "Oh yeah, oh yeah, speed bias. That's why I got beat. That's why I got beat." Well, maybe you're just ball correctly, and that's okay. It's not a bad thing to have bad opinions because it only takes one good opinion for your day to turn around like that.
Mhm.
And you could lose all day, and the last race comes up, and you have a decent opinion, and it's right. The rest of the day didn't matter in the least bit.
I mean, we were playing Churchill the other day, and I had a Corey Lanerie horse. It was a 6 horse. He paid $31. I fully know that the only reason that horse won that race was not because of how smart I was. It was that Corey put the horse on the lead when I thought he was going to stalk the pace. And then you just see them, coming down the stretch and just stagger fest home. And I'm like, unless if someone catches a rocket, this horse is going to win. And my handicapping was off, but Corey thankfully put the horse in the lead, and I end up being a winner. So, was my handicapping good? Sure, could have been better, maybe.
Well, I think
Right.
too, there's something to consider. Like 40 area predominantly on the dirt, they go to the front, and
Mhm.
speed prevails a lot. Okay. But to me, when I look at a race, if I think the horse is good enough, I'm not going to let that talk me off using him on the top spot of the day. If that horse is good enough that he's going to be able to race his normal race and perform well. But something I probably try to pay attention to a little bit more is not necessarily even the speed bias, is are there parts of the track that aren't playing well? Like I remember a couple of years ago, the rail at Keeneland was dead and no one wanted the rail. They didn't on it. And when you turn for home, these horses that got these outside trips were racing very well. And these horses that were stuck on the rail, it was just like they hit a brick wall. They weren't moving up on it. So I think that maybe handicap a little bit different. You see that all the time at some tracks, I notice a lot some tracks now. They're getting there. You'd say, well, usually they're going to kind of quit on the
Mhm.
rail or they don't have the opening, and then it's like a drag strip. They're just gone. So to me, I try to focus on that. If I start noticing that in like the first 4 races on the dirt at Churchill, maybe I would question a little bit more. But sometimes I think, especially to me at lower levels, even if it's a $5,000 claimer somewhere, and I really just think this horse, whether it's been speed favoring, is still going to get the job done, I'll use him on top.
All right, all right. Well, great opinions, guys. I appreciate it. All right, they just broke out of the gate, and looks like we have the 2 and the 5 going to the lead. The 4 is sitting 3 wide, and the 6 is sitting 4 wide of that. Interesting to see that. Um, what Spencer? What do you think about our 2 here?
Why as well? I'm also a little bit behind you guys, but I mean, the two wide speed duel I'm okay with as long as there's much more other pressure. The fact that I just see the jockey look underneath his legs is a little bit disheartening because we all know how that stuff is. The horse did take money too. Now it's down to 3-1. So I was probably a little bit happier at 9-2, but he seems like he's going pretty well here on the lead.
And Ashley, what are your thoughts right now? You're a little bit ahead of us, so you got to be mid stretch right now. What do you see?
Yeah, I'm like waiting to see what pans out here. Because the one finally got some room. Something I noticed that, and this is kind of interesting to look at. You don't, since we're not at the track, right? You don't get the eyes on view of this horse. The one is a very small horse compared to the rest of the field. Is something
Yes.
that really popped my eye out, which might have changed my opinion. I'm also kind of kicking myself because I think Johnny Cab got the job done.
Yeah,
Aw.
yeah.
Who originally on my list was the top horse I picked and talked myself off of.
Oh no! Oh
Yeah.
no!
And then that time I also had the 7 there, which we kind of talked about the 7 a little bit underneath. I had 4, 1, and 7. So yeah, not too happy with the race, but the 2, I mean, they did go quick. You saw the 2 now not stalking off the pace and going towards the front and having to lock up with someone a little bit. And I think that's kind of why things didn't pan out for him today.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
plus with the multiplier, like when you're playing the multiplier bet for the 1.5, all I'm trying to do is hit the board at that point.
Mm-mm.
Like as long as, obviously winning would be great with the multiplier, but just what a big waste it would be if you play a horse in the. That's why like people are like, oh, play the 20-1 shot with the multiplier. Well, I'd rather
Right.
hit the board with a 6-1 than miss the board with a 20-1.
Well, then I think you look here too. I don't know who got the head bob there, but you look at it looks like it was Johnny Cab. A horse like Johnny Cab, if you look at the races at
Yeah.
Penn National, I mean, I know the last one is a mile, but go to the race before that on the 29th of February. They went 46 to the half. And, similar to this, but you even look at the race before that where they were only going 5.5 over a sloppy track and a little bit quicker tempo helped him out.
Yeah.
I think with him, I really didn't pay too much attention to the last races at a mile and cutting back. He's probably a little bit stronger. And Churchill, they're going to go probably slightly faster. Overall, I mean, the time wasn't drastically different if you look at, what they went the 5/8 in and stuff. But I mean, a horse like Johnny Cab, 3 starts back, his best race. He got some pace to run at, and he ran a 68 Fire, which wasn't putting him off. You even said, I think, like a mid 60, upper 60s,
Yeah.
kind of where he had to be at. So, yeah, definitely would I would have used him at 4-1.
Well, and I think that's always the interesting thing too, looking back through the PPs after the race. It's a horse that is absolutely logical and definitely uh, obviously was found by you. But with this horse, what really kind of steered you away? I mean, obviously you said it was your top pick, and then you started kind of switching the picks around with the 1, and so what really drove you away?
So honestly, it's funny that I'll say this out loud because it's the cutback, which the 4 was also making, but the 1 was getting the cutback in distance, and something is the winner. Yeah, the horse was finished 4th in an 8-horse race, beaten by 2.5. But that second, third, 4th place finisher, it was like a blanket finish. They were all together, so I wasn't, the horse was just there, just missed second that day, and I did think the class relief, second time out, Cox was going to be the difference. Now we saw that didn't make a difference. The horse was shuffled further back than probably what would have been ideal for that horse. I would have liked to trip a little bit closer, but sometimes things like that don't pan out. So
Yeah, what sort of excuses did you guys see at all for the number 1? Obviously, Benny's going to say excuse was that Javier Castellano was on the back, uh, but beyond that, did you guys see any excuse as far as the trip was concerned, or was it just simply just the horse wasn't good enough today?
for me, I didn't see the break out of the gate, so I don't know if anything wrapping up what we were talking about. I don't think the horse had a bad break from what I saw. I kind of have the volume on low. I don't know, was, a little too far back, but even in the stretch when tried to come up on the rail and didn't have enough to get going. So I don't think the horse had a ton of excuses, to be honest.
And
Uh,
I think that's the hard thing. Like you said, the three coming in off that Tampa form, but that big improve in the Buyer. Like that's what's so great about the sport. People would say like, oh well, going from 2 to 3, there's that improvement, or is it the fact that it was a sloppy track? There's not just one answer ever for a running line. Like you talk to 10 people about the same race, and it's 10 different opinions.
yeah, absolutely. And looking at that at the start of that one, it looked like the one almost half hopped out of the gate and was absolutely a step. And so by the time the horses started actually running out of the gate, um, that she was already a length behind. And as Ashley said, watching the replay, she is small.
She really
T-
is. Like
sh
compared to Johnny Cab, like
Yeah.
she is I should say he is
He
very
is very
small.
small. Yes, yeah. My apologies. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, definitely, definitely a small horse, which makes it kind of hard. Obviously, smaller horses tend to be a little more agile and a little more handy. But it's hard to be able to make any run when you're behind a wall of horses at that point coming down the stretch. Now, Ashley, talk to me about you being a paddock analyst and looking at the physicals of a horse. Obviously, the first thing you noticed with It's My Bag Baby was that he was small. Is that you look at a lot when it comes to your job as a paddock analyst?
Yeah, I think size does, like, when you look at horses and you're trying to size them up, I mean, that does play a role into it. I think, too, a big thing is just seeing how they're acting in the paddock. And I think one thing that I've learned from doing this at Fort Erie is because I'm there most days of the meet, especially, like I said, the last 2 years with the post times, it'll be different this year. Um, horses that are going to be bad in the paddock, and it doesn't alarm you, where I think sometimes you see things and it's alarming because you're like, wow, this horse is young, acts up all the time, where some of these older horses, they are just not good in the paddock. They're not getting, they're not good getting saddled. On the opposite of that, sometimes these horses are just like perfect citizens, right? And then I'd be concerned if I see a horse acting up. But one of my favorite horses at Fort Erie, I love him. He's a really well bred son of Curlin. His name's Little Deuce Coup. He is the worst horse that I've seen in the paddock ever. Um, you never know what he's going to do. A couple of years ago, we had a horse who was actually a really nice little turf horse, made his fair share of money in the smaller races, but his name was Handsome Cowboy. I mean, he always acted up. You just knew it. It never concerned me. And sometimes when he didn't act up, I was actually kind of concerned, So then I look at, I think physically you look, I think maybe sometimes you look a little bit more in baby races or in maidens in general, 2, 3-year-old races, because you haven't seen these horses before, especially first time starters. And then you focus on pedigree. But, you can also tell level wise when you see a $20,000 claimer and a $5,000 claimer. Sometimes you can definitely see the difference there too. So it's always something to look at and just kind of to, consider. I try not to, again, let it talk me off a horse. I really know, like, I've seen this horse 10 times in the paddock and I've never seen this horse this upset or something like that.
Yeah, and I think that's always interesting because I think a lot of people look at the physicals of a horse and go, oh my gosh, that horse is small. I can't bet that horse. When in reality, it doesn't. It's not a good or a bad thing. It's just that's how the horse is is conformation wise. It's
Right.
a smaller, handy horse. It doesn't mean that the horse is slow by any stretch of the imagination. And I think too, a lot of people put too much stock into physicals that may be kind of misleading. Looking at kidney sweat and stuff like that. Maybe the horse always sweats or always acts up, like you were saying. And so I think it's definitely something you need to be careful with looking at those things. Like for you being in the paddock and seeing these horses on a daily basis, that makes a big difference. And I mean
Hmm.
big difference where you're able to see those patterns and mark them down. Now, when you are in the paddock and you see things like the horse acting up, is that something where you put notes into Formulator right away, or do you just take notes on the side and then you go back and input them in? I mean, how do you work that into the process?
Yeah, I actually carry a notebook sometimes and I actually write these or I put them in my tablet just so I'm kind of aware, especially with maidens. I think especially part of being an analyst is sharing what you see with everyone else because there's a good chance they might not be on the track. Or I really learned from doing radio with HRN to paint the picture is crucial because they can't see anything. And so, I try to talk about, I'll go through my horses, but I will point out, maybe the horse that I didn't use on top is acting up or looks immaculate in the paddock. I do point those things out because I think some people care about that more. But I do think it's, sometimes you'll see a horse and it reminds me, I know Acacia Courtney pretty well, and I've worked with her, and she pointed out on Twitter a couple weeks ago that a horse had put on weight, and things like that is really important just from interviewing trainers. Sometimes a horse has a big performance and they're just not eating up right away afterwards, or a couple days before their next race, they haven't been eating as well. Like horses sense these things. So I think weight gain is usually a really good thing for the most part when you see it. And to take notes like that and to kind of have that in your mental checklist is crucial.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Spencer, how do you use physicals and that sort of thing when it comes to handicapping, or is that something that you try to stay away from?
Listen to Maggie Wolfendale. That's it. Like just when you can, and this is the thing I always tell people, like the way you can learn is if you're gonna watch four tracks on the day and it's Kate and Bradar, Maggie, Acacia, all these paddock people doing physicality stuff, just watch every prattle. Like that's the best way. Talk loves talking horses because they can learn something from it. Why watching us is why they can learn something. For beginners, like if you want to learn more about physicality, obviously Maggie, like this horse has a turf foot. Now, obviously you can't see that horse's turf foot, but when they show them on camera, oh, well, this one has a high, a bigger caboose. So this one is probably better for sprinting. Whereas like the longer, more elegant horses is going to be a router. It's like just learning that. And then you could be like, okay, I'm going to take the next few races when I know she won't be on. And let me just try and, guess. And then, I'm not saying to like reach out and be like, hey, Maggie, what was your note on the 5 horse, in the 6th race yesterday? But like, if you ever have a chance to talk or learn, like just find someone who's good at what they're doing, obviously pace handicapping, I know Jonathan Kinchin's very good with it. It's something I struggle with. So I try to always pick his brain. Benny South Street with the trip notes right now doing that great service. If you've never done trip notes before, like he's giving them out for free for the next 20 days. Grab his notes from the late pick 5 tomorrow at Churchill, and then you do notes. Like and then see what his notes are compared to yours. Obviously, he's doing races from before tomorrow, but still, like that's the way you can learn. Okay, this he said this horse was late out of the gate. I thought the horse broke, 5 lengths slow. Benny thought he broke 1 length slow. Like,
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and thanks for bringing it up. Yeah, make sure everyone that is watching the stream and is taking a liking to the chat and stuff like that. Make sure that you go ahead and hit that like, hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel, so that way these live streams for every week of the contest, you're notified as to when we're starting. Also, make sure you go check out notepros.com, Benny South Street. Um, Second to none when it comes to trip notes. Benny was on with the Public Handicapper podcast yesterday. The other person that does the trip notes with him is Paul Cush, who is a very, very good tournament player as well, based out on the West Coast. So make sure that you guys are checking those notes out. I cannot tell you how invaluable that information is. All right, we've already seen on some of the tweets from Tripno Pros on Twitter that it's already helped people make some pretty big scores. So make sure you guys are checking that out and taking a look at those notes, and then going back and taking a look at those horses in the form and seeing if it's something that you need to kind of change your opinion about for sure. So I definitely great plug. Um, Looking at this upcoming race, we're looking at race 5, which is the last race that we have for Spencer and Ashley both. I cannot thank you guys enough to come on and join and be able to not only talk handicapping, but you know talk about yourselves and how you're so invested in the game that we all love. So I really do appreciate it. Moving forward, race 5, we have a maiden claiming 20,000 on the dirt, 6 furlongs for 3-year-olds and up. Spencer, who is your top pick?
My topic was the 5 horse until it got scratched. Now I'm kind of was hunting around for one. I ended up on the outside again, Corey Lamory for better or worse with the Philip Sims barn. It's just a horse that I'm kind of just taking a shot with off a long layoff, hoping that the 3 to 4 jump. The horse ran really good on debut with a 65. That's about what the buyer part will take to win here. So I'm hoping that maybe just that nice jump. Usually you don't want to take the older maiden in a maiden race, but I'm willing to give a horse one shot at 4, especially at a price like 8 to 1.
Well, and I think too that an older maiden who has only ran twice is a different story than an older maiden who has ran, 10, 15, 20 times at that rate.
The only thing that would scare me with that would be why she only ran twice at 4. Usually that means that there's some, problems, physically. So for me.
Sure, sure. When it comes to that, do you tend to look at the workouts or look at the spacing of the workouts? I mean, for the most part, for better or for worse, he's been fairly consistent in March, April, May. It looks like February was where the last break was, and then a pretty big break from February to October of 2019. So, how do you take a look at those workouts to determine the
When
form?
I'm looking at the workouts, I like to see that they put another gate work into him, and just the fact that um, the debut race, people always say like, well, he's 1 for 2 off this kind of type of layoff. Well, I always consider the debut as off a layoff as well, and the horse did run 7th, but the 65 buyer fits right here. If we can see improvement off of that race, the workouts to me, as long as they're working somewhat regularly. I mean, 11, the workouts from April were fine, and then the last workout from the 8th to the 23rd is a little concerning. But like I said, if the horse had 47 flats out of the gate the whole time, we would not be getting 8 to 1 on this horse. So you gotta take some good with the bad.
That's true. It's true. And just a slight correction, Spencer. One horse outside of the 12, which is the 14 natural
Correct.
history, that horse did draw in. Just it's always tough to be able to see those also eligibles. Kind of, I certainly don't want anyone to miss a horse that they may or may not have looked at. So make sure to note that the 14 did draw in. Ashley, who was your top pick in this race?
Unfortunately, I'm getting a chalk again. I thought Digital Star kind of stood out, and I assume a lot of people took this horse in the contest just in general. I mean, you have a horse that's 5 or 6 in the money, Wayne Catalano, Tyler Gaffleon. I think the drop in class is going to help this horse. Has faced some pretty salty groups at Oaklawn. I always find Oaklawn to be a competitive meet, even before that was at Fairgrounds. So getting 8 and 20, I just think this was the huge difference for this horse. And then, you even look at the workouts, just came to, with the way the shipping worked at Churchill, people could come in at certain times with their horses based on where they were and other things. Have to like the breeze from a time perspective, most recently at Churchill. And I think the horse, buyer wise had one of the stronger buyers for this horse at Churchill if you go all the way back to November. So that's something that I kind of looked into a little bit. Was beaten by 5 lengths in there, but it was a 10 horse race. Everyone else was kind of spread out in that race. But it's actually funny that we talked about for better or worse. I actually like the other Phil Sims horse. If I were playing exotics, the horse on the rail, the one Chili Nelson. The Sims, they went to Oaklawn, let's see, last year. I think Phil sent his son, Matt Sims, and this year they decided to stay back. And then obviously this all hit. So I knew they were shipping a couple horses, I think, to Oaklawn. So this horse has just been consistently working at Keeneland, and that's where they're based out of. That's where they have their string right off of, I think it's on Race Road. But the workouts in the morning were kind of very consistent for me, and the times were consistent, which I liked. And the last 2 were a little sharper than the rest. So I thought this horse would be a bit of a price. Last time I looked was like 11 to 1. I think it's 10 to 1 now. And I liked Raphael getting on the horse. I thought that gave me a little bit of confidence. They don't typically team up necessarily all the time, but he's been doing okay at the meet.
Yeah, yeah. And so going back to your top pick for Digital Star, is it
Mhm.
a concern for you the horse has ran 6 times and still kind of fall down the ladder to this condition at maiden 20? Is that of concern at all?
Well, we kind of talked about this earlier with Sherry DeVoe's horse, right? Who ended up winning, got a little extra distance in that event, going from a mile 16 to a mile and eighth, which made the difference. Not necessarily in this case. I mean, it is interesting to see this horse is hitting the board, but is also being beaten by, which is why for me, if this horse was staying at like a maiden 40 level, I probably wouldn't use this horse on top. But going down to a maiden 20 at Churchill against this group where some of the horses, they've only fared well at the maiden 20 level, or even a little bit lower than that, or haven't started. I think for me, the experience and hitting the board at least at better levels was enough for me to say, okay, I'll give this horse one more shot.
Yeah, yeah, and also, taking note that the horse is dropping 50% from the claiming tag from the previous. It also makes it interesting, just trying to find that right class level for
Right.
that horse in general. My top pick was Don't Need a Name, the number 4. Um, Brett Calhoun. If you look at the bottom of the page, when it comes to that maiden special weight to maiden claiming, 39% for a $3.74 ROI, which is absolutely gaudy. The horse was purchased for 110,000 out of the Keeneland September sale in 2017. Um, and that first race on the slop, I can completely forgive that, considering that A, it was maiden special weight, B, it was on slop. So given both of those things, I can certainly forgive that effort. And even that 55 Beyer speed figure in that race is not that far off from the favorite. Both of your guys' picks, mid 60s.
Yeah.
So it is kind of interesting to see that. Obviously, I'm hugely concerned about why this horse was purchased for 110,000 and is now in for 20 after an effort that if I was an owner I could completely forgive and probably put back in at that same maiden special weight level. So that obviously concerns me greatly. Um, the other thing too is Mitchell Merle has been kind of slow. Um, you know, this meet only riding 22 mounts, but does have 2 winners, and Mitchell Merle is a very capable rider as well. So yeah, lots of concerns, but given that I'm getting a 9-2 price on a maiden special weight dropper, I am more than ecstatic about 9-2. I actually thought that this horse would take a little bit more money when it came down to it. Looking at the board, we see the number 2 for Vicky Foley with David Cohen in the irons taking quite a bit of money, down from 12-1 morning line to 5-1. Do you guys see anything that you liked about this horse, or was this a horse that you left out in total?
I mean, the workout two back, the nice to always see, but I feel like the price is better, obviously, with this horse compared to a horse like the 4. I mean, you're almost getting the same exact price. I just would much rather have a guy who is so good with the maiden special weight dropper, and this horse is already lost at the claiming level. Even though it's kind of like the digital age thing, digital age looks a lot better with back numbers compared to this horse who ran a 34.
Ashley, do you tend to agree?
I do. I mean, I can understand a little bit maybe why they would play this horse. I mean, you get David Cohen aboard, you have blinkers on, you have a horse that's making its first start, going from that 2-year-old to 3-year-old and has had time off. I see the breeze almost in a minute flat on 19th at Churchill. I can see the logic. I mean, the runner up in that event came back next time to win, which is it's kind of interesting if you look at these, especially these horses that have at least kind of been racing through the pandemic, that have been maybe at Gulfstream, Tampa, and Oakland. You're seeing in the some of the performances, you are seeing, the runner up or the third place finisher didn't win last time out, but a lot of the time you're not seeing that because these horses went to other tracks or maybe aren't racing right now. That kind of doesn't help out as much. But I wouldn't, this wouldn't shock me, but for me, I'm not in love with this horse. I didn't use this horse when I kind of wrote this out for me. And if I were playing it, I used the 6 and the 1 and the 4. And same thing that you had mentioned, don't need a name. The statistics are just, I'm a statistics person in general, but Brett Calhoun is just, he's a monster at this. At second time out, in the drop, everything that you mentioned, and even this sort of a layoff, this length of a layoff. And then the next horse I looked at was the other Filson's horse, because Spencer and I didn't really talk about when we were talking about the two Phil Sims horses is that Corey typically does ride a decent number for Phil. So it makes you wonder, did he have an option? Because he had never ridden this horse before. So maybe he knew, had an option and he thought this would be a better pick. You never know.
And exactly. Now, Ashley, can you talk about the horse that you chose for your 1.5 times multiplier?
Sure.
And not only talk about the horse, but the race in general.
Actually, I went with the 6th race right before I leave, so we won't know how it turns out. I like that. Makes me feel less pressured. I actually went with a Tampa horse. I went with the 11 tabled for Michael Stidham. I think if you're looking at this field, this was a great betting race, in my opinion. I think this is a race where you could get some upsets in the trifecta, and kind of looking at what other professionals put out and just things that that everyone kind of has an opinion in this race, and they're not very close. There's to me, maybe 4 horses that could win. So I think tabled was 6-1 morning line. I think what I liked is the only 2-time winner in the field, which was something to kind of note, is coming off a win, but this horse has been able to go to the front and perform well and has been able to rate off the pace. So I think there's a couple options that Ortiz will have. And that was also a big plus. You see Ortiz is climbing aboard. And I think sometimes Mike Stidham, you can catch him at a price when he's shipping out of Tampa because he does have a string there. And, he has fairgrounds as well and things. But with the Tampa horses, they're going to Gulfstream or they're going to other circuits where they kind of just don't get as much attention because they're coming out of Tampa. So I'm hoping, I don't know if we'll get 6-1, but I'm hoping for 5-1. And that's why I went with this horse as my best bet. For me, I'm going to go for a little bit more money, hopefully. As we see, I've given a lot of favorites and they haven't fared well, but I know some people might use a horse like, we have the 7th race, and even I think a lot of people might use the best bet on the favorite. And I just rather try to get more money and maybe get a little ahead that way.
Yeah, and I agree with all of the things you said about tabled. Tabled was not my top pick in this race. The more I think about it, the more I probably should have used tabled because of the price. My top pick was the number 10 Tiesto. I just thought the back class was way too good. Getting Joao Rosario aboard, from Junior Alvarado, and I think ultimately, Bill Mott's going to have this horse ready for a big campaign as far as graded stakes are concerned. And I think
For
this is
sure.
a great stepping stone for that horse. I could completely understand going, oh well, maybe we're just prepping for better in this spot, but my hope was that we would that the horse would be ready to go, with tabled being by far the horse that I am the most afraid of when it comes to that. Spencer, what were your thoughts overall with that 6th race?
For the 6th race, I ended up on the number 2. Let me just get back into my iPad. It logged me out. That was very strange. Let me know. Julian Leperoux seems to get a lot of flack. He was always one of my favorite jockeys. I just kind of like the fact that the last race, 4x2.5, it seems like this horse is going in an upward projection. Ian Wilkes kind of will keep the price at the right kind for the contest, even though the horse is 5-1. I don't think he'll go much lower than that. And the other horses I ended up on were the 10 and the 11. So I went far outside. Tiesto for Bill Mott. This is the horse that we had talked about coming out of the Palm Beach, and how you think that the graded stake form added to the allowance. It is a very big class drop, but I think that for what this horse will be price wise, I'd rather take a shot on a horse at 6-1 than what this horse could be 6-5.
Yeah.
Because in contests, as people who know, head to head's very different. But if we were playing one where it was a ladder, we want the favorite if it's not going to be our horse.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like if, even though there's only 2 of us playing, I'm protected by having the favorite being in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes down to seedings for playoffs down the road. I did circle the 11 as well, just another kind of horse. I think the outside and Michael Stidham being 0 for 11 are just a little bit of a negative. While you guys were talking about those picks, I did quickly Mike Gorgonzola McIntyre is doing the updates as we go for each race on the for everyone's picks. I currently have 30-20 against Rob, who is 23-50 with just the morning line favorites. Ashley is at 750. Huck is only at, I believe, 1240 or 1290. So you're definitely still in it. Joe Wolf is at 2350. Marshall, you're at 340.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
So
it's been tough sledding for me, man. You didn't have to remind me there. I knew that was a problem.
We just
I mean,
want our prices to come home now.
Yeah.
I mean, last year I think I had like the worst day. It was 11 races at Church Horse, or maybe it was Oaklawn, and I had 760 after 11 races with one horse running second. And I mean, my Twitter just blew up when people saw my final score. They're like, were you blind when you did this? I'm like, no, I just got really unlucky, guys, but thanks for that. And so now they said they were going to send me a trophy for lowest score ever on the contest.
But this just shows you how contests work.
Absolutely,
like I said, someone sent me a DM about playing contests, and I showed them a tweet that I posted, I don't know, maybe a month ago. I played in one of those happy hour Breeders' Cup that would be a feeder, right? It's only $20 to enter, and it goes to a good cause. So the only good price horse that I had that wasn't like the favorite with second choice was Centennial Farms Mios, right? He wins. So if you had a first choice and a second choice in case of a scratch. If I just would have used all my second choices, I would have finished second in the tournament. Okay. Instead, I finished 110th out of 100 and some.
Oh.
And if I would have used Mios and all my other second places, right, I would have won the tournament, which just shows you like these are really like you could have your second choice win every race. It's just how it works.
And I mean, I think that's just what's so great about our tournament. We have guys like, Sean Alvarez, who didn't even make the playoffs in the first season, but he ended up winning the losers bracket. And it's crazy when we think about it. The reason that he didn't make the playoffs is because somebody didn't take Charlatan or Nadal on that day in Oaklawn, which hurt him by losing certain tiebreakers. We have tournament players in here. We have recreational players. We have beginners, people who watch racing 26 hours a day. And just see everybody come together like this first week. Like the smack talk was good for the first week, but we just know when certain people are going to match up that it's going to get to be a lot. Twitter's about to be real rowdy.
Well, I feel like some personalities actually probably do clash. And then, I don't know, I just enjoy to instigate. I know I usually will lose, but it's always fun to just like ruffle someone's feathers.
Absolutely.
I mean, Nikki, the night before the championship, sent me some Teletubby meme, and I was just like, are you kidding me right now? Like, I'm just so triggered, like trying to handicap this card. And then she beat the pants off me pretty much.
Oh, that's so good. Now, Ash, if there was one bit of advice that you could give to beginner horse players, what would that be? Like, but what was like the advice that you would give to them?
I think to ask questions. I think in general, whenever we learn about anything, and I'm not just talking about racing, like we're always afraid to ask questions, or then you have the person that asks like 100 questions. I think that's fine. I think go to a track with maybe someone that knows a decent amount of stuff that can teach you a few things, but always like ask questions. If you're asking, well, why do you like this horse? Ask for the justification. Or if you see some weird symbol on the form, you don't know what it is, like, don't be afraid. I send stuff like that to people all the time just so they have a reference, because it is really overwhelming to look at a form.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. This race just went off. And it looked like the one coming out of the gate stumbled. So Chili Nelson, the other Phil Sims, kind of out the back there. Yeah. Right now we see we have the two holding the rail position, but is going to get cleared by the 3. And then we're 3 wide there with the 7, and then the 11 on the very outside. Interesting to see this sort of pace dynamic where we have all these longer priced horses all just kind of gunning for the front. With the opening fraction of 21 and 3 just flying out front. The 12 kind of coming around that outside. What do you see here, Spencer?
I do like the position. I think it's always fun when we see all these long shots, because a lot of jockeys would be like, oh, they'll come back to me. And then they just never come back. But with seeing that sub 22, I mean, I think the 12's in a really good position here, and hopefully gets to jump on a lot of these other stalkers and closers.
Yeah, well, and the 6 kind of inhaled the lead, and then the 14 absolutely put on the afterburners and draws off, getting the win. The number 14, Natural History. That was not a horse that I really liked. I did look at the horse. I told y'all to look at the horse that also eligible. Spencer was trying to throw you off because he was throwing in money on it. But no, just a great ride by Ricardo Santana. Obviously a hot pace, was able to take advantage of that coming around the outside. Digital Star had a good trip and was able to make the lead, but just couldn't hold off the fast charging Natural History, the 11, Suspect, and then the 3. Um, Finishing in fourth, Begin the Begin.
Nice
So
super.
yeah, yeah, nice super's right. I mean, we're talking 16-1 over the favorite 65. And then you have
7,
Suspect 47-1 over the
81.
81-1. I mean, holy buckets. Is that just crazy?
Did have it in the contest, Marshall, because I don't have that page pulled up.
Oh, let me look. Yeah, let's see here. We're on the 5th race. CJ Johnson had the 14.
Oh man.
Oh boy, CJ had the 14. So basically RIP Lance Knight. Um let's see, what else do we have? I do not see anyone else with the 14. So oh no, I lied. Sean Alvarez.
Oh, and he's about to just come on the show.
Oh boy, Sean Alvarez with the 14. RIP Nicky Sam. Oh boy, is that just gonna start things off just rowdier than all get out?
What we don't know is that Nicky's also hit like the first 2 races, and this is what he needed to get out of the hole to begin with.
Right, right. But I mean, getting out of a hole with a 16-1 shot is
Horse, $50-$60 horse start.
which is a great one. CJ Johnson with that big old boom. Let's go. Just a beautiful selection. I definitely, once we get Sean on, we're gonna have a nice discussion about what he saw in that race, because in that horse specifically, crazy result. I definitely want to thank Ashley Mayu, Spencer Luganbuehl for coming on for the early pick 5. Hopefully you guys had a fun time. We got to have you back on here, shortly. Thank you guys. Take a short break, and we'll be back here in about probably 5 to 10 minutes with a new group, and as we're going to go over the late pick 6. All right. So thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks, Marshall.
One. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Daily Gallop Live. It is your host, Marshall Sterling, coming to you live here. We have the guests for the later part of the card. We have the one and only Sean Alvarez. Sean, how you doing today?
I'm good, thanks. How are you guys?
After that last hit, man, you're flying high. We also have Sean's opponent in the tournament, Nikki Sam. Nikki, how are you doing today?
Hey, I prefer returning champ, and I
Ooh.
don't see a trophy anywhere. My
So
trophy, it goes right here. I have a little spot for it right there. Trophy, missing.
uh,
Opponent,
I
the
know, I know.
champion.
The trophy is actually on the way. I dropped it off at the UPS store yesterday, so it is on the way. I promise. I promise.
Okay.
And I apologize. Yes, champion of season one. I apologize. All right, and then we have the one and only Ancora Imparo. Ancora, how are you doing today?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, good. Thanks so much for joining. I appreciate it, guys. All right, Sean, I want to start out with you. In that last race, you were able to find that number 14 coming in. What did you see in that horse that you liked that you had to have?
I mean, it really, it's a completely different thing when I'm handicapping, where I'm going to the window to bet, or when I am playing in a contest, especially one like this, where we're getting not only the win and the place, but we're also getting the show money as well. I handicapped it probably very similar to the way Nikki and the rest of the room did. I thought the 6 was the logical winner. I also figured the horse would be even money, went off at 6-5. To me, that's a free square. I'll let whoever I'm playing, especially since it's a head to head, if they have the guts to play that horse, I'll let them take the $8 and change if I miss. So for me with that, I chucked that horse out as far as my top pick, because it just wasn't valuable in a contest for me. So then I handicapped from the out in, and I actually started with this horse. I like the competitive edge, the sprinting pedigree. The last 2 times, cutting back from a route, I thought there was a lot of upside. Sorry.
No, you're
I thought there was a
good.
lot of upside in the for the horse to run well. I didn't even think we were going to get 12-1, let alone the 16-1. So for me, like around the 10-1 was where I was guessing it was worth a shot. So that's how I landed on that one.
Yeah, I mean, great pick by you and CJ Johnson. I mean, when you have a pick like that, that's going to give you $50 in total towards a contest. I mean, that's huge. That is just ginormous. Now, Sean, I know you're playing in tournaments today in general. How have you been faring on the leaderboards for your tournaments?
Actually, I've got TVG up on the other screen because of the FS2 whatever's going on. But they don't even start till Tampa 7. So I'm in 3 actual feeders: the Laurel Big One, the Lone Star, and I'm sorry, the other one's not an actual feeder. It's a NHC private NHC thing to get into the qualifier for tomorrow. So nothing's starting yet. So I'm looking great. I'm tied for first. If it stays like this, I win.
Hey, there we go. There we go. Exactly, exactly. All right. Well, moving on to the races, we'll start handicapping here. We got race 6 coming in here. What we have 6 minutes to post. Um, Nikki, what are your first thoughts, and how did you handicap this allowance race?
Well, I thought the favorite, I think it's on Tiesto. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the odds recently, but the number 10 Tiesto comes back from second in a stakes race at Gulfstream Park, just towers over the field.
Yeah, and that was how I saw it too. Right now we are getting 3-5. Uh, and that was the horse that I picked as well. In the first half of the card, I was talking with Ashley Mayu and Spencer Lugenbuehl about this race, and ultimately, I thought I should have landed on the 11 instead of the 10,
Yeah, the
just
11
because
will
of the price.
definitely be there too. I think like ever since he's been gouted and switched to turn, they'll stopping him. So I think those were my 2 top picks. I have the 10 and the 11.
Oh, and Cora, what did you think in this race, and who did you end up picking as far as the race is concerned in the tournament?
I have Buy Me Candy, and again, I've only been doing this for a couple of months, but when I look at the card, I focus on the race conditions. And so, a couple of things that I liked was that Buy Me Candy climbs. So wherever Buy Me Candy starts, they seem to kind of climb in position, and that is positive for me. So that's why I liked Buy Me Candy.
Well, and two, with Buy Me Candy, not only are you getting 9 to 1, which is a great price, but also that increase in buyer speed figure from the first from the debut to the second was great to see, and the fact that the horse was able to show a new dimension by keeping close to the leader. I really like that horse as well. That was actually my second choice or third choice. Sorry, um, Sean, where did you land in this race?
I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's the exact same thing. You know, the 10 that Nikki played just towers over this field. If they can run that race back, I just don't see anybody competing with that horse. So again, where my strategy lays, there's no problem with taking, a short price favorite that you think towers over the field, because, why else where um uh you might not have as strong of an opinion. So again, for me, I started with just chucking the favorite, and I landed on the 12. I don't love the post position, but I feel like if we can break, somewhat decently like we did in the last start, be a little bit closer to the pace. And also, I mean, nothing. I'm not talking bad about any of their previous connections, but first off the claim, Mike Maker on turf going 2 turns. I mean, where do I sign up? So.
Well, yeah, and it's a big trainer change from Bernardo Lopez to Mike Maker, that's for sure. Bernardo Lopez being a 22% trainer, um, and then we're switching over to basically the king of grass, other than Shannon Brown, with Mike Maker. So yeah, definitely a big step up there. Now, Nikki, when you're going through the race, through the races in general, how do you handicap in general? What are some things you really focus on, and especially when it comes to a turf race like this, what are some things you really look for?
I look at the gate workouts and just of how they've been training, just their speed figures. I'm big on speed figures. Who, the post position, how I think is it okay if a horse gets like sent back, and can they rate? Can they, some horses are great. They can either come from behind or they have to win out, up front. But yeah, you definitely want to see which ones are more versatile, so that whenever you do see their post positions, it's not a big difference, of what happens in the beginning part of the race. So I always look in at those for sure.
Yeah. Uh, Now, when it comes to speed figures, what speed figures do you use? Are you primarily DRF, buyer speed figure, Brisnet? There's
I
Optics,
think
Thorograph, Ragazin, you name it of them. What do you use?
well, I use Brisnet because I have a very close friend who works with Brisnet. So
Oh, insider
I have to use
information.
Brisnet.
Oh,
So I have to use Brisnet. Yeah, I use Brisnet, and sometimes I look at the daily racing form, past performances, but it's mostly Brisnet.
now, and Cora, you just started handicapping and really getting into racing here. You said a couple months ago. What are some things that you really dig into when it comes to the races? I'm always curious to hear from a person just starting out. What are some things you kind of focus on when it comes to races in general?
Well, for me, it's again the past performances, because that's what the DRF is providing me with, which means that trying to handicap the maiden races has been a total bitch for me till the last day or two, because it's like, what the fuck? Excuse me, Coach Marshall. I don't know this horse's hopes and dreams, and you've given me nothing to go on.
Hmm.
Maiden races I hate, but the ones where they're providing a lot of past performance information, that's important to me. And the buyer speed, I'm only getting into that now, and so hopefully that will factor more in the coming weeks. But truly, it's just the past performances and now workouts. I'm looking at the workouts more, especially for those races.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, and that's always the key. That that's always a difficult thing too when it comes to maiden races where they haven't raced before. I mean, you really have nothing to go off of, and because of that, it can be kind of an enigma when it comes to those races in general. Now, looks like we're just stepping onto the turf course. Probably have about another minute or so before they're all in the gate. Looks like the number 10 Tiesto is 4 to 5. I was hoping for even money. Obviously, that was a pipe dream. But I do think that he's the most likely winner in this race. Um, for me, I definitely would have to use Tiesto in any sort of vertical or horizontal um, wagers here. Sean, are you playing anything in this race as far as a wager is concerned, or are you just letting it ride and seeing how
Uh,
things go?
I'm alive in the pick 5 and in the pick 3 to 10, 11, 12.
Ooh, so we need the 10, 11, and 12. Mostly, let's get that 12 home to
Well, I mean, let's not. Yeah,
get those
Ricky
payouts,
would
man.
not. Yeah, but that would that I think that might put the nail in it if the 12 would come out for me.
That would be tough. That would be, I mean, going back to back on some pretty big prices would be really, really hard. Um, Sean, I see you in the channel. I see Benny needs your address so he can send you a razor. Gotta clean that up, man. I
uh,
haven't cleaned that up today, man. What do you?
March 16th was the last time I shaved, and the only reason I know that's this last day I was in the office. So
Oh
if
my
I'm
gosh.
not leaving the house, I'm not shaving. I don't see a point.
Oh
You know.
man, that's fair. That's fair. All right, we're out of the gate. It's a long kind of stretch run here till we get to the first turn. So at least the horses have a little bit of time to be able to make it to the turn. And it looks like we have the 7 on the lead with the 11 the tabled 3 wide going into the turn. Um, Nikki, what do you see anything here that really surprises you? Were you expecting the 11 to be this close, and where is that 10?
I know. I was looking. I just wondered that at the same time that you said that. Where's my 10? No, I definitely thought the 7 would be out front with just seemed a little bit that he would send them. I'm happy the 11 is where the 11 is. I just need to get the 10 going, and the 12 needs to stay back.
Yeah, I mean the 12 sitting
I'm a little ahead of you
second
guys.
second flight on the outside. Yeah, well, I'm trying to run a stream here, Sean.
It's
I can't have like 10 kajillion gigabit data stream coming here. So looks like we have the 9 and the 8
Here comes
kind of
12.
move. Yeah, the 12 is coming, and the 10 is coming even farther outside of that. Um, Wide open race as they come down the stretch. The 8 is still kind of wandering about.
Well, the 12 got
Wow,
the place.
wow, look at that. We get another big price to come across the line. We get 8, 12, and 10 to come down to it. When you guys were looking at the 8 Spanish Kingdom, which is the Joe Sharp runner, was what did we miss here? That was not a horse that I liked, and actually not a horse that had um, actually the last out was not even on the grass.
Um,
Um,
the gypsum weed, maybe.
oh no, not you got to get the cow dewormer for the cow wormer
Oh,
for
the
Joe
cow
Sharp.
worm. Yeah, I mean, probably something
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, the Jimson weed has been a bit of a bitch for trainers out west. That's for darn sure. But yeah, looking at it, 2 back, the horse ran in a maiden special weight and just broke the maiden. Comes back against Rushy, who is a West Coast horse on the dirt, which I have as an overall pretty good race. Especially getting Rushy, Kenny Tycoon, and Background, which are all good dirt horses. And then comes back to the turf. Hard for me to endorse, but And Cora, when it comes to the horse like Spanish Kingdom, what did you see anything at all that you even liked, or when you took a look at it, you were just like, nah, I'm out.
I, in fact, on my PP, I wrote note. I would have stepped for this horse to get to a three-legged horse.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I just it didn't even factor in for me. But this is the part of the day where I usually start day drinking, so this is
Mm.
far for me.
No, no, that's fair. That's fair. I can definitely get behind that for sure. Um,
Where are
uh,
you located at?
I'm in Vegas.
Oh,
yeah.
So there's
technically
it's
not
not day
really day
drinking.
drinking.
It's
Yeah.
always drinking
She's
Yeah,
on the
duh.
clock.
Yeah, yeah, duh.
Yeah.
Um, Sean, when it came to the eight, what do we miss here, man?
I mean, as far as handicapping goes, you can throw out the two dirt efforts. They're not even doing that today, so those really didn't matter. So I mean, I can see it as far as how the pace worked out, not only on paper but also on the track. But there's at no spot do I see anything where this horse is going to pull away from that field. I mean, obviously, just ran a giant race. But I mean, that's what I saw in the 12 was a similar trip, big price, has a chance to beat the favorite, even if it comes in second or third, still going to get a price. So that for contest, that's how I ended up on the 12. And so I can see somebody taking the eight, but as far as like playing actual money, I would have never bet the eight.
Yeah, and just looking at the contest, Nikki, how many people had the eight?
I don't know. I
Take
didn't
a
see that
guess.
one.
Take a guess. Take a guess. Just randomly.
See how many people had the 8? I would say 2.
I say zero.
Zero.
Yeah, I say zero.
Nobody had the eight in the contest. There were a few bombs here and there. A lot of people liked the 11. A lot of people liked the 10. There was a few that liked the 12, and a few that liked the 3 as well. So definitely interesting to see that we had our first race with absolutely donuts on top for
Surprised
this
no one
race.
even had that. You normally see like at least one or two people that you'd be like, how did they get that one?
Especially given the amount of people we have in the tournament now, to not have anyone have this horse is pretty wild to say the least. Like I
Nice.
said, we had quite a few with the 12 and the 10, so there were some people to get some money back. I have now surpassed the $5 mark
$5.
for the day. Let's go.
How
Let's
much?
go.
By how much? 20
Let's
cents?
well, he paid 280 to show, and let's see here. I had 340. So 20 cents.
Nice.
So no, that's always good to see.
Who
At
are you
least I'm
playing
over.
and where are they at?
Um, let's see here. I was playing Joe Wolf, and Joe used the 11 so that goes out the window. But he is sitting at I think $32.
Oh, you're right in striking
Um,
range.
so I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yeah.
Uh, I just gotta hope that I can at least hit a race. That I just need one.
We're 6 races in. There's 5 to go. I mean, we would literally just passed the halfway mark.
I know.
So
I had plenty of
we're good.
time. Yeah. Plenty
And
of
you got a
time.
better shirt on than JK anyway. So
Belmont Stakes. Let's go.
I'm trying to figure
Yeah.
out what's on his shirt. Is it a
Um.
parrot?
Well, JK has just a wild wardrobe that
I
I
love them.
would
I love those shirts. I could
never
never
be
pull them
able
off
to.
though.
No,
No,
not me either.
no chance.
Or that hair. I mean, who
Well,
man?
I'm working on the hair. I'm working on it.
Oh, I love it. I love it. All right. So, Nikki, can you tell me how you got into horse racing and what was that like moment where you're just like, oh man, I love horse racing, and how you got so involved?
Well, I love that you asked me that question, especially today. So my family has always been into horse racing my whole life, but I grew up in Pittsburgh, so I grew up at the Meadows with harness racing. But my family always followed thoroughbred racing as well. So it was my communion and we were watching. Of course, it's the first Saturday in May, because all communions are. And they put all the numbers in a hat, and everyone had to pick out a number. Like they put money in to whoever picked the numbers. And basically, like that's what the Kentucky Derby is anyway. Like who knows? Like they just pick a number. So 1988, and I picked the 8 horse, and the 8 horse is Winning Colors. So I was so excited. I won $100. So for an 8-year-old, winning $100, watching the race, and it was a girl, that won, and I was like, oh my God, it was like the most, like, it was like, I think I was flying high, like I still am, and I'm like 40. And I still like, I can think about that, and I really do remember like every part of it, like, oh, okay, and I'm like, oh, cool. Everyone's like, oh, you got the filly, she's really good, and I'm like, okay, and whenever she won against the boys, and it was just like, it was incredible. And then the $100 on top of my communion money, so. And now I'm like, it's the Winning Colors today. I'm like, oh, how perfect.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, we planned that, of course, to have you on that.
Thanks for the question.
Oh man, Benny said that he bet Winning Colors at a 100-to-1 future book, and that is actually
Wow.
one of his best memories as
And
well. So,
Caliente.
oh man, crazy.
awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Sean, get off your phone. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Benny. Appreciate that. I love
Was
it.
adding up the contest stuff.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Now, Nikki, it's clear that you have traveled the world to watch races in general. And I really want you to speak about that because for a person like me who has been out of the state of Minnesota to watch horse racing one time, which I went to New York, or went to Belmont Stakes. Let's go. Um, traveling international to watch racing is this big dream of mine, and you've been able to do that quite a bit and see some of the best horses in the world race.
Enable and Wings, yeah.
Oh
Doesn't get
man,
better
yes,
than
yeah.
that.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Winx wall behind you, so
Enable's on the
definitely.
other
But yeah,
side too, so.
well, she's pretty good too, huh?
Yeah.
To talk about that experience and how you really got into traveling, worldwide to watch races and to be that involved.
Oh yeah. So I always just followed US racing, and then I started following international racing just because I'm a degenerate and I like watching all kinds of racing. And I watched Black Caviar in Australia, and I've always kind of followed Australian racing, but not really, not until Winx came on the picture. But I started following her since 2015. But I always never like wanted to. I would ask my friends, "Hey, let's go watch a race, internationally." And they're like, "No, no, no." Like no one's like, if I'm gonna go internationally, I'm not going to a racetrack. My friends like racing, but they're not like racing like to that level. So I'm like, oh, I've always wanted to go, but I just stayed here in the States. And then I actually had a health issue, a really bad health issue where I had like 11 surgeries in a year, and I was so sick. And I just like, it's one of those things where you think back, like whenever you're going through it, you're like, there's so much more I wanted to do. And I've always kept these things like keeping me back, like, oh, I can't go to a racetrack by myself, and I'm a girl, and especially I don't know like how to bet, like it's too overwhelming. But I was like, you know what, just screw it. Like I'm tired of. I laid in my bed and sat on the couch for a year just watching all these things in front of me. And as soon as I got healthy, I was like, I'm gone. I'm out of here. I'm gone. And yeah, the first one I went to was the Royal Ascot, and it was incredible. So much fun. It was great. So then I always followed Winx, like I said, and a friend of mine works for the Australian Turf Club. And I actually met her at Royal Ascot. And it's Nini. Do you know poor Nini on Twitter? I don't know if you know her.
Not off the top of my head.
Well, she's like a huge Winx person, but she had cancer and she's been following Winx too. And
yes,
we became
yes. Yep.
We met at the Royal Ascot, and I saw her husband have a Winx pin, and I was like, "Oh, you're a Winx fan too?" And he's like, "Yeah." And then we started talking, and she's like, "Well, if you ever want to come to Australia, I'll get you tickets." And I'm like, "Okay." So then once they started announcing Winx was starting to retire, I was like, you know what? I will always regret it if I don't go. And I've stayed up for so many nights for so many years. I'm like, I have to go. And I mean, everyone thought I was crazy. I went by myself. I went by myself to Ascot. I went, so it's just like, I go by myself to all of these places. And I mean, now that I've been going, I meet up with friends and see people, but I mean, I was just like, you know what? I don't care. I figured it out. And now, I'm a girl and at the racetrack. And if I ask someone how to bet, I'm sure they're going to help me. So, it's been like the most incredible experience ever, especially going to see Winx in person. It was incredible. And it's just like, you never let anything stop you just because, oh, I'm a girl, I'm at the racetrack, or, oh, it's something different. I mean, it gave me a chance to, go over around the world, to go to France, to go to the UK. And I mean, there's so much more I want, to have planned. And I'm just, just don't let anything hold you back because life's too short.
Yeah, that is incredible. I love the story, and I've gone through my fair share of surgeries as well, so I completely understand the thought process there, and not wanting to let anything hold you back, especially for you having a major health scare like that. I mean, it's definitely a big wake up call when it comes to that. Now, if I remember correctly, you have pictures on the Twitter machine of you in the paddock at in Australia when it came to Winx. Am I correct, or am I off?
No, no, I was just only at the gate. I was always at the rail in Australia because with Winx, I mean, there's probably over 50,000 people at like a
Oh, wow.
20,000 track. I mean, you can't get anywhere near there. I was in the paddock for the ARC.
Oh, that's what it was. Yes,
Able
there
to
we
get in the
go.
paddock for in France, but yeah.
Now, how I gotta ask, how does one get into the paddock? Because that was at Chantilly, right?
No, that was in uh Longchamp.
Oh, Longchamp. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Um, how do you get into the paddock at Longchamp? I mean, for how busy that track is too, on that day, and here comes Nikki Sam just kind of strolling in like, yeah, yeah, I'm the champion of the Daily Gallop tournament.
Exactly.
Here I am. Oh, part
I
the Red
also
Sea.
had Brian Leckie was there too, but he was the one taking pictures of the whole thing. So that's how I have pictures of me in the paddock. I was just walking in. I remember earlier in the day, I was talking to John Gosden, and everyone there is just he was so friendly, the nicest guy ever. Whenever anyone thinks about him, like, I know people are like, oh, he's so icy and cold. He's the nicest, friendliest guy you'll ever meet. Talking to him earlier in the day about Enable and how how he was thinking, and they were worried about how wet it was in the track and how she doesn't like that. And so we started talking, and he's like, "Yeah, you should come down." And I'm like, "Okay." So I just started walking down towards the paddock, and I was like, "Well, just if anyone doesn't say anything." So they were just like, "Okay, go ahead." And I'm like, "Okay," like, because I was like, I don't want to bother anyone to be like, "Hey, remember me? Get me in." And I was like, "Well, I'll just try to walk, and if they don't let me, like, whatever, at least it was an experience." So just walked in.
So, so you were in the paddock in the area for Enable for the arc.
Yeah, and in the other races later on in the day, now that they knew who I was, I just kept paddock crashing.
Oh man, that is incredible. That is, I mean, golly, I was so happy to get into the paddock at Canterbury Park. So my God, like,
In the paddock at this past Breeders' Cup too. A good friend of mine knew a bunch. Damon Thayer helped me get into the paddock for there, so that was a lot of fun.
just FYI, Benny is pretty mad that that he has not been able to experience that. That sucks. Oh, that's great. I love it. I love it, man. That's incredible. I mean, what a great experience to not
Oh, it's
only
great. Like I said,
be
don't let
able to be
anything
there,
hold you
but
back. Just go.
now when you go to those tracks, like especially internationally, I'm always curious about how the track is set up. So usually in the United States, the paddock is on one side, and then you have to walk through um, either some sort of gate, or you have to go through the grandstands to the other side, where typically you have the racetrack set up. Is how is the paddock and how are the racetracks set up internationally? And is that different from how they're set up here?
Yes, it's definitely different than how we are set up here with the UK and France. It was all, and the same with Australia on one side, and then you have to walk through to go down to the track to go, see them all come out of the gate. And it was funny that whenever I was in Australia, it was like the first race, and I was all excited, and the race goes off, and I was looking the opposite direction, and all of a sudden all the horses come, and I was like, oops. I forgot they raced the wrong way. And I
Oh,
felt
no.
so stupid because I was the only one looking. I'm like, where are they at? And they came running by me from the opposite direction. So yeah, that's
Oh,
kind of different the way that the track races.
that's crazy. That's awesome. I love it. I love it. All right. So great stories, Nikki. I appreciate
Oh,
the
thanks, Russ.
commentary. That was great. I love it. Looking at the race 7, it is the start of the pick 5. Where did you land, Ancora?
I chose Mia Mischief or Mischief, depending on how you. I just liked the past performances and things like that. I felt like this was going to be the horse that was going to do what I needed it to do. And unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I don't use morning lines. I didn't use morning lines this week. So all of this was just intuition, and none of that is paying off right now. So and looking at the track conditions again. So Mia Mischief is the winner for me.
Now you say your intuition hasn't been good to you. I remember earlier in the card you had multiple winners, so I wouldn't necessarily say that. And you
Yeah,
have more than $5.20,
and
so you're doing.
Spencer that CJ, the guy I've been shit talking for the last 4 days, is whipping my ass.
Yeah, CJ he's been on a tear today. He's been
Yeah,
doing
so
really quite well. Uh,
we'll see. I'm having fun.
Sean, with in a race where we have such a short priced favorite with Mia Mischief here at 2 to 5, in a contest sense, taking a 2 to 5 is never a great idea. But how do you account for that when it comes to your picks?
So for me, and circling back, I'm still somewhat new to contest play, so I would like to think that my strategy and everything's still kind of evolving. But a short price favorite to me in a short field is not a bad thing, because you have to remember that if a horse pays 80 cents on the dollar or on the $2, you're still getting that $2 back. So while you don't want to lean on it on short price favorites, to me, if I don't have any other opinion, I'll just chalk up the $5 to $6. Think of that as a gap. But in this circumstance, I landed on the 7, mainly because I 3 for 3 at the distance, shortening up, first time in the Cassie barn, looks to be working out well. 2 other reasons out of the Peter Miller barn with steady work tab leading up to this. And Castellano's on, so now I get to scream, go to the left down the stretch. Like now I'm in. Like I've started to like include Javi just so I can say go to the left and think about Benny when I say
Oh, I
it.
love it. I love it. Oh man, that's great. Nikki, who did you land for the contest in this race?
Well, I picked Mia Mischief just because I think she outclasses everyone in this field. I'm very happy to see her back. Her lifetime record just says it all. So I ended up on Mia Mischief. And I stayed away from the 7 because I just think any horses that are, until we see how these horses run from those barns, now that they're switching barns, then we don't really know what to expect. So I like Spice Perfection too. And especially from being out in the West Coast, I've cheered Spice Perfection for years. But I just think that I just wanted to wait to see how it's going to be for Mark Cassie.
Yeah, and I completely agree with everything that you said, Nikki. I'm all in on Mia Mischief in this race. The form speaks for itself. That last race was extremely impressive.
She's
She
very
did
good.
get a little bit of a pace in front of her with the Minnesota connections of Amy's Challenge uh, in that race, but she was able to not only pass Amy's Challenge but draw away, getting a 99 by her speed figure. I project her to get the same sort of trip, having a horse like Break Even in here. Nikki, what did you think about Break Even in general, and how this race sets up for her?
Well, I think she should get loose on the lead as she has the most early speed of the field, and her only race was at Churchill Downs where she wired the grade 2 8 bells. So she's a speedy one if she can get out there.
think that break even has a chance to go wire to wire in this case, or do you think that someone like Mia Mischief's just going to be able to sit off of her and draw away coming around the turn?
I definitely think that break even can wire the field. I think the biggest thing is the break. You know, she's obviously fast enough to get to the lead, but if she jumps out, when those horses kind of quarter horse out of the gate and they're already 2 lengths, a length and a half ahead, and they haven't really done anything. And then at that point, I think JK says it a lot with, if you're on a speed horse, let's be aggressive, and he's she's got Mia Mischief gonna come running at her. So, I would like a good 3 to 4 length lead going into that first turn if I was Joelle on that horse. But again, at that price for me, with Mia Mischief coming from behind, that's why again I landed on the 7 rather than the target for Mia Mischief.
Well, and I think it is interesting to see kind of the running style of Spice Perfection. Where do you project her to be coming around the turn? Because she has races where she's been on the lead, she's been near the lead, she's been out the back. I mean, what sort of trip do you envision her to get?
I mean, it's gonna kind of be tough with Mia Mischief to the outside because I don't think that she can keep up early. So it's kind of have to be one of those kind of stop and go around. But let's consider break even as a 3 length lead, 5 lengths off of that, maybe a length off of Mia Mischief, and come running, come running. But at 1 to 2 right now, I'll take that lump if I miss.
That's for sure, because I mean, as you were saying before, if you're going to have an extremely short price favorite come in against the person that you're playing, you're ultimately you're doing just fine because of the amount of money that's not coming in. Now, and Cora, when it comes to a horse like Mia Mischief, and you see all of those ones, all of those big wins on the paper, obviously it's hard to pass a horse like that. Um, what do you think about um, her overall ability in general? Do you think that she towers? I mean, absolutely towers over the field, or do you think that she's good enough against this bunch?
So, because I'm a teacher, I think one of the reasons why I'm enjoying this as much as I am is because I feel like handicapping a horse is a lot like trying to figure out which kid in the class is going to cure cancer and which kid is going to be wearing a shirt with his name on it. And I definitely felt like Mia was going to be the one who was curing cancer this race.
Hmm.
Because I started at the bottom of her past performances, and it just seemed like she just was getting better and better and better. And I haven't heard anybody talk about it, and I've been discouraged against it, but I do put some emphasis on the trip notes in the PPs because as an English teacher, the words make more sense to me than the numbers sometimes. So I look for patterns in the trip notes that indicate improvement or decline or problems that might be erratic on this day. So that might be
No,
a problem.
that's great. That's great. And that's kind of the hard part too, especially when you look down at a page of PPs. I mean, there is not a page that you're going to see that has more numbers randomly spaced than looking at PPs. And certainly for someone who just started out, kind of looking at PPs and handicapping, it's certainly something that can be extremely overwhelming right away for sure. Now, Sean, when you're handicapping races, how would you say you handicap? What type of handicapper are you?
I mean, I try to start out with pace. I try to envision the race being run into whatever turn they're going in. The far turn on a sprint race, or the clubhouse turn on a route race, and see how they're going to stack up as far as actual position. And then who's going to go to the front, how many of them are going to go to the front, and who does that benefit? Because if the pace is hot, we can have 4 grade 1 winners out there winging it up front, and I wouldn't go as far as maybe a claiming horse, but a horse that's coming from the back that's not as classy just gets that perfect setup. So that's where I start, and then I kind of go from there.
Oh, that's great information. Great information. Now, when you're assessing pace, what sort of tools or what sort of numbers do you use when it comes to pace?
So I used to only do it through DRF. I'm looking at times, running into those quarter fractions. Where were they at that time? As it's evolved a little bit more, I've added the time form pace figures into the formulator as well. And I've gotten a lot better with actually charting the race myself. I was lucky enough to have numerous conversations with our good friend Benny South Street, and he's done a tremendous job with being very thorough in helping me chart. So I've gotten a lot better with like Gulfstream and the I wouldn't say the Naira circuit now because I don't have anything to test it against right now, but I've gotten a lot better on things that I'm not looking at as much. So I'm watching a lot more replays ahead of time, even before the PPs come out, so that my charting notes are in there. So it's kind of going off of that as well.
Oh, I know for me when I'm similar to you where I'm a big pace guy and I love optics EQ when it comes to that. Just being able to take a look at race shapes and see how things go. I know that you and I have had numerous talks about optics EQ and pace and race shapes. So I definitely like that. And again, big plug, got to get your trip notes from Benny South Street.
Always.
It's always second to none. Tripnotepros.com. We got to get them to sponsor this dang thing. Maybe we can have a big old logo on the bottom left-hand corner. I mean,
Well,
by
but
golly, for how many times we're saying this?
You got to deal with all of his. He's gonna want to advertise whatever his thought on a certain jockey is at that particular moment.
Hey, I would love to have a jockey profile that shows like the big NBC window that says, "Ooh yeah, Solano, 4,000 winners, shit left hand." I mean, I would just love to. I would love to be able to feature. That'd be
Oh,
great.
wow.
That'd be great. All right, we are off. Break even goes to the front. The one is sitting just into her in the inside, and finally break even was able to kind of clear um, coming down coming out of the chute there. So that's good to see. As we kind of talked about earlier, we definitely see break even. With a good length lead. Mia Mischief is just sitting just outside of her, and it looks like it's going to potentially be the match race that we kind of expected when it came to these two.
Four is moving.
Yeah, the 4 definitely is moving, no
Wow.
doubt. Yeah, the 4 Bell's the 1 from Neil Pesson.
Second choice, perfect.
Oh,
Great.
brutal! What a great ride from Corey Lannery. Boy, definitely interesting to see Mia Mischief kind of range up and definitely could not get by the the leader of break even. Um, Nikki, what did you see in that race? Tell me your immediate thoughts.
Well, I was disappointed at Mia Mischief's comeback. And I wasn't surprised that Spice Perfection didn't really fire. Break Even had a great race today. I think just got run down by the 4, but I'm looking forward to more from Break Even.
Yeah, definitely a good run from her. She was able to go out to the front and the pace was pretty honest. I mean, holy buckets, 21 and 1 for the first quarter is hauling. But I don't think the run up at Churchill, I don't think it's very long. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. I'll take a look at that quick. But interesting to see Bell's the 1 sit the perfect trip. And be able to just draw off like that was really quite impressive.
Right.
Sean, what did you see just watching the race?
I mean, 21 and 1. I mean, they were moving up front. And then for break even to put away Mia Mischief. And then nobody was really running from the back except for the 4. But that, I mean, obviously got a great pace set up to run into. Probably hadn't benefited the fact that Mia Mischief looks like she didn't really fire today. But man, break even ran a huge race. I mean,
Yeah.
not taking anything away from the four. The four, obviously, that was impressive, but I mean, break even, that was ran a giant race.
Yeah, yeah, no kidding there. And
You should-
yeah, Mia Mischief definitely did not fire, especially off the carousel. It is interesting to see that she kind of, um, uh, you know, I don't want to necessarily say a bounce, but definitely regressed off of that last race. So interesting to see. And the run up on 6 furlong races at Churchill is long,
So
is
I
real
mean,
long.
so break even ran the first quarter in 21-1, and then basically ran every call at 12 seconds after that.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
obviously the four won it decidingly, so slowed down a little bit in the last furlong. But wow, that was impressive.
yeah, yeah, definitely impressive. And the run up on that is 180 feet. So n- the that pace is slightly exaggerated because of that, but definitely it take nothing away from the performance of break even. That was definitely impressive.
Sean, what did
Uh,
you think of Spice Perfection? I'm just curious.
well, great. Yeah, no,
I'm because I'm
No, I mean, I think exactly what you had said. You know, you're taking it away from Peter Miller, and I think it was a great idea to set one off and see how she ran, because I mean,
against this group.
I kind
Yeah.
of missed the break. It looked like she got kind of squeezed, but it also looked like she just missed the break anyways. But she didn't. I mean, she had an insane pace to run into and didn't pick up her feet at all. So I'd be interested to see how she comes out of that, and if they kind of go back into a layoff, or what they decide to do from
I
here.
know, I loved
Because
her.
yeah, I mean, that was disappointing.
Yeah, in California. I mean, I followed her all the time. She was great. But yeah.
yeah, exactly. And Cora, I know that you're new to watching races and stuff, but yeah, I mean, what were your immediate thoughts, kind of looking at the race? I mean, kind of the similar token to all of us, where we're just kind of disappointed in Mia Mischief, or what are your thoughts ultimately?
Mia's not curing cancer. She's going to be middle management. Um, she's going to have a cubicle all of her own. And yeah, that was disappointing, but thrilling nonetheless to see break even come in second, because I had break even coming in second for my picks today. So I'm happy with that. Right now, for me, outside of this contest, I'm still focusing on grouping. So as long as what I'm reading on the PPs and I can at least get in the ballpark with the horses that I'm picking, I'm happy. So I'm still fairly happy, even though CJ's whipping my ass.
No, that's a great point, because I think it's super easy to get discouraged in horse racing because you're going to lose more often than you're going to win. And ultimately, everyone should have that sort of optimistic feeling when it comes to looking at the PPs, right? Yeah, for me, Mia Mischief didn't win. She didn't draw off like I thought she was going to. And if I were to play pick fives, which thankfully I didn't, I would have been gone. See you later, toast. So that's definitely a great point. Is as long as you're kind of in the ballpark and seeing the race is okay, there's no reason to be
Definitely
upset.
right now, that's the most important thing. Like if I can be on the same page with Nikki and Sean at least once every 12 races, I'm happy. So
Yeah, no, exact, absolutely, absolutely. So taking a look at the leaderboard, the opponent for CJ Johnson, who was reeling after that big hit of the 14, had the 4 in this. So we got a contest, we got a great matchup going on here. Um, Lance Lance Niner had the 4. Lance was $40 coming into this race. And let me see, just give me a hot second. We're reloading the page.
Who did CJ have?
Let's see here. CJ Johnson, he had the 7.
Oh yeah, that's gonna hurt him.
So that hurts big time, because CJ Johnson had 5260, Lance Niner had 540, and Lance with oh gosh, what is that? $35 roughly. $35 puts him at $40, puts him right back into the mix when it comes to that. So that's a great hit by him. Also taking a look, John C had the 4. Scrolling through. We had one matchup where both had the 4, which was Kristen Corey and Ivan,
Oh
the
no.
horse guru. Both had the 4. Um, and then taking a look, Barbaro had the 4. He's having a good day. BD horse player had the 4. And also Andrew Champagne finally gets a real nice winner there, and slings him ahead of horse player X. And Gorgonzola, in that tough matchup with him and John Piasek, Gorgonzola had the 4 there, so that's going to propel him up to $70. That's going to be a good, definitely a big win there. So, hey, great job for those who had the 4. I mean, great to see that we had quite a few come in there. So that's definitely good. Taking a look at a question in the chat, which was Dennis Trusty asking how he is doing with his matchup with Philly Boy. I see that we have Philly Boy at $5.50. That does not include this last race, or actually the last 2 races. And Dennis Trusty at 31.60, so up 25 as of 2 races ago. So with actually Philly Boy would have got a little bit back, but not by much. So definitely fun to see that. Sean, we're gonna spotlight you in this race. Sean, tell us how you got into horse racing, and some highlights of your travelings, because you just started traveling not too long ago, as far as going to other tracks to see racing.
Yeah, so in 2012, I was teaching golf at Rancho Santa Fe, or no, at Fairbanks Ranch Country Club in Rancho Santa Fe, just about a mile east of Del Mar Racetrack. And I had a post-it note on my drawer one day in my head pro's handwriting that said, "Call Jill Baffert. She wants lessons for her son." And I'd never seen a horse race before in my life, so I'm like, "Well, who's Jill Baffert? I know they're not members. I know all the members' last names." And so just to make sure, I type the name in, nothing comes up. Like, for some reason the name kind of triggered, so I looked them up and figured out who they were and called them, and started teaching Bodie golf 3 days a week during the Del Mar meets. So that entire year she kept saying, "If you want to come to the tracks, let me know." And I always thought of it as, well, I don't like NASCAR. I don't see what the difference is. I'm out. Like, I'm good. I'm gonna go do something else. But being at Fairbanks, so many people there that love horse racing, love horses in general. So it didn't take long for word to get out that Bob was, coming to pick up Bodie, or, Jill was around. So people started talking to me and saying, convinced me to go to the track. So, make a long story short, they invited me to the Pacific Classic that year, and said that their horse had a good chance to win. And Game On Dude opened up by about, I don't know, 20 that Pacific Classic. So I was hooked like that day. So just started diving in a little bit deeper, sinking my teeth in where I could. Obviously, very frustrating. I think I was doing 3 horse trifecta boxes, and so it was like I'd run like first, second, fourth just all day with nothing to show for it. And so then trying to learn how to bet, and yeah, I just fast forward a lot. A couple years ago during the Del Mar Fall meet, I was going to go meet Jeff Chapman from Santa Anita at Del Mar, and he was with JK, James Henry, Duke Matisse, Jose Arias, and they were all playing in a contest. And I wanted to get out of there. I'm very awkward in new situations, and I was freaking out because I'm like, I'm bothering them. But one by one, they all kind of just walked up, shook my hand, hi, introduced themselves. They were super nice. And then not only that, but then they were all telling each other, "Oh, well, this is what I played in this race," as they're going into the gate. So it was like you had this thing where, if James Henry was on the 9, Duke was on the 8, and once James knew the 9 wasn't going to win the race, he'd start rooting for the 8. And so growing up in sports, that's really what you root for each other. You want to win, but you root for each other to win, just as much. So that's kind of why I got into contest play, and then the contest play is really what has vaulted me into traveling a little bit more. What I do in contests is I just try to feed into anything. And I try to feed into live contests. So last year I went to the Monmouth Pick Your Prize. I played in the Fall Classic at the Orleans in Vegas. I played in the 2 contests at Saratoga that weekend. So, and I wouldn't have went if I didn't qualify for these things. So that's what's kind of like getting me out, getting me to meet new people. Yeah, I mean, the NHC was an unbelievable experience. So meeting all those people in one room. So I guess that's my boring life story.
Now, boring life story. Get out of here. Um, now, it's fairly well known across the Twitterverse that you do have part ownership of multiple horses, and I know a lot of people that really do want to get into ownership. How would you tell people to go about that, and talk a little bit about the ownership experience in general?
Yeah, so I am not, I do not have any single one horse that I own 100% of, or even a nominal amount by any means. I started with my racehorse a couple of years ago. We have a running in the 5th today at Santa Anita. You talking about practice? Love that name with Slam Dunk Racing. Um, so that's where I started, just to kind of keep it cheap. I didn't get in the game to make money. Not even really looking for a return. When they pay out, I keep that in my account and I use that to purchase more shares of more horses. There's nothing. There's For me, there's just not a whole lot more exciting than going to the track when when a horse that you are invested in is running, whether that be at 1%, 0.01%, 5%, 20%. It's just exciting. And the people that I've come across, they treat you the same way as any other owner, and it's really exciting. So on top of that, what I've done is I got in with Andrew Lerner in 2 horses. So he purchased 2 horses from 2 sales and then sold off the shares. So I own 5% in Awesome Drive, who's ran a handful of times, hasn't quite broken that door, kicked that door down yet. And Ed Gaddy, who's an unraced 3-year-old colt. So it's fun, it's exciting, but it's the same thing as gambling. I'm not spending money buying horses that I need to pay my bills, or a savings thing. It's expendable cash. I've invested it as the money's gone, and it's entertainment value for me, and I can be a part of something that I love.
Now, can you talk about, to my knowledge, I could be completely wrong, but please correct me if I am. The most successful horse that you are involved with, Tis a Magician.
Correct. Yeah. So Tis Magician, I bought into him just strictly on pedigree and the fact that he was going to go to Mandela, and knowing how Mandela trains his horses. I think the Triple Crown's great. I think a lot of baby races are great. But I just want to see my horse run for a long time and be happy and healthy, and then go off to the farm. So I love the way that Richard Mandela trains his horses and treats them, and all the people in his barn. So that was a big, big kind of deciding factor for me in joining up with that one. Um, but my main thing is I try to get into the horses that are, you can get a little bit more of a share. So I only own 0.01% of Tis Magician, but I own upwards of zero point 0.1 up to 1% in the other 4 that I own with them.
Now, when it comes to being a part of my racehorse, when you go to the track and you're in the paddock and you're watching your horse run, can you explain, or at least try to describe, the feeling of just watching your horse and being with all of the ownership? I mean, um, I love watching races, but with horses that I like, but I couldn't even imagine as an owner. So, can you describe that to everyone watching?
So I've only done the actual my racehorse day at the races one time. I I float around so much, and I really rarely am in a seat. I kind of have a little routine that I do. I have bad ADD. Sitting in this seat even right now is driving me crazy. Um, so my feet need to be moving. I need to be walking around, and I love seeing different people at the track. I know that the Hoffmans are going to be at this specific bench in between races. I know Tom Quigley's going to be, at the other side of the paddock looking at the horses in the flesh. And so I just kind of do these little circles. So that's why I kind of veer from that. But the one time that I did the races day when Carpe Venum ran in, I know it was an ungraded stakes race, but I can't remember the name of the race. But it was awesome. They treat you really well. Joe's kind of the Southern California representative for them, and he's super nice. He's very knowledgeable. He's a good handicapper, so he also kind of teaches people that aren't as knowledgeable on the handicapping side about what's kind of going to be happening in the race. It was a lot of fun. I mean, I'm not a big fan of paying for more expensive tickets on top of what I'm already paying for, but I think they charged $50 and it was open bar, free food, valet parking, club. I mean, like it seemed like it was very difficult to not get your money back in one way or another. So
I was gonna say, boy, that sounds like a terrible deal. I tell you what, man, $50 for free drinks. Oh boy.
and it was like an open air suite at Santa Anita. I mean, it was a really fun day. It was a really fun. They did a very good job.
Hey, we all know we talked about drinks this week with Nikki and Benny, and the fact that Benny still owes that Del Mar margarita.
Well,
and we were talking that Del Mar margaritas aren't cheap.
No, they're like $74. But I will say, of all the people I know, Benny is a man of his word. I mean, wasn't he a bottle of champagne up like every week to Michelle at Santa Anita? He doesn't live at Santa Anita. I can promise you that. He's a man of his word. That's going to happen.
Oh man, I love it. I love it. I love it. Now, Sean, you being from California, from Southern California specifically, Santa Anita being your home track. Can you describe Santa Anita in general? Obviously you got the backdrop behind you. You got
2014 Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, you got the beautiful mountains back. But can you describe the track for those who may not have ever been there or may not have ever seen how the track is laid out?
I mean, kind of technically, my home track would be Del Mar. I would live closer here. It's a lot easier for me to get to Del Mar. It's a 15-20 minute drive up there. But Santa Anita, I was told when I was at Del Mar, if you love Del Mar, you'll absolutely love Santa Anita. It's way better. And I'm thinking, well, how can that be possible? The parties at Del Mar on opening day, you're right next to the ocean, blah, blah. It was 100% accurate. The place is massive compared to what I'm used to. The San Gabriel Mountains in the backdrop are gorgeous on whatever day you go on. When it's sunny, all the shadows and the green coming out is awesome. But as you can see behind me, in an overcast kind of rainy day, it's gorgeous too. So, and the downhill course, I love the downhill course. I love when they run it, but even when they don't run it, it's in perfect condition. The grass is lush over there, and it's gorgeous. So, and everything about it, everybody there is so nice and friendly. As you start to walk around, I start to see the same people in the paddock, whether I know them personally or not. We all kind of say hi to each other, and it really becomes a family out there. And while Del Mar is kind of similar, we do get kind of more of the party atmosphere out here. So Santa Anita it's just a really horse player friendly racetrack. From Aiden Butler to Nate Newby to Tom Quigley, the people that work there. I mean, Michelle and Zoe Cadman. I mean, it's second to none in my opinion.
Yeah, that's awesome. And for me being a meteorologist, I always love seeing cloud formations over the mountains because, you can get some really, really cool effects with Peleus caps and stuff like that over the mountains. So, a overcast day that is featured behind you is far more interesting to me than blue skies and a typical California day, to say the least. Let's move ahead. We are on race 8, maiden special weight, going 1 mile and a 16th. We have a big favorite in the 9, Ashaham, for Shadwell Stables, Todd Pletcher, Johnny V. Nikki, what were your immediate thoughts for Ashaham?
I think looks to bring in the best form after running behind Basquat in the Gulfstream. And I think the added distance it's ideal for sure.
Now, when it comes to the race, who?
Oh, there's a
You
delay.
you cut out.
Oh, darn it.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Stupid internet. Who is your pick in the in the tournament for this race?
Oh, I picked the 8, and I also I'm sorry, I picked the 9, and I also picked Mama.
Now, what did you see in the past performances for Mau Mau? Right now, or last I saw was 7-2 off the 10-1 morning line has actually just ticked up to 4-1. What did you like about the debut for Mau Mau coming into this race?
Well, I didn't like anything from the debut. I just thought that broke slowly on the debut. It held up last before running on and to get in the lane fourth in a solid looking maiden. So I think had a rough start, but then ended up finishing really well. I'm just hoping the horse improved from the race and breaks a lot sharper today.
And especially looking at the pedigree where you have Empire Maker as the sire underneath, you have a Medaglia d'Oro mare. I mean, that is distance on distance on distance on distance, specifically. So, um, definitely loved seeing the horse coming back at a route again, and I would fully expect future races to be nothing probably shorter than a mile and a 16th. Mama was my second choice. I was I was debating between that horse and the one Aztec Empire, and ended up going with Aztec Empire, but definitely a horse that I respect in this race. Sean, who is your top pick in this race?
My top pick is the 3, Mau Mau. So hopefully it's not a matter of Nikki's top pick beating, taking the wire on this one. But I saw the same thing. I mean, Bill Moss doesn't have him dialed in, cranked and ready to go first time out. The thrill going into a mile 16th race was odd to me. I thought the exact same thing, kind of reserved a little bit. I don't mean to take that straight from the trying at that right now. Broke slow. I just don't know that it looked like a Mike Smith, John Sheriff's first time out ride. Not really asking, kind of almost putting the horse into trouble just to kind of get that experience. And I don't remember who secondly heard it. There's nothing scarier than Joel Rosario on a closer coming at you. So that was why that's where I landed, and
I
that's
mean,
why.
I mean, it's very well known. Joel Rosario is one of the best finishers as a jockey in horse racing. That is. And Cara, who did you end up selecting for the tournament in this race?
I went with Nikki's choice. I chose 9 as well, with 7 coming in second and Oceanic third. So I really liked the 9, but I struggled putting the 9 in the win over Bear Alley because I thought it was just, for me, looking at the PPs as a new person, it was close, or that they both were eager to win the next race.
Yeah, and I do like Bear Alley a lot. I mean, seeing the jump up the buyer speed figures for every race is always good to see. I would the only thing for me for Bear Alley was that I was a bit confused why they chose to go to the turf ultimately. They went dirt. They switched to the turf. Maybe it was just trying to wake the horse up or something along those lines, and now back on the dirt. Um, so I found that to be kind of interesting. But boy, when you see a will take charge selling for $525,000, that makes your eyes pop out. The sire, especially with the sire fee being 15,000, that is a big time purchase for West Point, and especially given the connections. I mean, West Point isn't afraid to spend money, but when they do, it's definitely something that you need to look out for. So I definitely agree. I do like Bear Alley coming into this race, and especially if Bear Alley is able to improve off of that 74 buyer speed figure last time out on the turf. This horse is going to be real tough on the front end for sure. Um, Interesting also to see that the other choice that you liked, Ankara, the number 8 Oceanic is also taking a bunch of money, 15-1 morning line down to 7-1 for kind of unknown connections in Kentucky with Jordan Blair. What did you kind of see in the PPs that kind of pointed you to this horse?
Well, because there wasn't a whole lot here, I had to focus on the workouts. And after consulting 56 different people about how to read a workout properly, I thought, okay, these workouts look kind of nice.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the workouts were really nice. And then that last race in April was great. And so I thought with more distance, maybe this horse would be able to, finish.
And I couldn't agree more. Given the pedigree too on the dam side, you have a mare out of Rock Hard 10, and you have Constitution on top, which has been, I mean, Constitution first crop sire is just been out of this world, especially given the sire price too. It's been he's been unreal when it comes to his progeny, which has been great to see. So yeah, I couldn't agree more that more distance shouldn't be an issue for this horse as well. So yeah, that's definitely great to point that out. And you aren't kidding. That last bullet workout was good. I do not know CDT. Sean or Nikki, do you guys know CDT? Obviously, some sort of private training track, I'm guessing.
Uh-uh.
Is it? No, I don't know.
See, I don't either. So I saw that, and
You're not going to ask me if I know, Marshall? What the hell?
oh no,
I don't know, but it'd be nice to be fucking asked, Marshall.
touche. Now my apologies. I am I'm definitely in the wrong there. And Carl, do you know
I have no
abbreviations for CDT?
clue, Marshall.
Hey, there we go. I love it. Oh man. Yeah. Dennis is right. Damn it, Marshall. Terrible. Terrible. 2 minutes to go. Are any all three of you are any of you looking at playing multi-race wagering? Are you guys going to do a pick 3 or a pick 4 starting here at all?
I started a pick 4, but it's very skinny. Let me get to it. Because I'm single to the 8 in the last.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah,
I got kind of burnt on pick 5s this week, so I'm taking a break.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And Cara?
Yeah, no idea what you're talking about. I haven't or betting yet. For me, like I'm just not confident enough to spend any money. I'm a baller on a budget.
Yep.
And so if I were $20 down on something, I'd be like, oh, I just lost a tank of gas. Right. So when I have a more solid foundation, I will definitely be putting money in. So
Gorgonzola, Mike McIntyre just said CDT is the Churchill Downs training track. Duh.
So I was gonna say that, but don't they normally put .t with a lowercase if it's a training track?
If it is on the actual training track, yes, but I'm sure that CDT being a training track that has multiple surfaces,
I see.
that it wouldn't be labeled that way. But Mike McIntyre to the rescue.
Tell him to order me some Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, let's get some of that Chick-fil-A. I
need a chicken sandwich. Come on.
Yeah, I would love it right now, man. Holy buckets, you are not getting there. Especially Chick-fil-A, get that spicy chicken sandwich. Ooh.
They are
So good.
pretty almost loaded.
Oh, yeah, yep.
Iced tea. What are you guys talking about? Legitimate Southern sweet iced tea at Chick-fil-A.
Oh, yeah.
I don't
sweet
know
tea?
what that means.
Yeah,
Sweet
it's
tea?
a little bit of tea with sugar. It's
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, I like sugar.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that front. Just finishing the load into the gate.
Mm.
A lot of us are on the 3, the 1, a little bit of the 9. Out of the gate, the 1 kind of stumbled a little bit, so I'm not super happy about that. And we get the outside horse that goes straight to the front. That is going to be, was that Baker's Bay? I believe that was the 12 out in front.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 12 and 7 out there.
Oh yeah, with the Phipps
And the
colors
nine's
for
sitting in
sure.
a great spot, especially if the rail opens up.
Yeah, the 9 is absolutely on Dream Street as far as that's concerned. What do we got? The pace called 23, damn near 23 flat.
No, almost 24.
Oh, okay. Well, see, there you go. I need my glasses on, man. I don't know what I'm doing here. Um, I mean, what do you see about this pace, Sean? 47 and what? 47 and 4? 47 3
I mean, the 7 doesn't look like they're in that much of a drive, but now that the 9 has room to run,
is not.
uh, the Churchill stretch is weird to me.
The 11 on the outside starting to make a run too.
I could use this 6 in the pick 4.
I could use that 6 in the pick 4. Yeah, I'm all about that.
Yeah, there we go.
Coming down the stretch, kind of stagger fest a little bit here with the 7 and the 12. 6 What a Country drawn away here towards the end. This was a podcast tout from JK on the In the Money Players podcast. He loved What a Country in this race. And especially given the fact that the connections are fairly unknown with Gary Harlich and Joe Johnson on in the irons. Definitely a big race from him. Also, the price you're getting to 1 over 9 to 1 on Bear Alley. And Carl, what a great find for you to be able to pull out Bear Alley there with Joe Talamo. I mean, what were your overall thoughts with the race?
Happy. Yeah, like I said, the grouping. CJ's gonna, do what CJ's gonna do. He's clearly better than I am, but I was happy with Bear Alley there, so I'm good to go. I'm pleased with that for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely, and interesting to see the 12 Bakers Bay hang on for third there. Nikki, what did you see with Ashaham coming down the stretch there?
Just looked awful. Just never got into it. Just wasn't there. And I'm sure they'll probably talk to the jockey, find out, what happens, see how it comes back. Yeah. Was surprised it didn't even come close.
Yeah, I mean, once the real running kind of started, and lane opened up, the horse kind of folded it in. Really didn't make a too much of a bid. Interesting too to see that really again the only horse kind of closing there was What a Country on the very outside. And Carl, what do you got?
I have a question for Nikki. So Nikki, after this race, would you go back through your PPs or your Brisnet papers and try and figure out why the 9 did so poorly, or how would you figure that out?
Well, I mean, I would wait until I hear what they say after the race. If I'm watching it on television, I hear, any interviews or after the interview, the jockey or the trainer to see what they said. But yeah, I also go back to find out, like, okay, if one horse does win or, over a horse I didn't even have on my radar, just like when Sean had that horse, I think it was in race 5. And I was like, I missed that, that workout at Keeneland. And I'm like, had I have done that, so like whenever you go back and you lose and a horse wins, you're like, oh, wait. And then you find something, you're like, okay, next time out, I'm going to make sure I look here, or I'm going to, go back and look here. And I mean, sometimes it's just nothing. The horse had a bad day and you need to scratch the race. But I mean, you definitely go back to kind of say, hey, where, what did I miss, or did I miss anything? And then, yeah, for sure.
So how important are replays to you when you're
very important?
Okay, I haven't gotten to that yet.
Oh no, definitely. If I find like the top 4 horses I like, we go back and we watch the race. It's like, okay, let's see how, is there something that they have trouble? See, maybe they didn't finish out right. I watch replays for every single race I pick.
Wow. Okay.
Now, Nikki, when you're watching replays, how do you keep the notes from what you see in the replays?
Like I said, I just pick the top 4 horses and then just go back and just kind of write, just the things that I've seen, and with a friend, kind of go through it. Like, hey, what did you think about this workout? We send them back and forth to each other. let me know what you see. Do you see something different? So yeah, it's just kind of looking to see
Now,
how
do you
that's going to
have
work out.
do you have a notebook that you keep as far as that's concerned, or how do you keep all of your notes together as far as the trip notes are concerned?
I just keep them on like a separate, folder. I just write like a bunch of loose paper and just keep writing notes.
Oh, okay, cool.
A chaotic mess is something that works.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, just don't ask to see how the sausage is made. That's all I have to say.
That is fair. That is definitely fair. Um, Sean, when you go back and look at replays, how do you take the notes, and what sorts of notes are you looking for as far as that's concerned?
So I don't really watch replays going leading up to the races. I watch replays mainly like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and kind of into the weekend and a Friday. And that's where I start to do like the charting that I was speaking about with Benny. So like that's my way of doing the replays, and I'm putting that into formulator for the future. So when I'm going through a card, when I'm going through a contest card, and I see a note and it says, set a perfect trip behind two long shot dueling leaders, like that to me is a downgrade going into the next race. Like, is he going to get that perfect trip again? So like, I don't really need to even see that replay. I've already kind of caught myself up just by that little note in the trip note. So that's how I keep track of things.
And that's really great information. I mean, ultimately, when it comes down to replays, regardless in a notebook or putting the notes in formulator, or whatever the system may be, whether maybe you create your own database, it is important to watch replays and to really take a look at things that aren't going to be in the PPs, right? You can look at the trouble line and see, oh yeah, checked at the quarter pole. Well, what does that actually mean? How does that actually look? How did it actually affect the horse? A horse could be checked and it not even impact them. A horse could be checked and it could absolutely stop them dead cold, just in their tracks. And I think that's big as far as handicapping is concerned. And again, we're gonna start trying to get Benny on the sponsorship train here, but tripnotepros.com, get your trip notes so you don't have to spend the 16 hours a day that Benny does doing trip notes. That is for sure. All right. Taking a look at the leaderboard, we had, let's see here. Who did we have that had the 6? Dennis Trusty with the 6. Jason Huck with the 6.
Jesus, Dennis must be killing it today.
He's doing okay. He's doing okay. Those are the only two with the 6 as on top pick. There was quite a few that had the 6 sporadically put in there, but uh, boy, definitely another nice price and coming in there. Definitely scores are going to be what feels to be pretty high as far as this concerned. Because we had 3680 for the win. I mean, whoo wee. That's a great way to either pull ahead or catch up, one way or the other. So, hey, great pick by those guys. And then you could ask a guy who's running the scores. I could, but I could also just look at the scores myself, Mike. I mean, I have them right in front of me.
Don't yell at Mike. He's ordering us chicken sandwiches.
Yeah, no shit. Iced tea. Don't forget the iced tea.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Now that you guys are talking about Chick-fil-A after this, I feel like I got to run and get some because it's good. It's good. Looking at the next race, guess who's next on the horse racing stories? We have the one and only Ancora Amparo. Now you literally just started in the horse racing game a few months ago. How did you get involved? How did you get started?
So, ironically enough, I have an ex who bets the horses out of New York, and I have a good friend who's a handicapper. And when my friend who is the handicapper would start talking about horses, like his face just came alive. And it was probably the most passionate conversation I've ever seen him have about horses. The only problem was I didn't understand a damn word he was saying, much like I don't understand much of what Sean, Nikki, and you have been saying for the last hour and a half, because my vocabulary wasn't there. So I thought, well, if I'm going to have a conversation with this guy about horses, then I definitely need to be able to engage him, understand the vocab. It's, it's like a teacher thing. I was like, let me learn. So I learned the vocab, and then I thought, well, okay, let me try and apply some of this. And after talking to him, got my first round of PPs. I think it was for Oaklawn a couple of, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, and handicapped it and fell in love, just fell in love. Like, it's amazing. It was, I had, I won't tell the story, Marshall, don't panic, but I had like a Kevin Youkilis Red Sox moment where I'm just watching Kevin Youkilis at bat, and I was like, this is it. Baseball is it for me. And I had the same feeling with Speech in race 7, I think it was, at Oaklawn, maybe, or Gulfstream, I don't remember.
Nope,
but
you're right. Yeah.
My moment when Speech came up from behind, so far behind, I was like, oh my God. And it got me off my couch, and I was like, yeah, I'm hooked. I'm in it to win it now.
Now, when it came to kind of getting involved in horse racing, and especially, you're pretty involved on Twitter. How did you end up doing that? I mean, how does one go from English teacher to in the thick of things on the Twitter machine as far as horse racing is concerned?
I like to call it white trash fantastic. I have zero fucks to give when it comes to inserting myself into conversations that I want to be involved with. So my friend recommended, just go on Twitter, look for these people, follow these people. Benny South Street, you guys were on the list, racing dudes, and I started reading and paying attention, and I started commenting and putting in little snarky or off color remarks. I have a very blue personality. Don't know if you've picked up on that. So it's just that, just trying to interact with you guys and asking you questions here and there, and getting answers. So
now, do you?
I have a question. Do you follow Brian Leckie?
I do, yes.
Okay. I was going to say your personalities are kind of matching here and have snarky comments.
I'm also enjoying
Swift hitter, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been good. You guys are great. It's like every club I've ever wanted to be a part of. So yeah.
Yeah, except this is we try not to throw out anybody out of the club, although there are a couple bad eggs which you're going to find anywhere, but definitely we try to be as inclusive as possible, that's for sure. Now, do you want to out the friend of yours who got you into racing? Do you want to give the friend a big shout out, or is that person gonna stay in the dark?
I think if that person would like to out himself, he is able to do so.
All right. We tried breaking news here, folks, but didn't work out. That's all right. Now, now with you just getting into horse racing.
More than willing to out that conversation with him.
Who?
No.
What? What's just?
Who plays horses? I'm more than willing to out that son of a bitch.
Jeez, there you go. Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
So. Now, obviously, you haven't been able to get out to a race since you started kind of following it. What are some tracks that you've kind of noticed, that you've really like? Oh man, I gotta visit there one day.
I think Santa Anita is probably going to end up being my home track for the exact reason that Sean has on his background right now. Look at that. That's gorgeous. I want to watch horses race while having that backdrop. In Virginia, which is where I'm originally from, we have Colonial Downs. Didn't even know that until a week ago. Anita, if and when Gulfstream does open up to fans, I will be on a plane going there. I've got no problem with that. But Santa Anita right now is the one that I'm looking at the most. I will probably never visit Oaklawn, Arkansas. Sorry to anybody in the audience. Arkansas is a shit state. Had to drive through it to get to Vegas. So I'll be watching Oaklawn on TV and visiting Santa Anita when it opens. So.
The first sizable tornado I ever saw was in Mount Ida, Arkansas, in the middle of the Wachita National Forest. So Arkansas is a special place in my heart, especially Mount Ida. Shout out to no one watching this from Mount Ida.
That's the most notable thing to happen in Arkansas in the last 20 years. So
well,
you're good.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a state that I will forever, ever be in my heart because of that. And also the EF3 tornado that went through Valonia and Mayflower was just incredible, and it was definitely an experience that I will never ever forget for sure. Now, when it comes to horse racing in general, what is the one thing that you're really striving for? I mean, obviously, as a new player, there's pretty much everything that you're trying to learn. But what is the main thing that you're really trying to understand specifically?
I want to understand. Really, for me, it's about the animal. I want to understand how the animal is able to be trained and pushed to such a degree that it wins. I want to understand how they improve, how they decline. I want to understand how eventually the breeding works and what an impact that plays on it. So while I think Benny South Street said it on your podcast a weekend or two ago, for me, what he said is what I want. I like the scientific aspect of it, that I can study and learn and count on concrete criteria. But I also love that there's a very intellectual aspect to it, that I can look and compare the horses. That, after reading a PP, there's no definite right answer. These are all open-ended questions. And for me, intellectually speaking, that's something I like to engage. What's going to keep me in the sport for sure.
Perfect. Well, again, I appreciate all three of you guys, going into depth about, how you got in the game and how you're continuing to be have a large role in it. So that's awesome information. I really do appreciate it. Let's move on to race 9, optional claiming 62,000, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. We got a real short sprint. We're going to Ankara. What do you like?
Dance rhythms. The 3. I liked the 3 a lot. I color code my PPs. And so when I looked at dance rhythms, past performances and everything, was just popping off the page. And so I like that, even though I wrote down that the workout seemed like a mixed bag, the horse is able or seems able to hold a position. It climbs and holds. And I liked that. So.
That's great. That's great. And boy, you're getting a hell of a price. We're at 20-1 right now on dance rhythms, trained by Greg Foley and rode by the one and only banjo Rafael Bejarano.
The next time I speak to you, there'll be a Shiner Bock in my hand drinking.
I don't know why it wasn't already. I mean,
trying to keep it as clean as it possibly can.
Oh, it's beer 30. It's always drink time. Nikki, who did you have in this race?
Well, this race was my top pick of the day.
Ooh, the multiplayer race. Let's go.
So in this race, I chose the 5 as my top pick. Well, whenever the morning lines, it was 10-1. So I thought this one was definitely hidden in there at 10-1. I think her trainer that's training her, Raymond Handel, he has really high ROI, and I think he's very underrated. So since she did win a tough Saratoga sprint last summer, and she was just beaten by 2.5 lengths at Oaklawn in her most recent race, I just see that she's on the improvement. Her trainer has, really good stats. She drops in class from the Captiva going a strong pace. And as long as she can close fast, then she's going to be right there.
If I remember correctly, Ray Handel used to be an assistant for Todd Pletcher.
Yes.
Hey, there we go. Hey, I remember something. Doesn't always happen. And I agree. Ray Handel's a great trainer. In New York, he had a really good year last year, and he's continued to impress me as far as that's concerned. Definitely a horse appropriately named to be trained by Ray Handel, being I'll Handle spelled the same way, the cash. So I really do like this horse. This was my second choice. And right now, I 10-1 morning line down to 9-2, taking an absolute beating at the window. So definitely one that you got to look out for. What do you expect I'll Handle the cash to get?
Well, I'd just like to point out a fun fact. A friend of mine in the UK got this horse at 100-1 last night.
Oh boy.
Isn't that
Like a-
crazy? We need fixed odds here.
I
I'm
would
like
back-
so tired of it.
I would back a Brinkstruck up for 100-1 on that horse.
No. Yeah, I found it last night. It was like I got $10 and for 100-1. Crazy.
Nice.
Tell your
And then-
friend, good on you. Cheers. Let's go. Let's go.
Have a Pims.
Oh, yeah. Buying all the Pims for us. What are you talking about at that rate? Woo,
Crazy. Yeah.
right?
I also picked the 11 because I just like that this horse won a Gulfstream Park, never finished less than third, drilled a bullet last week at Churchill Downs. So showing the fitness is ready to go. So I think that the 11 is ready to fire.
Yeah, I mean that 35-1 3 furlong workout is one that leaps off the page for sure. That is a big time workout. Sean, who did you land on this race?
My top pick was the 11. So it was kind of one of the shorter odds priced horses where I felt like had not only a good chance of winning, but wouldn't be too low. And as I say that, we just clicked down to 5-2. I still kind of thought it would be like kind of anywhere between 5-2 and 7-2. As I say that, we'll probably get 2-1. But I like the Candy Ride. I mean, can run on basically anything. Horses kind of proven that. Likes the distance. Again, we got Joel. I feel like I'm going to get a good ride. So everything just kind of funneled to this one. I'll tell you a horse that I think is way too big of a price is the 10. Throw out all the dirt races, right? I mean, we're running 5.5.
Yep.
So just look at that, right? And now we're at 20-1. Just ran an 85 last time out. And I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be the favorite, but I don't think this horse should be 20-1.
Yeah, and Whimsical Muse was my third choice in this race. So I definitely am shocked about the 21-1 odds that we're getting right now. And yeah, throughout that dirt race and that 85 last time out, trying to close into a slower type of a blue coated fraction pace. That is definitely something I am looking at quite heavily right now, just due to the price. For me, my top pick, which is different than all of yours, so we're all on different picks. I love it. The number 6, Bingwa for Wesley Ward, Gerardo Corrales board. Wesley has been taking these turfway horses and have been bringing them to Churchill, running them on the dirt. This horse has ran on the dirt, has ran on the poly. The dam side pedigree suggests a little bit of turf. And I really think that if this horse does take to the turf like she did the poly, she's going to show speed regardless of dirt, on turf, on poly. She has been out front every time. And I just think that when we're talking about a 5.5 furlong race, I much rather prefer someone on the front end than I do out the back, which is why I landed on the 6 Bingwa. Question for you guys: looking at Bingwa's pedigrees or debut run at Belterra Park, which is odd for Wesley Ward. runs a 50 Beyer speed figure on the lead, then jumps up gigantically to a 91 and on the dirt. What's something that what's something you think about when you see that on the page?
As far as betting the horse,
As far as what does that make you think when you see a horse jump up 41 Beyer speed figure points off a debut?
I mean, it had everything to do with class in the track, in my opinion. I mean, he went from Belterra to Keeneland, maiden 16 special weight to an optional 75K. I mean, to me, that's not that big of a deal. It's a jump up, and in speed figures, for me, like I would play against that horse next out. And if just all things considered, just in that, I mean, obviously not if it's going to be a lone speed, but all things relative, I would play against a horse that just improved by 41 points next time out.
Gotcha. And two, I mean, looking at the back class too with Bingwa facing Royal Charlotte, who is a good runner for Chad Brown too. Back, it just jumped off the page to me. Take Charge Angel ran earlier in today's card. I don't remember seeing where she finished, but I believe it was on the dirt anyway. But it'll be interesting to see this horse. Obviously, going to be out to the lead. Nikki, how did you see the pace shaping up in this race?
Well, I think it's wide open. I mean, it's going to be such a quick race that I'm hoping it's going to be setting up for a closer. So I think it's wide open. I really do.
Sean, how about you?
As far as pace goes, I mean, I don't know what just happened out there. As far as pace goes, I mean, in a 5 furlong race, you're already going to get even types that shouldn't be on the lead up there because the jock just didn't want to be where he wanted, where he was. And so for me in these situations, I look towards, like Nikki's saying, like I hope that it sets up for a closer as well. I know the 11 is going to be closer than the 5, but I didn't like anybody that was going to be on the front in this pace. Yeah, I'm just kind of veered away from front runners in a turf sprint where, I mean, how many horses are in this field? Too many. That's how many.
Too many. Oh man, I love it. Yeah, we got 12 in total.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely interesting. For me, when it comes to turf sprints, I tend to choose horses that are going to be more towards the front than I do ones in the back. It tends to work out where front end speed on very short turf races tends to kind of hang on. You see that a lot at the Breeders' Cup too, where especially last year, having someone like Shaki Shabazz who had been running against some weird class types, you know, be able to duel and be as fast as they were on the turf was interesting. Now, granted, Shaki Shabazz being Jason Service horse, maybe the juice that Service was providing was aiding in that, but definitely something that I always take notice when looking at very short turf sprints. Now, when it comes to sprints in general, do you think that sprint speed on the turf is different than the dirt?
Yeah.
In general? Go ahead, Nikki.
I think so, for sure.
In what way?
I just think, well, depending on the turf condition or the dirt condition that day, I just think the dirt's a lot faster. The surface is quicker times.
Now, when you see an all-out speed horse on turf go to dirt, do you take a second look and go, "Oh boy, maybe this horse is going to be able to not only show speed on the dirt, but be speed of the speed"?
I do. I always take a look, and I always, we'll look into them, and it's a good angle to kind of catch whenever you can. So yeah, I definitely look at that.
All right, we're about we got 3 minutes to post. We're gonna talk a little bit.
1 minute.
Oh, yeah. 1 minute. Oh man, my feed is way behind. We gotta reload that. That ain't.
I felt
That's not
bad
gonna
on,
work.
the last race because I was like, oh yeah, here comes the 6, and then I don't think Marshall's caught it. Doesn't even know about the 6 yet.
Oh man. Yeah, well, I'm way behind. We're gonna reload this because that's just not gonna do.
Well, and I'm kind of I've saddled you guys. I'm quicker than you on my computer, Marshall, but I'm slower than you on my TV. So choose your evil, basically.
That's exactly yeah, right.
I
Uh,
choose to be ahead of you guys.
I don't blame you one bit. See, now the Churchill feed is being goofy. Ah, jeez. Naturally, that would happen. Oh, there we go. They are they loading into the gate on your
No,
feed?
not
No,
yet.
not yet.
Well, they're going to the gate, but not loading.
Oh, I was
They're
gonna
in the
say I
gate.
just saw one.
And they're off. Dance
Oh,
with the
yeah,
Devil
okay.
hits the ground running and
You all right?
quickly builds
Yeah,
a
yeah,
2-length,
Are
yeah,
you on the
3-length
right,
lead
right
right off
track?
the.
I am. No.
Did
I'm
you
good.
click CDT?
No, I did. Ah, man, I knew it. No, I was on race 1, so I was wondering. I was like, oh man, they're loaded to the gate. Holy buckets, that was quick. Uh, there we go. Um, you said they were just loading into the gate?
They're going
No,
to the
they're
gate right now.
walking towards it.
Okay, hey, there we go. I'm all right. I'm all right with that. We're good now.
Wow, there's only 50 live tickets after the 3rd leg of the Pick 6 at Churchill.
Wow.
Oh
It's
wow,
just been
that's
bomb
huge.
city, hasn't it been? The last 3 races? They've been all
Yeah,
prices.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Wow, that's unreal though to only have that many tickets. That's crazy.
And I think Ed DeRosa tweeted out that there's a carryover going into tomorrow from the Pick 5, and this one just started out 2 prices, so they're already talking about a possible carryover for that too. I mean, nothing's.
Double carryover?
I don't know how that works. I just happened to glance at it.
Oh wow, okay. That's
So yeah,
that's cool. That's cool. Let's hopefully what wagers do you guys have down on this race, if any at all? Nikki?
I have a 100-to-1 ticket in the UK.
Let's go. Let's go.
well played. Well played. Well played.
Touche. Touche.
I'm 5,
Sean,
10, 11 to stay alive in the Pick 4.
you are 5, 10, 11 to stay alive in the pick 4. I am 3, 6, 11, and 8 and 5 in the pick 4. I'm pretty spread out in this race. Admittedly, turf sprints are one of my weaker races as far as being able to judge pace, because it's very difficult, especially for how short this race is.
With the 5 drifting up to 6-1, this being Nikki's best bet, like the 5 wins here, that puts her back in it. I mean, right, with 2 races to go. So I don't know if I want my pick 4 to cash anymore if it has to do with the 5.
Interesting to see the 13 tick down to 2-1. Late money
Okay.
coming in on Hidden Facts.
All right, they're
Ryan
loading
Lynch.
into the gate now.
Yeah, they're about to break.
I was gonna say they're about to break. The 12 just went in.
The 13 just went in.
13 is
Yeah.
yep. 13's
Now
being,
backed out.
yeah. Hey, my
You're caught
stream.
up. All right.
My feed's all right. Holy buckets. Oh man. Come on.
It's like on my TV, the 13 hasn't even seen the gate yet.
Oh geez. Yeah, this 13 is being obstreperous. Does not want to go in whatsoever.
That's the other favorite. That's the co-favorite, isn't it?
That is the favorite right now, 2-1.
There we go. Last in, first out.
Is that how that works?
I don't know. Doesn't Pete Iole say that?
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
The 5 got a great start, in my opinion.
I thought so too.
And for me, the gate is open.
Oh,
Yeah.
you were caught up.
I was.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean the five is sitting right behind right behind my horse, Bingwa. Let's go. I mean,
10 looks loaded.
getting a great trip.
Yeah.
Open up.
come around the turn. We have 6, the 7 outside, and the 13 making a good run on the
Whoa.
barrel.
Oh,
So
no.
Whoa.
Oh, man. What? Oh, no.
I'll get there in 2 seconds. Don't worry.
Well, there's going to be an inquiry.
Oh,
I think the 10 like started it, but then the 5 looked like it like kicked out, and that's huge for my pick 4 if it stays up.
Wow.
did you see it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The 13 came in. The 10, or the 13 came out. The 10 kind of came in. That was tough.
Oh, at
So
least it
Here's
didn't
the
fall
best part. Now
down.
I get a live replay on my TV right now. They're going into the stretch. It's perfect.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was tough. Definitely.
Actually, doesn't look like the 10 does anything. I thought the 10 came in, but it looks like it's all the 13.
I'll definitely be interested to see the head on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely hold all tickets is right.
Well,
My
hopefully
bet.
somebody played the 10.
So it went 10, 13, 12.
Wow, I wasn't even in the parking lot of the ballpark for that race.
The pick 6 has to carry over if that stays up.
If the 10 stays up, yeah,
Yeah.
I would think so.
Well,
This was another in the money podcast horse.
this
I
was
believe,
a 5 minutes ago horse that I just said. Why is this horse this price?
I
bet
know,
this horse.
I know. PTF loved Whimsical Muse.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. God, gorgeous horse. My gosh.
Oh, the objection just got posted.
I was gonna say, if there is no objection, I mean,
I kept seeing nothing. There was no inquiry that was at least on the feed. I don't know what's going on at the track. I'm sure they're a little, skeleton crew with nobody there.
Yeah. I turned the track feed sound on, so hopefully we can get a little bit of audio once that comes through
Yeah,
on
they
the
come
live
on
stream.
now.
I haven't heard anything yet either.
There's the head on, but
Yeah,
they're on
the
the
head-on's
backside. We can't fast forward this.
I know.
There we go.
Number 10,
And then they
Whimsical
take the head
Muse
on
goes
off.
It
first.
goes right
Number
there. Oh, man. Or do you think the horse tripped?
Here we go.
There it goes. Here. Like, did the horse trip or was there interference?
hold on tickets in this race. Hold on
It's the
tickets.
left hand.
There's
As soon
a
as he goes to the
stewards
left.
inquiry.
Oh, the 10 does come in,
and
but the
3
13 really comes out
riders'
once he goes to
objections
the
in
left.
this race.
Yeah.
A
10 does
stewards
come in, though.
inquiry and 3 riders' objections in this race. The rider of the 12 against the 13, the rider of the 3 against the 12, and the rider of the 5 against the 13. 3 objections
Oh, wow.
and a stewards inquiry
That 10
not
came
official
out a lot.
in this 9th race.
Ooh.
You mean the
What?
13?
The 13, thank you. Yes, yeah, the 10 was on the outside. I mean, there was contact with the 10 coming into the 5, but then the main point of contact was the 13 pushing them out way wide.
See, and like I disagree with pretty much every time they put it up. But like I don't want to be in this situation. I mean, obviously I'm a little bit biased because I didn't have the 13, and the 12 came in third, so I don't have that either. So I definitely think it's the 13's fault. But like, what? So I don't envy them at all in the positions that they're in. Granted, I still disagree with their decisions 98% of the time.
Well, and the hard part
I hit
here,
a high clip.
the hard part too here is does that trouble for the 5, in United States racing, does it
placing?
Yeah, Cosmo placing ultimately, and I definitely think that it does.
I mean, and this is just completely on me and not on anybody else as words. It's just my opinion on that verbiage of did it cost me a placing? Where was that horse at that time? Did they have more than like a 50%, or did they have at least like a 50% chance of that placing? Yeah, the 12 was probably moving better than the 5. The 11 was moving well. But I thought it was a toss up between those three on who was going to get third. So I think any kind of trouble kind of costs you a placing at that. If you have to pull up and then you lose by a photo,
Yeah.
but that's just how I interpret their, however they do it.
Yeah, and
I mean, how many jockeys they have to be
3.
interviewing like six?
Well, there's
Well,
3.
no, there's three there,
that-
and one just got off the phone.
Yeah. Well, there's 3 that filed that had the objection specifically, but boy, they got a carousel of jockeys here, just kind of here's the phone, here's the phone, here's the phone.
I don't know how Churchill's their feed works. As from what I'm seeing, the 10's not even lit up.
Yeah, no.
Does anybody else see that?
No, I
No,
110%.
10's not lit up.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's the 13, 12, and 5.
Yeah, I think this is going to take a good couple minutes because this 13 is coming way out of the top 5.
Yeah.
Well, look at all the horses on the outside.
Yeah, I would assume that the 13 is going to get placed basically last in this.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
coming across most of the field, in that sort of respect. If I was the stewards, that's probably the ruling that I would give, considering that it did cost multiple horses placings. And 2, I mean, trouble for that 11 trying to come up the outside with the 13 coming across, pushing 10, the 10 into the 11 stumbled, Dixie in Candyland. So, I mean, trouble galore in this race.
At the time of the stumble, the 11 looked like the second place horse.
Yeah.
I mean, right here, I'm thinking it's going to go 10, 11, 11, 10.
Yeah.
And then right here, the 11 just, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't want any part of that either.
No. And you see, oh God, on the live stream right now, Javi's kind of trying to talk his way out of it. Like, oh, I didn't do anything, man. Come on.
Yeah, I got a different vibe from that. I got a vibe of like, yeah, I'm definitely coming down. Like he just kind of smiled, like, yeah, that's definitely happening.
Sure. Yeah, I mean the 11 was charging hard and was, oh man, that was tough.
Yeah, well, I think this is also a race where you go into, okay, well, there's a really bad trip, and then you take the horses. Okay, how would these horses would have done had they not had that interference? And I like for things like these, I always put them in my virtual stable on my phone to be like, okay, the next time these ones are out, like as soon as they get a better trip, they're gone.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially in a race like this where there were so many horses that were affected by it, you have to either use formulator to throw trip notes on it, or a notebook, or like you said, stable mail saying, hey, this horse last time out was absolutely shut off.
Do you guys use virtual stables?
Yes.
Yeah, I have horse races now, and I love it.
I use the Equibase virtual stable.
Does she have one? I was wondering, since she's new, that would definitely be something for her.
And Cora.
0.
What?
We'll have to show you.
Not. I have no idea.
You need to.
Okay.
No, because I would love it, because I would watch, TVG during the day, and like whenever you would see something like this, or a horse that, had just a bad trip, you just put the horse's name in your virtual stable and it will alert you, for workouts for the next time. Yeah, for the next time they're, 15 minutes to post, you put either a trainer that you like, or the jockey that you like, or the track you like, and they send you updates. So that's how I've always got notified. And like sometimes I'll be like all of a sudden this West Virginia like horse will come out. And I'm like, I'm like, I must have been drinking putting this in here. I have no idea. Must have been a late night and just decided to throw them in. But I'll bet them. But yeah, I've always watched horses like that, of just putting them in my stable, putting stable notes of like, this is what it is, and keep track of it like that, so that whenever they do have workouts or when they do have races, you get notified.
We've all had those late nights at Mountaineer, playing Mountaineer. No, there's no judgment. We're good. I still remember the first time I was playing Mountaineer, and this is years ago, but I was like, who is Deshaun Parker? And I'm just going to bet on every horse he's riding. Like, this guy wins everything.
Oh, man. Yeah, definitely interesting to see the result from the objection is still Still taking a while. You guys, since you guys are ahead of me, you guys are going to have to break the news. So feel free to.
I mean, yeah, I'm seeing a tractor on the screen right now with a flashing objection screen still. So
Yeah.
we're still-
Now, did they already? They
um,
didn't even do the. They didn't do a winner's photo yet, did they?
I don't
No.
think they're doing those right now currently, are they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I
Oh,
thought
they
they
are.
Yeah.
I thought I saw a track say they weren't doing them.
No, I've seen them do them.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I've definitely seen it. Now, granted, there's like 2 people in the paddock or in the winner circle.
Yeah.
With the face masks.
Yep. Yep. But otherwise, yeah, interesting to that they hadn't even done any announcement with that.
Still, I mean, they've just got to be figuring out where to place the horse.
That would be, that would be my guess. I do like a tweet from Scott Shapiro earlier today saying, "I remember telling my father about the car today and how it looked chalky today." Sharp insight.
Do you see Barry's response?
No. Spears?
Yeah.
Oh,
good.
that's the king of gifts, Barry
Yeah,
Spears.
he's awesome.
Glad to see that he was able to recover from his illness and is definitely doing well from that. So that's definitely good to see. Here we go. We went official. Whimsical Muse, the
They
10
took the 13 down.
is the winner. The
10,
12
12,
gets
5.
yeah, the 12 gets placed. The 5 is in for that show money, and the 11 is in fourth. 13th being completely
It's the ninth
out of the
race.
mix.
And
They
you
haven't
had the 13, right, Sean?
I had the 11. So
Oh, okay.
you made up ground on me there, but we have the same horse in this race.
Mm.
We're both on the 10 here. So
Still not official on that
this
ninth
race
race.
is
Looking
gonna be
ahead to
good.
race number 10, no scratches or changes
they
in
still
there.
haven't
Double
made
exacta,
an
trifecta,
official,
and
and
superfecta
there's no
wagering.
announcement yet either.
yeah, it just says unofficial on my screen.
And the late daily double.
What are they doing? Travis Stone, let's go.
Or no, we got Santa Anita in 5 minutes.
Oh, we got Santa Anita race 5?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to stream that. We definitely got to do that.
I mean, the idea, and this is specific wording from my racehorse, was that the horses were. Peter Miller's using this as almost like a paid workout, and not. I don't know that there's going to be a lot of asking. I don't know. It looked like it said this is for practice, hence the name. But yeah, so I wouldn't. Well, I mean, we'll see, but yeah, and it's taken a while for this horse to get on the track. I think I've had a share in this one for a year and a half, and this is gonna be his first race. So not a whole lot of expectations, but and I was a little not frustrated or irritated, but we had Abel Cedillo, but he was named on the 11, I think, and the 11 drew in, and that was his first choice. So now we get Figueroa.
Gotcha. There we go. We finally go official. Woo-wee.
Oh.
$52 on the win, and Sean is in absolute dreamland with his pick 4, picking up not only a $52 horse, but what was the price in the last?
It was a good price.
It was a damn good price.
17 to 1.
$36.
$36. So Sean goes $36.80. $52. Sean is just right.
But now we get chalky. Now we get chalky. I'm just 710 here. So let's get Nikki and mine our top selections home, juice it up just a little bit, and then let's just cash it at the end.
Oh,
I mean, not to be greedy or anything or to map it out.
But Sean, I liked how you talked about your ownership. I actually came across an opportunity in Australia. So Australia has a race called the Everest. You guys know that the Everest is like the Pegasus of here. It's the world's richest race, but it's their richest race. And right now that this ownership group called My Everest bought a share into the stall. So everyone can put up money to be have a micro share of an Everest horse, which I thought was incredible. And like you said, it's not about the money and it's not about, but it's just, you can get updates. You can be included on picking the horse and the horse's trainers, the workouts. And I'm like, I wish they would do stuff like that. I'm like, can you imagine the fans if you had like, all right, we have one, stall for the Kentucky Derby and the fans can get in. And like, how many people would be so excited about that just to like you said, go to the track and see your horse race or see it on TV and tell people, the whole story and how you're included. And I wish we would do, more things like put on big race days, like the Pegasus or the Kentucky Derby or like, even any of the stakes races. I think it would be huge. I mean, so many people would get involved. Because I know all of Australia is all talking about it, how that, you can get a piece of an Everest course, even though it's just nothing, but it's just the whole idea of it.
That's really cool. Yeah, and it's exactly like you're saying. Like the My Racehorse guys, there's some people that walk in there that are registered owners. This is their thing, but they just want to be in on these big name horses as well. But then there's other people that are like, this is their first time to the track. Like that was an excuse to go to Santa Anita was because Tiz the Magician was running or whatever, or whoever was running.
Right.
And they're so like seeing their face and as they see the horse up close, and it's not only just a horse, but it's technically it's their horse, and
yeah.
I mean, we could talk about the micro shares and all that, but nobody, and that's the other thing with My Racehorse, nobody's ever like, well, this is Spendthrift's horse majority, right. And everybody talks about it as mine, ours, and it's just it's a really
the same
cool
as Little
community.
Red Feather. I was actually at their party in Del Mar. Like they include all the members, they give them updates, they and it's such a great thing to get into. And like I said, it's nothing about the money. It's all about just having that excitement into it.
Yeah, Billy and Gary, they're I mean, out of the people that I've seen, there's nobody that can match what they're doing. I mean, they make it like they're an entire family. They're doing contests. The emails that they send out are very well done and informative. And yeah, Little Red Feather does a very, very good job. Welcome back, Marshall.
Oh, I'm here, man. I'm just no. I'd love it. I love this conversation because I know a lot of people who, including myself, who really do want to get into ownership in general and really would love to be a part of the game in a different way. Betting on horses is fine, but I mean, owning is like.
I mean, it's like we're not all Peter Brandt or anyone. It's just like it's all about the fans and having that excitement because we're the ones that keep the game going. So it's just like, yeah, you can have your, Colmore, Spendthrift, the big guys, but, like the ones like the micro shares and the Little Red Feathers and, the syndicates that get bought into. I mean, I think it's great. I think they need to do it more.
I would like to see it on a level of like a 5% level. Like right now, what I have with Andrew Lerner is 5% and 2 horses, and the bills are lumped together. And it's not a small chunk of change, but if you can afford the initial payment, you can afford the rest of them. So it gets me in where, I mean, how many people can be in, groups can be in with me, 19 other groups at a 5% level, if that's even the case. And I know that that's not the case because some of them, so I know one person who has 20% in Awesome Drive, and so just bought a little bit more. But like when we go to the track and when Andrew's, it's so fun and so tight knit. Whereas with My Racehorse, I've got 1,000 people that own Tiz the Magician, maybe more.
Right.
So it's not as tight knit. It's not as close, but it's fun. I wish there was more available in that 5% range, and not like the Tiz the Magician horses, the horses that are costing 40, 50, 60, 70,000 at a sale. I really feel like they would sell well, especially if they were marketed and informed correctly. As a horse owner that I don't live at Santa Anita, so I can't just go whenever I want. Like, flood my inbox with emails. Like, make me ignore you. The more information, the better. And unfortunately, and a lot of things that I've seen in the past, they almost gear towards less information or more information at a less rate. They give you like a monthly update. It's like, I don't want to know how my horse is doing monthly. Like, you can call me if you want.
The horses have arrived at the starting gate. It's post time.
All
Looks
right.
like we're going to the gate.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have the track feed up. We are definitely watching that. Sean is part owner again of You Talking About Practice. The number 2 with Herberto Figueroa, trained by Peter Miller. Um, let's see how the horse goes. I mean, ultimately, you said that Peter is looking to use this as a kind of a race into shape sort of race, and see how
Loading
it
the gate
goes.
for the 5th of the
Um,
Great Race Place.
and we'll definitely see how this goes. Obviously, the horse drifted from 8-1 to 24-1, so not a whole lot of steam either on the horse. But let's just go from the start to the finish and get a little practice into this horse.
I mean, you never know.
One
When
more to
Awesome
go
Drive made her debut, unfortunately, I was in Saratoga for her debut, so I didn't even get to see it in person. Well, I think we were 20-1 on the morning line, and she ran a really good third. So you never know. And um, with me being, kind of more in the owner game, I've really come to respect not just
in
the
hoof's
wins, but
tail
just
with the yellow
well-run
blinkers
races,
on.
and coming out of it healthy and gearing towards the next one.
Well, and that's always the key.
Talking
I mean,
about
I can only
practice.
imagine that the anxious and nervousness about having a horse that you own
Out to
going from
left
point A to
side.
point B and be healthy
Irreproachable.
to be able to run again is always unnervy. I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, you see the thing, you see the retirement with Nadal, and thank goodness he's going to make a full recovery and not, nothing really too tragic happened. But I mean, that's got to be a tough pill to swallow for those owners.
Little bit of
If
help
that
from
were to
Count to
happen,
left side.
knock on wood, that to
72 on the
Awesome
board as
Drive
the
that I own
son
at
of Vronsky
5%.
comes up.
That I mean, it's just they have such higher
Irreproachable
expectations. You
completes
know
the
what I
lineup.
mean? And
Hmm.
to be cut out like that at that time, that's just tough.
Oh yeah. It's extremely tough, and that's
Into the
the
gate.
hard part about the game in general
And
is
they're
that
off.
exact
Bricks
thing.
comes out
All
running.
right,
So
we're
does
out of the
Count
gate. The two kind
Alexei,
of stumbled
who
out of the gate.
sprint
It
and
looked
clear to
like
take the lead.
back to
Endless Tail
last,
moving through along the inside. They're
but
joined by Zero Down, who's
making
only a half
a
length
little
off
bit
the pace. Stir the Pot is
of a
also in
move
the
here to
firing
try to
line.
get in
3
I mean,
by
he's
contention.
moving
4
right now.
Command.
I wish he would go outside
Desert
from here.
Swarm is racing in mid-pack,
But it looks like
racing
he's
on the
going to
inside of
stay to the rail.
Irreproachable. It's
It
2
looked like
more
he'd be
lengths
kind of,
back to
I don't,
Bricks, who
I don't
races on the outside of Malachi Moxie. 2 more to
What are we at?
Rawhide
22 and
Rollins,
3
and you
for
talking
the
about practice trails.
first, or
Midway on the
22
far
and
turn,
1
Count
2 for the
Alexei,
first quarter.
Stir
So
the Pot,
that's
head and head.
um
Zero Down is fighting in
this
between them
five and a
third.
half
They're
is
followed by
I would probably
Endless
say
Tail
fairly on
along the
par.
inside. Outside of him,
I
Desert
know, and
Swarm
Benny
is in
Strip Notes is
fifth.
going to
As the
say
field turns for home,
shit
Bricks
break.
has clear sailing.
That's for
There's an
sure.
eighth to run, and Count Alexei
Two
very
coming on
strong
the
on the front
outside
end, leads
here.
it by 3.
It looks
Bricks
like
takes up the chase in the
he's
center of the
making a
course.
little bit of
And
a
from the back
charge.
of the field, you talking about practice?
kind of
It
awkward
is Count
steps.
Alexei. Bricks
Yeah,
is coming.
Kind of
Count
choppy.
Alexei, Bricks. It's going to be
Yeah, right.
close.
Yeah.
Photo
Taking
finish.
a lot of
green.
Bricks
awkward
came
steps.
right
Yeah.
to Count
Not
Alexei
bad
Yeah.
at
considering the
the
start.
wire. It's very
Yeah.
close
I
between
mean,
those two.
Yeah.
that
Mullins came
field's
alive to
6
be in a
lengths
photo or a
before he even
battle
decided to
with
run.
you talking
But
about
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it was
practice
bad. And
for
I
the
mean, kind of
Schugo.
what I
It's a
expected.
close photo in race 5.
And it's I believe the horse was gelded when I got into the horse at 2 years old.
Hmm.
So he's always been kind of hard to handle and kind of a mind of his own. They sent a video of him being broken in up in Utah, and you can just tell he's just kind of full of himself, and doesn't really like the rider that much. So I'm sure he'll.
Be better at
Ooh.
Del Mar.
Good pub. I'm sorry.
Said he'll be better at Del Mar.
Yeah, and that was the email that I got, was that we were gearing up for Del Mar. And he was stable the entire time at San Luis Rey. So I mean, we're talking 40 minutes from Del Mar.
Mhm.
So I was kind of surprised that we entered this race. I don't think it had anything to do with getting the 8 in to getting the race to go, because looks like the winner's another slam dunk horse. But yeah, I was surprised that we went, but yeah, I should come out of that well.
And Carl,
Yes.
you had your hands up. You're
No. I was looking at something and I put my hands up. You're just cussing. It was just a hand gesture.
that's true. That's true. I was fully expecting a middle finger too or something there, but I didn't even get that. So
For you, Marshall, anytime.
I love it. All right. Race 10, we have an allowance optional claimer on the dirt going a mile and a 16th, 3-year-olds and up. Sean's attending to the dog. Somebody's at the door. Holy buckets.
So I got permission, Marshall, to tell you who got me into the contest.
Oh, permission. Beautiful. Yeah, what you got?
I got permission from Mike McIntyre to tell you he's the one who got me into the contest.
Oh, the cheese man himself, Gorgonzola, Mike McIntyre.
Yeah.
There you go. There you
He's
go.
the one that got me in as well.
Nice, but you won the last one, so.
Well, hey, this is just the first one.
Yeah,
you're my superhero, Nikki. As soon as I heard you were going to be in this, I was like,
oh.
I love it. I love it.
Awesome. Yeah, feel free to contact me anytime since you're new, I can help you.
I would love that. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Love it. I love it. That's why we're in it. That's why we're in this together, folks. That's exactly the reason why we're in it. All right. Coming back to the race, allowance option 2000, amount of 16th on the dirt, 3-year-olds and up. We're gonna start it with the superhero here, Nikki. Who you got?
I got Gunnet. Aside from the fact that I'm a huge Gunrunner fan, was a huge Gunrunner fan, still am. I just think that this drop in class is going to be really good for him. He has raced in the grade 2 with by my standards, prior grade 3. I mean, he's just raced a ton of good horses and just never could quite, catch the break. So I think that this drop in class is a perfect place for him. So I see definite improvement, and I have Gunnet, and I also have Fearless.
Looking at that price tag for Gunnet, what how many zeros do you see after that 2,6?
I know.
$2.6 million Keeneland September purchase.
Yeah.
I mean, my gosh. Although now, to be fair, the siblings for Gunnet are they're out of this world. They're definitely good, but I mean that's a hefty price tag to pay for the horse.
For sure.
I'm trying to pull up the siblings. I'll see my dog see something outside too. It's probably a deer. Don't do it. Nimbus wants to. I can see it. All right. Ms. Bezalou. Sibling PPs. Yeah. Is this the first out of Miss Bezalou? I didn't think it was.
Well, this is Gunrunner's brother.
Full?
No, half brother.
Half brother. Yeah. I was gonna say. So yeah, that's pretty good brother. That's pretty damn good big brother for sure.
Yeah, love Gunrunner.
Oh man, just classy horse.
Well, I just know that after he came back from Dubai, he just won. The Woody Stevens just, most horses after they come back from Dubai, arrogate, like you see them just drop off, but he just excelled. And, the Pegasus, the first year they ever had it, it was just, he's incredible. He's an incredible horse. I'm glad they kept him racing until, I think 5. So I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cara, what do you got for your pick in this race?
Fearless, and this was actually my best bet as well. So Fearless to win, Full of Run second, and Seek the Peak. I actually am more comfortable handicapping the longer races. The sprints make me nervous because I don't feel like I understand enough. Mm-hmm. The longer races, I feel like the past performances give me a better understanding of what this horse can do if given more time and space to run. So I liked Fearless for that.
I'm Fearless was also my top pick. I really, that last race, going up against the absolutely just Hulk-like performance of Dunf. We'll see how that shakes out in a few weeks, but bad break and out, 11 by 15 lengths, 11th by 18 lengths, and that closing kick was unreal to watch coming down the lane. Overall, I had that race was very strong for the class too. So I definitely a race that I really thought was good. And overall, again, Johnny V, Todd Pletcher, the distance isn't a problem. I think that he was one that I singled on all of my pick four tickets, even if I was busted out that last race. Sean, who do you got?
I'm on Gun It as well. So if from a contest standpoint, this is where I'm happy and Nikki is not. Because there's 2 races to go and I'm in the lead and she can't make up any ground on me in this race. So it's one of those races where I kind of just get to sit back and enjoy it. But just kind of jumping on what Nikki was saying, not only do I like, you know, the brother to gun runner, dropping in class, but also the horse is versatile. The horses come from off the pace, the horses set the pace. So for me, like kind of going back to the baseball reference, like 5-tool athlete, you need a home run, fine. You need a stolen base, fine. It's the same person. So it kind of gives Joel that option out of the gate. Are they going to gun and go? Because if so, then he can kind of take back. Or is it going to be a dawdling walking pace? And if so, he can go. So I love to bet on horses like that because, especially with a jock like Joel, maybe not with Javier.
Oh, yeah, I saw Benny earlier, and I quote, "And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why Javi doesn't whip with his left hand because he can't fucking ride."
Was that the 13 in the last one?
Yes.
Yeah, as soon as he went to the left, he veered out 18 paths.
Yep.
That's
So,
a suggestion of Benny. Like within 5 minutes of listening to him on your podcast a couple weeks ago, all I heard was something like Velasquez and a lot of shit talking about jockeys. That's what I understand. Velasquez.
that is that is absolutely Benny in a nutshell there for sure. Yeah, I mean, and honestly, he watches so many race replays, and I mean, he studies jockeys and how they move their hands, how they're, moving during the race. And so when it comes to someone who really does pay attention to jockeys, not just off the cuff, this jockey sucks, he's definitely one that when he doesn't like a jockey, that really does kind of stick with me when it comes to that. All right, looks like we're coming up to the gate here. On the live stream, we got the right side of the screen, which is Ankara and me on the 7 Fearless. We have the left side of the screen, Nikki and Sean with the 10 Gunnet. I feel like a head-to-head wager here is in order for a Del Mar margarita, which I know that I can't really pay up until I get out to that California action, but definitely definitely something that I'm in on. Let's go.
Did I
Let's
just
go.
freeze?
Well, I'm hoping to get the invite from Sean to go to the brig.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, we on the patio,
Yeah.
so we can watch the races.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. We are off. And got a few trying to get out to the lead here. We have the 8, the 6, the 4 is on the inside, the 11 is coming up too. Definitely kind of a mixed bag, as kind of expected. Fearless, doesn't normally sit up towards the front. I don't really like that he's all the way back, but I'm okay with that. Where do you guys what do you guys see with Gunner here?
I
Kind
like
of
where he's
mid
placed.
pack. Yeah. Okay. So I thought he was a little further back than I wanted, but I mean, especially considering the pace.
Yeah, the pace is kind of slow, ain't it?
But he's moving well now.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to move well in a second for you, Marshall.
That's fine. I
Joel's the best closer there is. And there
I
he goes.
mean, yeah. Was that? I was
I
like
said Joel's the
beholder.
best closer they have.
Yeah.
Is the race done for you guys?
No.
No.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was like,
10's battling. It looks like Fearless is going to go by.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, yeah. The 8
yeah.
dug in.
So
wow.
we just came into the stretch here.
Yeah.
Seven
Seven.
is
7-8.
yeah, seven is 4 wide here. Making
Top speed.
yeah,
Very good.
yeah, making up ground real nicely, and definitely going right on by the speed. Boy, interesting to see that the 8 there hung on as well as he did. Um, that was not a horse that that I particularly liked. I thought that he was going to be on or near the lead, but um, going back to what Ashley Mayu was saying earlier today, that Tampa form, at the beginning of the meet was really not good. Um, but now that we've started to get a little bit into the Churchill meet, the Tampa form has been pretty darn good. And in that last race, top speed coming out of the optional claiming 16 in Tampa. That's a big effort.
So this is where it gets kind of interesting because I don't have the standings, and I know Mike was trying to keep up with this live as they were going. But so Ancora had the 7.
Hmm.
The person
We
CJ
have
had the 10.
big Sean.
So CJ has the 10, who came in third. That's going to pay what 220 to show,
Yeah.
right? But that was her best bet. So even though it was even money, she gets that little multiplier. And
Yeah.
now, but they have the same horse in the last. So was that enough to pass?
Oh,
So
that's
her match is over.
that,
And I know that she was down, but I want to say she was down like $13. I know it's
so.
even money.
But still, yeah.
Yeah, Mike, give us a shout out here on the matchup here with CJ Feldon and Cora, because that's definitely that's a great point, Sean.
Yeah, I'd really like to know.
For
the beer, it all depends on the beer level, the beer intake.
Right? Yeah.
Especially.
Are we breaking out the Jaeger, or are we going to Shiner for the rest of the day? That's what I need to know. Like, what's the difference? I'm really happy with that. And that horse did what Speech did for me a couple of weeks ago. I was like, Jesus, that horse is hanging out in the parking lot smoking joints, right? But
Yep.
at the end of the race, just shot forward. So happy with that.
Yeah, that's definitely was definitely a great run. The exact trip that I thought Fearless was going to get, with the big run, and definitely definitely showed the class. And it'll be interesting where horses go after this race. I would assume that horses like the top 3 are probably going to go into some sort of stakes, I would think. Um, especially with Fearless being a WinStar horse, I'm sure they're going to want to get some black type into the horse for sure. But another big purchase, 725,000 for a Ghost Sapper. A little less than 10 times the stud fee. So definitely spending money to get those W's. Anything else from that race that you guys saw? I mean, obviously what did you guys think about the pace in general?
Yeah, I thought the pace was slow. I thought they were going to go quicker.
Yeah.
I will say this is the first time I was able to acknowledge, okay, it doesn't look like they're moving as fast as they should be.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, so yay.
No, that's always good when you're able to recognize that. Yeah, and I thought the pace was a lot slower than I even expected. So that makes the runs of Gunnet and Fearless even that much better, to be able to come into the numbers there for sure. And now when you're moving forward out of this race, how would you, Nikki, you know, when you watch the replay, how would you classify the run from top speed? Would you say, oh, it was a good run, but slow pace, or what?
Yeah,
How would
I
you
just think
justify?
I think he got a gift. The pace is what handed it to him. Would I play him back again? No. On the next race, probably not. Depending on who was in the race and how I was seeing the pace set up. But something like this, I wouldn't bet back again.
Sure. All right. Sean, does that knock
Yes,
you
sir.
out?
The pick 4? No.
Oh, baby girl. Oh, Sean is still in on that pick 4. He is sweating bullets on the pick 4. Have you looked at the payoffs at all?
I'm looking at them right now.
All right.
I do not have the favorite, just FYI.
So the favorite being Juliet Foxtrot, the number 1. Pretty heavy favorite as far as doubles are concerned too. Interesting to see Bo Recall second choice there in the pick 4 payoffs. Sean, who do you have on your ticket to finish this out?
2, 3, 5, and 8.
2, 3, 5, and 8. So realistically, let's go with that 3.
Well, realistic. Well, I mean, yeah. 3 was kind of a long shot that I added in.
Huge closing kick.
Yeah. I really like the 8 in this spot, but I just didn't want to single. To give myself a little bit more. Not only that, but then when I did put the ticket in, like I don't have everything lined up, but with Nikki on the 1 and sitting at 5-2, like I don't think it's mathematically possible to catch. So like I just thought that singling the 8, the 8 could have been my make it or break it for the contest. So I didn't want to single it in the pick 4 and in the contest, and then Nikki beats me in the contest and I get knocked out of the pick 4. Like I can only handle one of those things. I can only handle one of those things.
Oh man.
So.
Oh man. Well, here's what I know is that when this race goes off, I am going to be cheering for every horse you have, regardless of Joe Wolf. Let's see here, Joe Wolf. Who do you have? Me. I have the 9. He has the favorite with the 1. So let's go. Now, Sean, you said your top pick and a horse that you really like in this race, Altea. Sorry. Talk to me about her.
Hold on, let me get there. I was staring at payouts. Actually, I wasn't. I mean, again,
can you feel the money going into your wallet already?
No. No, I wasn't looking at that. I had sent that ticket out to one of our buddies that is in the Slack chat, and he said he texted me back right now. Let's go, and asked him if he played the ticket, and he said, of course I didn't. So that's what I was shaking my head about.
I love it.
I mean, again, I've already said this, and I've been doing it the whole time. I mean, not only do I have Joel Rosario on a horse that's going to be coming late, but then it's a Chad Brown horse, training well leading up to this. I don't see any breaks in the training. I like to see those 7-day increments. There's one that's 9 days, but I mean, it is what it is at that point. I think that's splitting hairs. So speed figures are competitive. The price is right. The trainer's right. The jock's right. 12-1 to close out the contest. Like I like it. So like this is again where if this was in the earlier of the card, I might have had a different opinion. But ending with the 12-1 Chad Brown, Joel Rosario, that figures. Like I like my chances in that spot.
Now clearly the connections and the price you're getting, you will never ever see a price of 9-1 with Chad Brown, Joel Rosario on the turf. Let's just throw that out there. That does not happen.
Correct. And I mean, it's a full field. It's Churchill, and I mean, there's horses that you got to step up to beat the 1. I mean, the 1's definitely the horse to beat. So, and Altea doesn't have a race to go back that beats the 1 in the last couple of starts. So, I mean, the price is, I get it, but I mean, that's why what are we all? We're all a bunch of degenerate gamblers, right?
Yeah.
I mean, sign me up, like.
Speak for yourself.
Oh.
That was words that came from your mouth earlier.
Oh, I love it. All right. And Cora, your top pick.
Mitchell Road. And I'm looking at Mitchell Road and I'm like, well, why did I pick Mitchell? So one of the
met a Mitchell I like.
Yeah, well,
at least my name's Marshall. It's close. It's close, but it's not the same.
When I looked at the past performances, looking at it again now, the fact that in its last race he went from 3.52, and I'm probably interpreting this incorrectly, but I don't like erratic positions. Like, I like consistency. And so I probably wouldn't pick this horse again if I had a chance, maybe because of that. But yeah, Mitchell Road, and then second place I had Secret Message 7. So we'll see.
So the one thing with Mitchell Road is there is a dearth of speed in this race. Literally nada. There you have the 1, Julia Foxtrot, and you have the 14, Mitchell Road, whom are the only ones who have been on the lead in a race. So looking at that, and you're getting one right now on a horse that you know is going to be in the mix early in a race that you know doesn't have any pace, there are a lot worse 14-1 shots out there that you could have, that you could definitely have in a contest. And especially considering the price, if Mitchell Road comes in first, guess who's winning their first matchup in the tournament?
Well, no, they both have the same pick.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm pretty sure if I wrote that down.
Yeah,
as
no,
long as,
you're right.
As
You're
long as I
right.
wrote that down correctly. Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right. I just looked. So R.I.P.
Your encouragement there keeps the Jaeger in the cabinet for the rest of the road. Pays off.
Oh, I love it. I love it. But no, definitely interesting. I mean, obviously the biggest negative is Joel Rosario off, Joe Talamo on. That always makes me kind of leery when I see Talamo coming on for Rosario, and I don't believe Talamo has ever rode the horse too, so that always kind of worries me when I see that. Nikki, talk to me about your top pick.
I have the 11, Juliet Foxtrot. I just think she's the obvious class of the field after her fine.
Number one. You said 11.
No, I said, oh, I'm sorry. Did I say 1?
You said the number 11.
Oh, I'm
Julia
sorry.
Foxtrot.
We're in the 11th race, number 1.
Yes.
Too many ones.
I see where the 11 came from.
I like that. That's good. I like that. That's fair.
I have it from somewhere. It's a 1. We're in the same ballpark.
In the last race, broke from the 11th post. It's all good. There's
too
plenty
many 11s going. There's too many ones. And then my second one, I actually have Varenka. I think she had a fine 3-year-old campaign and hoping for further improvement for her 4-year-old debut. I think she would like some pace to run into. So I'm hoping Mitchell Road gets enough early pressure to make her set solid fractions.
Now, what did you think about the pace scenario in this race in general?
I think it's going to be slow again. I think hopefully it's not like the last race, but it's going to be a good race.
Yeah, and definitely when you have a full, and I mean absolute full field, it'll be interesting to see. Now, Sean, when you're looking at a race like this with a full field, and projected to be a slow pace, well, what is your thought process when it comes to handicapping?
Well, I used to only look at the pace and just say, and I would have probably been, oh, well, Florence going to go. He's probably got the pace advantage. The 14 has to come all the way over and just chalk it up as the pace of the race. And then somehow Paco Lopez gets in there, or Luis Saez, and gets some dead closer out on the lead, and it messes up my whole thing. So I kind of almost, unless it's like really classy speed, I almost kind of chalk it up like nobody really had this circumstance. Who does the best running in the last, like, not the last 2 furlongs, but the last like 4 furlongs, like around the turn, going into the, coming out of the turn, and then as they straighten up and as they change leads. So as best I can. I mean, I'm obviously not diving into a 14 horse field and spending 30 minutes trying to figure that out on each horse.
Right.
But that's why I leaned on horses like Winning Envelope and like Altia, because they're going to do their best running later. And I don't want, I'm trying to look in this. I don't really see any, like, I mean, Irad's a star. Oh, Irad's not even riding. But I mean, some jockeys just like, they read the PPs just like we do. And they see a lone speed and they're like, well, that's not happening. Not with me in the race, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's frustrating as a bettor. So I've kind of been trying to lean away from that, because I can handle losing. I can't handle losing like that. Like that's going down the heap of glory,
Yeah, right. No, exactly. looks like the single six jackpot carryover goes 150,000 for tomorrow. So yeah, definitely interesting there. And looking at the payouts for not only the pick four, but the pick five is just absolute balloons with the lowest payout in the pick five going 42,000 for $1.
No.
So
Oh yeah, yeah.
the lowest
It looks
payout,
like
yeah.
yeah, it looks like the 12 is carrying over.
Oh, is the 12 carrying over? Oh yeah,
It
4 or
looks like it's
5.
carrying over.
Yep, yep. So I mean, crazy, crazy to see that. I mean, it's definitely been a tough day as far as handicapping is concerned, but the horses that have been winning were not like, oh man, I could have never found that horse. You know, there were some things that you could at least find and poke at there. Um, moving forward, and Carl, talk to us about your experience with the Daily Gallop so far in the tournament and all of the people involved. You know, what are your first thoughts?
Fucking amazing. What did you think I was? Total shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, actually, I've gravitated to the Daily Gallop and the people who frequent uh, your happenings more often than any other site. I think we talked about this the other day. Like I was listening to Mike Somich and I knew he was speaking English, but none of the words made sense together. So it's clearly like, level 99 that I'm not at yet. But thankfully, the Daily Gallop and everyone you've had on your podcasts and people who frequent your Twitter have been really, really generous with their time and their information and expertise. And I've picked up the vast majority of what I know you guys and the people that you work with. So thank you for that.
No. I mean, that's obviously the main focus that Spencer had when he created the Daily Gallop was to be able to provide a resource for people that are trying to get into the game. Sean, it's okay. I'm shocked out of my mind. My dog has not made a peep the entire time.
Yeah, I have 3 dogs, and I'm like, are they alive? Did they get out of the gate?
I know.
Are they still in the backyard?
I know. I'm sweating bullets here for sure, and coming into this last race. But no, like I said, that was kind of the purpose of the Daily Gallop was to provide a resource for people who may not know how to get into the game or start up. So we're happy to have you on Daily Gallop Live to be able to talk about your experience in general and really hope to provide insight moving forward as far as how you're able to better handicapping, because ultimately when it comes down to horse racing, there's not a soul out there who loves the sport who isn't trying to get better every day.
Well, yeah, that's the best thing about it is that you no matter what level you're at, you're always learning, looking at a different angle. You're always, and it's like such a group thing. Like so going to the racetrack by yourself is very intimidating, but you can always go up and with a program and be like, who do you like in the 9th race? And have an hour-long conversation with a complete stranger, but feel like you're in your living room. So it's just like that's what's so great about it is no matter what level you're at, as long it's just such a good sport to just be so inclusive and learn every time.
Yeah, absolutely, and like you said too, when you go to the track, once tracks start opening up, but I've seen some tracks start to allow or allowing
Right.
people on the grounds for training and stuff like that. So hopefully within the not too distant future, we'll be able to get back out onto a track and get out there and just see these animals in the flesh, because it's
I missed
a very different experience. Oh, I know. Tell me about it.
So actually, Nikki, when you were talking earlier on about how you paddock crash, I was telling Marshall and Spencer the other day how like my goal is to get on a track. I want to walk a track, and I've been told that's nearly impossible to do.
Just don't listen to it. You've met the right person.
Yeah, I'm like, to get on this track. And everybody's like, well, you can't do it. It's impossible. So now I know Nikki's the person who's going to get me on.
I make it all possible.
Excellent.
No matter what country. It doesn't matter what country, I will be in the paddock.
Awesome.
Exactly. The international rule breaker.
Well, if Nikki can get into the paddock for the ARC,
Yeah.
You can get in
Yeah.
anywhere. The sky's the limit.
getting onto a track should be so easy in comparison to that.
I can help you out with that.
Oh man, that is awesome. Now, Anakar, do you have any questions for any one of us regarding anything that we've said, or any kind of ideas that you have in your head that you just kind of want to spew?
Well, I know that next week, after again listening to Nikki, I'm going to, once I've narrowed down my field to however many horses I like, I'm going to go and look at replays of their last races. And hopefully that will help make some of the decisions that I'm making, or help me feel more confident in the decisions that I'm making. Because in a couple races, it's always like, I don't know. Maybe this horse, will do good things and has had a good upbringing. Mom and dad were at home, shit like that. But, but other than that, that I think that to me was the most important thing I heard today was go back and look at the races for your top 3 or 4. So thank you for that.
Get a virtual stable. Have to get a virtual stable.
Virtual stable. I wrote that down in red pen. We're ready for that. So.
I like it. I saw Ryan Dickey in the chat said that he used to get into the paddock at Hazel Park all the time.
Ryan Dickey and I have a side bet going on. He's not having a good day today.
No, he's not. Do you want to elaborate on the side bet?
Oh, well, I said, well, I'm sure I'll be in Kentucky sometime, whenever they open up the racetracks. And if I win, then you have to wear a shirt that says women handicappers handicap better than I do. And if he wins, then I have to put on Twitter that he's the best handicapper for 7 days. But it looks like I'm at like $39 and he's at $10. So I need to start looking for t-shirts.
Oh boy. Oh man. Now Ryan, you gotta tell us what color shirt we need to get.
Oh no, I get to pick that. That's my choice.
Well, purple and with pink lettering.
Oh, I like that.
Awesome.
And a Daily Gallop logo.
Oh yeah.
So Nikki's face on the back. Nikki's face on the back.
Yeah. So
gotta get that face pad printed right on the back. Ryan Dickey, ouch. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, and especially too when it comes to replays, take good notes. If you see something that you like or either don't like, the note taking portion is huge because when you go back and look through and you go, oh well, I like this race, but then you watch replay and you're like, well, maybe the horse just got the best of it and it was just an easy win, and if the horse wasn't in this position at this time, would never won, sort of thing. Or like the turf race that we watched where Benny's best friend Javier Castellano wipes out half the field. That's something where you can take notes on that too. So that's definitely great advice.
Well, when I started, I was like handwriting information from the PPs into a notebook, and it was extraordinarily time consuming until my friend who got me into handicapping, he said, just annotate the damn PPs. You're wasting too much time with all the rewriting. And that has saved my sanity and a lot of my picks on so many occasions already. So.
Sure. Now, looking at the board, Nikki, your top pick.
Well, I mean, I want to go with the 1, but I mean, I would love for the 9 to come in. The 9 comes in. Sean, you still beat me if the 9 comes in.
Yeah, but you don't have the 9.
I don't. I have Rika. Yeah, I do. I have 1-9.
Okay, but your top pick's the one that matters, the 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, she has.
Well, the problem is I don't have the
198.
9 in my pick 4. Who has the? Marshall's got the 9. Yeah, so I'm feeling a lot better.
Oh, oh man.
Oh no, my headphones are dying.
Oh man, that hurts. That hurts.
That hurts.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the 9 the 9 is going to need pace. The 9's taking money too, down another click to 8-1 now. Definitely will be coming late. And especially if the 9 can improve off of those earlier efforts, it'll be a real nice day for me. If Sean does not get the 9 across by being against, then he will be more than happy.
Yeah,
That
let's
is
go
for
8.
sure.
358.
3-5.
Well, I have the 6 too. 3568. Sorry,
Yeah,
2
yeah.
3. What is?
What do you
Sorry,
on over there?
I'm looking at the wrong track.
You're on the wrong track.
I do not have the 6. 2 3 5 and 8. I was like, wait, I don't like the 6. I don't have. What am I doing?
I was gonna say I thought you were heavy on the other Chad Brown, but yeah. Interesting to see the board kind of shaping up the way that it is for sure. I just looked at Elizabeth Way, the 13, just for giggles. Holy pedigree, Batman. Frankel out of a Giants Causeway mare. Woo wee. That's big time pedigree. Yes, Sean, let's go.
What kind of dog do you have, Sean?
So, Pit and Black Lab.
Oh, I have a lab mix too. Barks nonstop.
Mine's a border collie lab
is
mix.
the lookout first, and then the pit bull comes and freaks out. But the
Oh.
funny thing is, like, if you open the door, the lab runs away, and the pit bull wants to literally just like wants you to play or like
Right.
just give them attention. Once you come in the door, once they understand that you're not like a threat. But yeah, if you're on the other side of the door, like they are trying to like rip through the door. Yeah. God, it makes deliveries a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Do you
Welcome
work
back.
from home?
Huh?
Do you have to work from home?
Currently under. So I mean, I work for an email marketing service or platform.
okay.
So I mean, they hand you a MacBook on day one, and that's your computer. So we can work from anywhere. And
Nice.
like my boss is like, we're not wearing a mask at the office. We'd have to close our break room, put up, and she's like, so we're in no rush. We're just kind of hanging out, waiting to see what happens.
Good.
Because who wants to wear a mask for 8 hours sitting at a desk when I'm where I'm sitting right now is where I work. Like,
Yeah.
so I got my TV, I can watch TVG. I have a widescreen monitor that I can, split screens. And so I'd like to get out of the house a little bit more, but
Man, your office has the San Gabriel Mountains behind you?
yeah, this is my
Ooh,
office.
hoo, hoo,
This is my
hoo.
office. Box 237.
Oh.
I have no idea if that's in this area. I don't even know.
Oh man, I like it. I like it. Now with
I would
this
love
race,
that.
it looked like I believe there was a horse that was getting a shoe repair, which is the
Yeah, that's what
reason
it looked like to
reason
me.
why we're which is the reason why we're kind of in a stalled, delayed pattern as far as getting to the gate is concerned. I didn't see which one.
It was the 13.
Oh, see, it was the big pedigree 13, Elizabeth Way for Roger Atfield.
I believe. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but when you guys were chatting, I was confused because the riders took a leg up, took a lap around, and then someone told them all to get down. So I was kind of confused on what was happening, and then they changed the screen to the shoe repair. So
On average, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Go.
On average, how long does it take y'all to handicap a full card?
Hours.
In like a day and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah, four
accurate.
to 5 hours typically. Longer depending on how many horses are in the card.
I mean, last week's Churchill card, oh my goodness, that was brutal.
It was extremely brutal.
That's why we did Santa Anita.
That's why you did Santa Anita.
Oh.
Ah, see, exactly.
I don't know what you want me to tell you.
I got no, you're good, you're good. Well, we had the California battle last week, so I mean, it was only fair to have you guys play on the
Yeah.
track that you guys both follow closely. So, shout out
Yeah,
Ryan
and
McCarthy.
I met Ryan out at Santa Anita one day, and he just happened to have like crushed. Like I don't think he missed a bet all day. It was, and then he would tell me something. I'm like, yeah, I don't really like that, and then it would win. And then the next race, he'd be like, he'd tell me something, and I'd be like, yeah, I don't really like that. And then it'd win, and I'm like, wait, I caught on way too late, way too late. But I did catch on. Kids, I did catch on to stop handicapping the races and bet Ryan's tickets because he crushed it that day.
Oh wow, jeez, that's awesome. That's
Yeah.
awesome. All right, so I'm sure that we're going to be coming closer to where they come onto the turf here. Um, do you guys have any wagers on this race? Either vertically, obviously, Sean, we know you have your pick four, but are you doing anything as far as exactas tries, win bets, show bets, place bets,
No, I didn't do
vanillas?
anything on this race.
Sean?
I mean, no, I mean, if I was not alive, I would be playing. I would key the 8 in a trifecta or an exacta, depending on my bankroll at the time. But looking at these payouts, and if the 8 wins, like I'm perfectly happy with just cashing the pick 4.
Right.
So
Oh, you are? That's okay for you?
I hate you.
Oh man, let's see here. If the 8,
I'm just saying, like, why pile on is what I'm saying. Like, why make it hurt even more if it doesn't come in?
Just crush.
Just crush.
I'm assuming you got a 50-cent ticket or a dollar? How much you got
No,
on?
just 50 cents, $48.
So you'd only make 10K off that investment. I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah, and still under the tax law, new tax law. It's perfect.
Oh man, looks like they're heading into the gate as we speak. Um, uh, you know, Sean, where do you expect the 8 to sit as far as the race shape is concerned?
I mean, I would imagine that the horse would be a little bit for the pace scenario that we kind of spoke about. We might see kind of mid to even the back of the front pack kind of thing. I'm not necessarily worried on any of them regarding their actual position. I'm more concerned with the trouble. I want to get out from the rail. You know, at Churchill you get that there was like 6 or 8 swinging wide, and then there's a one that gets the trouble on the rail. I just want a free run.
Right there.
Oh, for you, lucky duck. They just got off for me here.
I liked how Juliet broke. Now he's holding it back.
Off the rail too. There goes Mitchell Road. See, but that's actually a good spot for the favorite to be in.
Right.
Especially if you can get out from there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely well played by Florent on the hedge there. First fraction 23 and
better than before.
0.7. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. See, I don't like where LT is. Like we're already on the back of the pack, but we're sitting on the rail.
Yeah, you're gonna have to, at least from there, you're gonna have to go way wide, or you're gonna have to hope that the hedge opens up.
I'm sure Chad's not happy.
No. I mean, nobody else, none of my other runners are doing anything.
It'll be just like the gif of Chad. Come on, Joel! Come on! Come on! And y'all know how that ends.
We all do.
Not the way he wanted. I mean, boy, this one is just
it is moving now, and now it just gets stopped.
Come on, Florian, go. Oh, who's on the outside?
It's still got a chance.
Let's go with this 9.
Yeah.
Wow.
The 8
oh my God! Oh, that was so close.
Was that the 5 that just won?
Yeah.
Insane.
Oh, I'll take that.
Did you have the 5?
I have them in my pick 4. Yeah.
That's
I did not have the 7.
Ooh, that was a Barberino though for the 7 secret message. So let's so Sean, you did have the 5, yes?
Yeah, 7-1.
So Sean's looking at a photo for a nice 12K
Wow.
pickup here.
It's a 7-1. I don't think
Had
it's
the
even that
wrong
close.
gram motion horse.
But the 7 also, I don't know. 7 kind of took out the 8 too.
Oof. Definitely on the wrong gram motion for sure. Now, what did you see with the trip for Altia, Sean?
The 8 was going to win the race if it didn't get shut off in the stretch, and the horse that shut him off was the 7. So
Too many horses.
Yeah, the 8 looked the best to me. I hated the trip though. I didn't understand what they were doing. I'd love to see the head on in the stretch,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, it was a tough race. It's kind of, I mean, we were all on different horses. Didn't happen.
We didn't pick any of them.
Yeah, and none of us had the 7.
None of us had it.
No, I mean, and the 7 was it wasn't that I hated the 7, but it wasn't a horse that I was really looking for. I mean, looking back, the Woodbine efforts. I mean, boy, the back class of Secret Message was speaks for itself for sure.
Mhm. I don't know why. Like, can we watch do they not have the replay or?
I know. I'm waiting for. I would love to see a head on here.
Yeah, them coming down.
That'd be sweet. Come on, man! Like watching paint dry here. I don't care about the horse going back to the finish line.
So then why do you think 14 couldn't hold? What happened there? Because I mean, it seemed like through most of the race, Mitchell Road was hanging tight. Just ran out of steam, or?
And got pressed by kind of a classier horse. I mean, to me, that horse kind of needs a little bit of an easier lead than what he had. Even though the fractions were slow, I'm not necessarily worried about the fractions. I look at, like, did he have a full length lead, or was he being headed the whole time? And he was
Has
kind of
Mitchell
being
Road
headed.
even won at Churchill? I don't think he's ever done anything great at Churchill.
I don't think so.
I don't think he's ever raced at Churchill.
He's never ran. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
She's
that piece of information, I would have put the 7 first.
Oh, brutal.
With what piece of information?
What you just said right there, Nikki, that the horse has never raced at Churchill. I probably, because I had 14-7, I would have put first.
Oh no! Oh, that's brutal.
Oh well.
Well, those are the things. Well, you learn, like, those were the things you look for. Because I saw it and I was like, nope.
Yeah.
And I mean, even having the 7 as your second choice is huge. I didn't have the 7.
5-11. Wow.
Say that again.
It's 7-5-11-4.
Oh man, I know Ryan Dickey. Him and I talked on the Stu and Peach podcast on Thursday. And he liked the 4. She's on a warpath, and definitely made me take a second look for the horse for sure.
Chantel, I didn't even know she was riding again.
Oh, she's still riding. She was at Fairgrounds
I thought she
before.
stopped.
Nope,
Oh.
she was at Fairgrounds.
She did stop for a short amount of time, but she came back.
Wow, another $53 horse. Jesus.
Wow. And that's
But that $53 horse still only paid $4,700 in the pick 4, whereas like that exact price on the 3 was $13,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
wow.
Someone hammered that 7 in the pick 4.
Yeah.
Big time. No kidding. Well, I cannot thank Anacaro, Amparo, Sean Alvarez,
Thanks again, Marshall.
for coming on and being a part of the new kind of look for the Daily Gallop live stream. Definitely want to thank you guys for coming on and providing input. Again, everyone, please hit the like, hit that subscribe button. Makes us feel better about the stream. And I definitely want to thank Spencer Luganbuehl for setting all this up and getting everything sorted out. So big shout out to him as well. thank you guys so much for being on. I'm sure that Mike McIntyre will have the results posted here relatively shortly. I know that he was following it pretty closely, so make sure to keep an eye on Twitter for the results for your matchups.